Hey guys. This is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry rose from the ashes of betrayal as a Slytherin lord. Here is short summary. After the events of his second year, Harry is shattered by betrayal and hard truths. But from the ruins, he rises, not as the boy who lived, but as a cunning, powerful Slytherin lord determined to control his destiny and rewrite the wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The star was five-armed, made of clear glass in the center and opaque, white glass towards the edges. Harry traced one finger away from the center and down to the points. They were sharp enough to cut. Of course they were. There would be no reason to have this gift in such a shape, otherwise. Harry looked up and away from the star to Lucius's face. Draco's father stood, tensely, on the other side of the sitting room. He'd levitated the star to Harry rather than trying to bring it to him, considering that Draco and Narcissa both stood on either side of Harry and watched him suspiciously. But he had brought it. He was supposed to. The star was the midsummer gift, the middle of the year gift, the fifth gift in this strange dance he was doing with Harry, which supposedly proclaimed he wanted a truce. He had sent a ring set with a piece of ice enchanted never to melt, and a green stone to symbolize the growth of new bonds. Harry had replied with a piece of ebony, indicating his distrust of Lucius's motives, and a red stone, to remind him of the blood that still lay between their families. But now, Harry gazed down at the star. The clarity of it told him how much Lucius trusted him, and the positioning of the clear patch in the center indicated that the trust could grow in any direction. Of course, since Harry still had no idea why Lucius had chosen to play this game, to pretend that he wanted a truce when he'd already hurt Harry by handing Tom Riddle's diary to him, that clear patch could mean anything. Lucius Malfoy was perfectly capable of playing along until something happened to benefit him, such as his lord returning to life. Harry had to reply to the star, or at least nod to show that he accepted the gift and would find a suitable reply later. He put a hand on the star and closed his eyes instead. His magic rushed to his command. It was still near the surface, churning and slashing at his thoughts whenever he wasn't using it. After so long confined, as Professor Snape had explained in one of the letters that came twice every week, it had a force of its own, nearly a personality. Harry had to use it. If he denied it, the way he had for years, then it would simply break free on its own. It had already done so, shattering all the windows in Malfoy Manor, as Harry dimly remembered. Now, though, he could put it to a productive use, and he did so, altering the gift. As he gazed, strands of frost raced across the star, hardening it and obscuring the center, so that the glass was entirely opaque. He levitated it back to Lucius, carefully. He had to be careful with everything he did with magic lately. It took so little to rouse it to full, raw strength, at which point he smashed things. Finesse and control were far harder arts than summoning power. Lucius accepted the star and gazed at the lack of a clear patch. Then he raised his eyes to Harry's face. He did not look offended. He merely nodded thoughtfully and turned to slip from the room. Harry closed his eyes for just a moment, as he thought, but opened them in the bedroom the Malfoys had turned over to his use. The window was open, and he could smell the scent of roses through it. Sunlight streamed in, and the radiant songs of birds. Harry lay there and listened. After a little while, Draco came in and put a hand on his arm. "Mother said I should go if you wanted me to," he whispered. Harry let him stay. His hand was warmer than the sunlight, and even though Harry found it as hard to understand the things he talked about as it was to understand the birds, together they made a sharp and musical kind of sense. Harry's memory was tattered and fogged, bits of webs clinging to each other the way they had before Slytherin died and took a large part of his sanity with her. But they suddenly tore away on one day towards the end of June, as he sat in the broad piano room and listened to Narcissa play. Harry blinked and sat up. Narcissa looked over at him, but never stopped the graceful, swift motion of her fingers over the keys, or the low, crooning drone of her voice that accompanied it. She was teaching one of the history songs to Draco, the ones the purebloods had taught their children when the old ways had to be memorized and instinctive. Draco sat at the foot of the piano and gazed intently up at his mother, mouthing the words along with her. He was learning about the dance, the rights and rules of a host or a pure-blooded wizard or witch on his or her own land, the proper ways that one treated a guest, and all the other courtesies for living life among powerful people with recourse to magic that would end each other's lives in an instant. They were rituals rarely used anymore. Draco had asked to learn them. Harry had the faint recollection that the asking had something to do with him. But the music. The music. Harry sagged back against the couch he sat on, and listened to Narcissa's voice caress the notes. She was telling the tale meant to seal in notions of marriage to most pure-blooded children, the tragic love story of Pomona Ironbrand and Septimus Prince. They had not been equals. Pomona had chosen Septimus because she was in love with his weakness, not any strength that could match hers, and Septimus had killed her in jealousy and himself in grief. The lesson, repeated in every refrain, was to choose only a mate of equal power, or to be sure that true love existed between a mismatched pair. Harry had known the story by the time he was 6. He'd read the history songs out of books, since his own mother was Muggleborn and his father wasn't interested in holding on to pureblood customs he thought were old-fashioned and probably dark besides. There was something different about hearing it sung. Lily. James. Don't think about them. For a moment, Harry's anger trembled on the edge of control, and if his parents had been there, he would have asked them the questions that waited behind the anger. Why had they felt the need to weave webs into his mind as they had? Why hadn't they brought him up to control his power, rather than deny it? Why had they thought that the only possible place he could have in the family was as guardian and guide to his brother Connor? Yes, Connor was the boy who lived, Voldemort's enemy, but did that really mean that Harry's childhood and very self had to be sacrificed on the altar of necessity? Why hadn't they taken more of a part in defending Connor? Why had they never come to visit him when he lay in the hospital wing after driving Tom Riddle from his head last December? He knew now that Riddle had promptly possessed his brother, and that was the reason Connor hadn't come to visit him. What were his parents' excuses? And battling that was all the training he had received until this point in his life, or the broken remnants of it, arguing that they had done what they had done for the best reasons, that he had to understand, that he could never fully understand until he confronted them and listened to their explanation, that. He didn't realize the music had stopped until he heard himself making jagged little noises, like a dog with a bone caught in its throat. Then Draco was beside him, a hand on his shoulder. He steered Harry through a few more rooms, each smaller than the last, and finally through a door made entirely of glass and into a small garden. This garden was the source of the roses and the birdsong that gave Harry such joy through his bedroom window. It looked nearly overgrown now, roses curling in wild profusion on the gates and the walls and the bushes, roses of all colors, white as joy and red as blood and yellow as pain. Draco lay down on a patch of sun-warmed grass in the center of the garden and drew Harry firmly into his embrace. Harry had to lie with his body sprawled beside Draco's and his head buried in the other boy's shoulder and pale hair, because he didn't have any choice. He might have struggled to pull free at first, especially since the heat was so stifling. But, gradually, he relaxed. The heat was stifling, and added to by the sunlight and the sweat that covered his own skin and Draco's. But that very closeness made it comforting. There was no way that it would pull him back and leave him alone in the center of the ice that he still remembered from his defeat of Tom Riddle. Harry's breathing slowed down, and he shifted to put one arm around Draco's shoulder in turn. He could feel the other boy smiling, but his voice was sad when he spoke. "Not yet," he whispered. Harry shook his head and pulled back slightly, so that his head still rested on Draco's shoulder, but he could see just a slit of blue sky. He'd tried since he came to Malfoy Manor, even though he hadn't done it for years. Draco and Narcissa seemed convinced that, if he could do it, it would represent a victory over his years of training. And he had much to mourn. The passing of one stage of his life, the death of his illusions about his parents, Slytherin. But still it hadn't happened. Harry couldn't cry. A barn owl came in the middle of the night at the end of June. Harry opened his eyes and found it waiting for him on his windowsill. It hooted softly when it saw that it had his attention and hopped forward, holding out one talon. Harry stood and wavered across the carpet towards it, oddly conscious of the way that the cloth pressed on his bare feet and how the breeze through the window stirred his pajamas around him. The owl waited patiently while Harry took the letter from it and fumbled for a canute from the table near the window to put in its pouch. Then it took off. Harry watched it skim over the garden and then gain height, turning north, towards Scotland. He blinked, then fumbled at the letter. It was brief, but then, all the letters Snape had sent him over the summer holidays tended to be. Mr. Potter, you will find little that exhausts your magic like destruction. The power of dark spells themselves shows this. They will tire you, and enable you to rest with a clearer head. Do what you must to keep yourself sane and whole. If that means the destruction of chairs and windows, so be it. Severus Snape. Harry closed his eyes and clenched his hands on the letter. He knew that it was a proper answer to the letter he'd written Snape 5 days ago, asking for potions or some other means to keep himself under control without destroying things. His magic raged inside him and wanted that mayhem. Harry himself did not. He hardly dared to face the fury that he felt against his parents and against Dumbledore. He wanted to use his magic to guard, to protect, to defend, to heal, to create, as Snape had promised him he could when he'd come and rescued Harry from the storm. Why should he have to destroy? But this answer was simple, clear, cold, and the truth. He had to destroy because, otherwise, his magic would destroy him. Denying it and caging it was what had allowed it to grow to such nightmare proportions, to the cold voice that Harry heard whispering in his dreams. And then, when he faced Tom Riddle in the Chamber of Secrets, his magic had absorbed power from the diary and the memory of Voldemort in a way that Harry still did not understand. Either way, he was stronger than he had been. He had to let it free. He sighed, dressed in a robe, and then slipped out of the manor and over the lawn. He could feel the glow of wards around him, but the Malfoys had given him free rein as a guest for as long as he stayed with them. He stepped past them without much trouble and into the wild country that surrounded the manor. His magic flared, raw power that barely obeyed the confines of spoken spells anymore, never mind his wand, and created a number of light wooden figures in front of him. It disturbed Harry that some of the figures looked human, but he could pretend they really weren't, in the maze of the starlight and the moonlight. He closed his eyes, and that helped, too. He flung his first spell. The night flared with light as the fire caught, and then Harry was hurling other spells to freeze or blast or maim or chop the legs out from under the wooden figures, and he couldn't seem to stop. His magic surged through him, high and singing. It would be so easy to go on using it, or even to turn his back and focus his attention on a real challenge, like the wards around the manor. Harry pinched his lips together tightly, hearing the coaxing tones of his wild magic in those thoughts, and refused to listen. He flung spells to destroy the figures, create more, and destroy them again, all the while shielding the grass and the scattered trees from the destructive effects of his spells. By the time he collapsed, panting, on the ground, he realized that Snape had been right. He had used the magic, and, at the same time, gotten it used to weaving through and integrating with himself, rather than shutting it up in a box in one corner of his soul or mind. He could feel the touch of magic burning beneath his skin, under his ribs. He supposed that was better than before. A little bit better. Snape's words again returned to him, when Harry had said he didn't want to have the power he had. But you have it. And you should use it, Harry. Otherwise, it will make an impact on the world, and not one that you desire. It has its own personality at the moment, and its own desire for freedom. If you try to deny it, the same thing will happen again. And perhaps this time you will kill someone else, instead of trying to escape doing so. You are closer now to becoming another Dark Lord than you have ever been. Harry let out his breath, told himself that, yes, it was for the best, and wallowing in self-pity would not change that he was magical or how magical he was, and went to bed. For the first time since his arrival at the manor, he slept without dreaming of dark chambers or golden snakes. Mr. Potter. Harry froze, then deliberately picked up the chocolate frog that Narcissa had said he could have after lunch and opened it. He caught the frog as it tried to hop away and placed it gingerly into his mouth. Mr. Malfoy, he said, when he had chewed and swallowed the frog and Lucius had still not gone away. He was beginning to consider it no coincidence that one of the house elves had had an accident that required Narcissa's supervision and that Draco, thinking of a question to ask his mother, had run off to find her. One or both of them had been with him at all times since he arrived in Malfoy Manor. They had never allowed him to be alone with Lucius. I think that is about to change, Harry thought, and forced himself to lean back in his chair and look at Lucius evenly across the small, highly polished table. He forced himself to see Lucius's reflection in the table and find it amusing, rather than terrifying, or as if he suddenly had two powerful, impatient, murderous former Death Eaters to face. He let his breath carefully out of his lungs, and watched Lucius's face. Have you seen the Daily Prophet today? Lucius held the newspaper out in front of him as if it were a peace offering. Harry blinked, then regretted it as he saw a muscle clench in Lucius's cheek. He had just lost a step in the dance by showing his surprise. He could afford to lose no more. I figured it could have little of importance to report, he said distantly as he met Lucius's eyes again, given that I would have known at once if something had happened to my brother. Lucius's eyes narrowed. Harry watched him. Let him meditate on that, try to work out how much is truth and how much is lies. There is news of other importance, said Lucius, and then slid further around the table, coming towards Harry without making a sound. For example, if someone who once acted in the name of the Dark Lord was coming to kill you, the prophet might report on that. Surely, you would want to know. Harry felt his magic wake, and wondered, also distantly, if Lucius realized just then how much he was taking his life in his hands. Draco had seemed determined to protect Harry from his father. Harry knew Narcissa was wiser than that, and sometimes had feared to find her husband dead and bleeding on the floor if he pushed too hard. I would surely want to know, said Harry, if something like that was going to happen. And if the one who had once acted in the name of the Dark Lord gave me the courtesy of letting me find out beforehand. He raised his magic higher. He knew that Lucius, like Draco, knew how to sense other wizards if they were powerful enough. Usually, shields protected him from headaches and the other unfortunate consequences of that. Let him feel pain spilling over the top of the shields, then. Lucius's eyes widened, and then he nodded and backed away, sitting down in a chair at the other end of the table. Mr. Potter, he said, dropping every pretense of the dance now that the falling of his own mask had stripped his advantage away, you should know that I do not mean myself. So this is not another of the articles exclaiming over the brother of the boy who lived going to stay with the Malfoy family, and how inappropriate that is, and how you will surely kill me and use my blood in some ritual to raise your lord? Harry asked. He could be blunt, too. Lucius winced. Then he took a deep, calming breath of his own and slid the paper across the table towards the boy. Read this, Mr. Potter, he whispered. Just the article on the front page. I think you'll understand. Harry glanced down. He didn't need to read the article, actually. He needed only to read the headline, and to understand how very wrong he had been, to think that Connor was safe in Godric's Hollow and that he could stay away for the duration of the summer. Peter Pettigrew escapes from Azkaban. Harry could make out the picture beneath that, an old photograph in which Pettigrew, caught between two oars, jerked his head around in several directions as though looking for an escape. Harry knew it had to be him from his parents' descriptions, though he had never seen a whole picture. Shortly after Peter's arrest, Sirius had gone through all the Marauders' old photos and cut the traitor out of them. He put out his hand and concentrated. This was something he could let the magic destroy, and gladly. It wound up doing an odd amalgamation of burning the newspaper, shredding it, and making it cease to exist. Harry gave himself fully over to that brief burst of power, and was the calmer for it when he recovered. He nodded and looked up at Lucius, who was leaning back from him. He did not breathe fast. His face was not paler than usual. But Harry could feel him nonetheless, poised to strike, and knew that Lucius truly had guessed how much danger he was in. Understand, Harry whispered. I care for my safety. I would not have come here if I had thought I was in danger from you, or rather, that you cared more about my death than your son's happiness. But I care about my brother more than anything in the world, and it is the 7th of July now. I should be returning home soon. No, Harry, you aren't fully recovered yet. Harry sighed as Draco rushed back into the room and put his arms around him. Draco meant well, of course, but he had just revealed what could be an important weakness in front of someone Harry still thought of as an enemy. Harry put a hand on his back and stared hard at Lucius over his son's head. Lucius did not move. He did not say anything. He watched. His gray eyes had gone so blank and his face so still that Harry was no longer sure what he was feeling. Harry turned his attention to comforting Draco, who was watching him pleadingly. "You've only been here for a month," he said. "We were going to celebrate your birthday in the manor. The house elves were going to make a special meal just for us, and you won't even believe the gift I bought for you. It'd be the first time that you had a birthday just to yourself, without Connor, wouldn't it?" Harry smiled gently. "It would be," he said. "But Peter Pettigrew is free, Draco." Draco's face promptly took on a faintly guilty expression. Harry raised his eyebrows. "You knew about this." "I didn't want you to worry," said Draco artlessly. He let go of Harry, but moved around and sat in the chair beside him. "The wards on the manor wouldn't let him through, and it's not as though you need to worry about him attacking you. Why would he want to hurt you?" "That's the problem," said Harry. "He wants to hurt Connor. And for all I know, he could get through the wards around our house. Our parents have already proven that they can't protect us." The venom in his voice shocked him, but he forced himself to let it go and continue speaking rationally to Draco. Rationality had to penetrate that stubborn sulk some time. "I have to be there when Pettigrew arrives, just in case he tries to hurt Connor." "He could already have apparated there," Draco pointed out. "Please, Harry, I don't want you to worry about this." He leaned forward earnestly. Wouldn't Connor have to protect himself sooner or later, anyway? Let him do it this once. Harry sighed. "Can we go somewhere else, Draco?" he asked, looking towards Lucius. Draco reached out and clenched his hand. "You can speak in front of him," he said. "He hasn't tried to hurt you, Harry. Mother and I have watched. You can trust him." He hesitated for a moment, then added, "I've read some of the older books, and I can recognize the truce gifts now. No one exchanges them up to this point if they mean to break off the treaty and hurt the other wizard." He looked at his father. "Very good, Draco," said Lucius, in a polished voice. He was looking at Harry, and he didn't seem inclined to stop. "I am glad to see you furthering your education. It is indeed true that I have committed to an exchange of 6 truce gifts with Mr. Potter thus far. That leaves only 10. By this point, the 2 wizards are bound to continue, unless one of them sends the other an unmistakable sign to break off the negotiations." He paused. For effect, Harry was certain. "I have no intention of sending such a sign any time soon." Draco beamed at his father, then turned to Harry. "You wouldn't end it, either, would you?" he whispered. "Please." Harry understood the impulse that led Draco to ask the question. After all, if Harry and his father were allies, there was no way at all that Draco would feel torn between them. Draco would never have to confront, fully, what Harry knew he was beginning to suspect. That Lucius had acted as a Death Eater of his own free will, without being under the Imperious curse. He could follow through on the decision he'd made to face Tom Riddle at Harry's side, without losing his family. Harry knew that, if it came to an open break between them at the moment, Draco would choose him over his father. There were no words for how much that knowledge honored him, and for how much it terrified him and made him sick to his stomach. He did not want that measure of control over another being's life. He could hardly face ordering house elves around since the chamber, and he knew that most of them, Dobby was an enigmatic exception, were frantically eager to serve. How could he put someone under compulsion when he'd been under it himself, from possession and the web in his head? He did not want to. So he told the other thing, the secret he had been waiting to tell Draco until it became pressing. "It's not just Pettigrew's escape, Draco," he said softly. "I'm feeling a pull back to my brother." He lifted his hand and touched the nape of his neck, tapping the back of his skull. He waited for the pain, and sighed in relief when nothing came. A week ago, doing that would have made reverberations race around his head for an hour. It seemed that he was finally beginning to heal. The golden thing I told you about." He was not yet ready to reveal to Lucius of all people that he had a web that glowed golden and had a voice like a phoenix's in his mind. "It's tugging at me, telling me to go home. I'm already losing sleep and not feeling as hungry. I don't think it will stop until I'm back in the same house as Connor. I'm sorry," he added. "But it didn't do that before, Draco whispered. Harry nodded. I know that. But it wasn't damaged then, and I think this is the way it's reasserting itself. I'm sorry, he repeated. Draco dipped his head and gave a long sigh. But your parents, he whispered. Do you think that you can handle them? Harry nodded again. I think so. As long as I exercise my magic, I can keep from hurting them. And since they'll ignore me anyway, he'd told Draco about the Fugitivus Animus spell he'd cast on his parents that made them devote every bit of their attention and perception to Connor. I should have plenty of time to practice my spells. Draco bit his lip a few times more, then put his arms around Harry and held him tight. Harry embraced him back, and ignored the stare he could feel from Lucius's direction. Lucius wouldn't know if Harry was really showing affection, or only feigning it so that he wouldn't hurt Draco's feelings. Lucius knew nothing about the bottle he'd given Draco, which shone with the true emotions Harry felt towards him. I'll send you your birthday gift by post, then, Draco whispered. I think I can do that. Harry nodded. Thank you. He drew back from Draco and turned to Lucius. As I'm not old enough to apparate by myself, Mr. Malfoy, he asked, may I do you the trouble of asking you for a portkey? Lucius opened his mouth to answer, but a cool voice from behind Harry said it for him. I will give you one, of course, Harry. It's no trouble. Narcissa stepped in, stared hard at her husband, and then glanced down at him. If you are sure that you must leave us, she added, her smile sad. Harry nodded. I am, Mrs. Malfoy. Thank you for your hospitality. It's been wonderful here. If you can tune the portkey to Diagon Alley, I'll owl Remus Lupin, who's a family friend, and ask him to meet me there. It would do no good to try and tune a portkey to Godric's Hollow, since Harry wasn't about to tell the elder Malfoys just where his brother lived, and the wards wouldn't let them through anyway. Not your parents, Narcissa murmured, but she was already stepping out of the room to hunt for some object which might make a suitable portkey, and didn't stay to listen to his answer. But tomorrow, right? Draco whispered. You won't leave today. Now his smile was wan, at least until Harry nodded back to him. He grabbed Harry's hand. Good. Then you'll have time to try and guess your birthday gift. Harry blinked. I thought you didn't want me to guess my birthday gift. I still want you to guess, said Draco, tugging him towards the door from the dining room. I just don't want you to guess right. Harry nodded, then glanced once at Lucius. The pull at the back of his head had eased the moment he spoke of going home to his brother, but he could still feel the other wizard's eyes slicing into him. It seems my son has found a true friend, Lucius said, his lips hardly moving. It is such a wonder when one finds a friend this young, and such a shame when one loses them. Harry inclined his head back. He could understand that statement well enough. It was the beginning of a new dance, and while Lucius would hardly break off the truce negotiations yet, that did not prevent him from doing anything else he took it into his head to do. Harry had expected it. Lucius was still a Death Eater. And Connor was still the boy who lived, and Harry's brother. And then there is Draco, thought Harry, as said obstacle gave a yank on his arm hard enough to nearly spill him to the floor. Who is always tugging me somewhere? Come on, Harry, said Draco, giving him another prompting pull. It's even hidden in my bedroom. I'll blindfold you, and you try to find it. Harry shook his head and yielded to the wonder of having such a friend as this, for a little while. Harry listened as their mother read a book out to Connor, instructing him in history that he really should have learned last summer. He kept his eyes on his own book, one of the journals that Sirius had kept when he was still an Auror. It was racy reading, or at least Lily had said it was last year when Harry had asked if he could read it. Now, he could read it, and no one seemed to notice or care. Lily or James could see the journal appearing to float off the shelf, and they would blink and frown before simply deciding that it was a sign of Connor's developing wandless magic. They were able to attribute just about any strange event around the house to Connor. The Fugitivus Animus spell was still in operation. It didn't seem to work as well on Sirius, perhaps because he didn't visit Godric's Hollow as often. Sometimes Harry thought that his godfather could almost see him. He blinked and squinted often enough, as though he stared into the sun. But aside from a few whispered questions of Harry, that Harry could ignore easily, he never tried to do anything about it. Remus was a different matter, since he hadn't been in the room when Harry cast the spell to darken his existence in Lily's, James's, and Sirius's minds. He could speak to Harry normally when he came over, leading to a delicate series of maneuvers on Harry's part to keep the werewolf from revealing the whole game. As it was, Remus had been getting more suspicious lately. Harry was just as glad that Remus would spend the rest of the summer at Hogwarts. The Wolfsbane potion had finally been perfected, and Dumbledore had asked Remus to come and join the teaching staff as the new defense against the dark arts professor, Lockhart having been sacked with relatively little ceremony. Remus was there now, readying himself for the position and learning how to function while on the potion. He had been here on their birthday, and had been the only one to see the gift Harry received from Draco Malfoy. Harry felt himself relax as he thought of Draco, and leaned his head on his arm. He could rest. It wasn't as though Lily would flutter about him the way she used to, scolding him to study and exhorting him to think of what might happen to his brother if he didn't. He paused, startled. I didn't know I remembered that. And yet there the memory was, spread in front of him like a stained glass butterfly. He had studied on his own, voraciously, striving always for some new bit of knowledge that might let him protect Connor. But when he flagged, Lily had encouraged him, sometimes guilted him, into it. She should have done that to Connor instead. He's the one who's going to need the knowledge. Harry drew in his breath as he felt the book he held began to chill beneath his fingers. Connor gave him a quick concerned glance across the room. Harry managed to hold his smile and nod at his twin until Connor turned back to his studying with their mother, reassured. Harry took the journal quietly upstairs, to their bedroom. His web, or what remained of it, was satisfied as long as he remained in the same house as his brother. But when he felt his magic leaking around his control, then he had to get away from their parents. So far, he had nearly turned James's hand to ice, nearly broken Lily's arm, and nearly sent both of them tumbling to cracked skulls or worse when his magic froze some patch on the stairs. That last one distressed Harry particularly. It seemed that his power not only found some way around all the controls he tried to place on it, but could do so without his immediately sensing it. He had to check the steps several times a day now, to be sure that there wasn't some nasty, vicious trap there, courtesy of Harry Potter. He ground his teeth as he completed his latest careful survey of the stairs and retreated to their bedroom, shutting the door firmly behind him. The guilt was lashing him now. Harry wished he could speak about it. He wrote to Snape, but that wasn't enough. Connor wouldn't understand. And Harry had to pick and choose what he wrote in his letters to Draco, since he could never be sure that Lucius wasn't reading his post. He hesitated for a long moment, then charmed the door with Colorportus. Connor might come up and find it stuck, but that was better than him stepping into the storm of wild magic Harry suspected the room might become at any moment. He bowed his head and wrapped his arms around it, breathing as deeply and evenly as he could. That wasn't either very deep or even. Pain woke in his mind as he tried to channel the emotions the way he always would have, either accepting them because they fit with what he expected to feel, or putting them into a box because he couldn't afford to feel them, and couldn't. The webs of his mind were torn. He knew that. Slytherin, the Locusta snake who had helped him settle his emotions in the last few months before the end of second year, was dead. He knew that. The webs of his mind were torn. I cannot think the way I always thought. Slytherin was dead. One of the few people who understood me is gone. None of that subdued the emotions he didn't know how to face, didn't know how to feel. Guilt and anger at himself for feeling the guilt and guilt for the anger and anger for the guilt. Harry let out a little sob. It had been a mistake to leave the Malfoys so early, he thought. He could have endured shortening sleep and less fulfilling meals for the sake of not seeing his parents every day and being faced with what they had done to him. But why should I have to endure it? Why should I have to choose between suffering in body and suffering in mind? I never would have had to if my parents just hadn't placed this web in my mind. But they did. And they had their reasons. They wanted to make me the perfect sacrifice. That was what I wanted to be. Why can't I accept that it worked out that way, and would have continued working that way if Slytherin hadn't died? I wish she were still alive. How could she leave me? She didn't leave you, you idiot. She got killed saving your sorry life. Harry scrambled off the bed and hurried across the room, aiming for a cupboard low on the wall behind Connor's bed. Whatever he tried to store in his own cupboard got moved there, Lily simply assuming that any belongings in this room were Connor's. Luckily, his brother had protested that he wanted the second bed to remain, or Lily would have vanished that, so convinced was she that she had only one son. Now he pulled out a smooth glass figurine wrapped in silver cloth, pried the cloth away, and held the figurine to his bare skin. He calmed almost at once. He breathed deeply, and moved back to his own bed, lying with the glass snake on his chest. This was Draco's gift to him, sent inside a large box that it had taken 3 owls to carry. Somehow, Draco had thought packing the snake in layers and layers of cloth was safer than just binding it tightly into a small package. The serpent was half rearing, its mouth closed, eyes half shut. It shone with shifting colors that Harry recognized as Draco's own emotions towards him. In that way, the gift mimicked the bottle he'd given Draco. The serpent had hardly stopped shining deep purple, the color of protectiveness, since Harry returned home. That hadn't been all, though, as a letter packed deep in the box had revealed. If Harry touched the serpent and said, "Portus," it would act as a portkey and take him to Malfoy Manor, inside and through all the wards on the house. Harry could barely imagine how Draco had set that up. It had probably involved his mother, since Harry couldn't imagine it was something Lucius would agree to. But he was grateful Draco had. The promise of escape, the chance being there even if he could not grasp it, had returned him to a fragile pretense of sanity several times this summer. Clutching the serpent, he drifted slowly off to sleep. He woke to a knock on the door, and his brother's low voice. "Harry, will you let me in? I have something to show you." Harry blinked and fumbled with his glasses for a moment before remembering he'd fallen asleep with them on, rather than taking them off. He sat up, muttered, "Finite incantatem," at the door, and then turned over, once again clutching the serpent close. It was faintly warm, as though it had lain in the sun. Harry knew it was Draco's magic making it so. He found it more and more difficult to let go of each time he touched it. "Thanks, Harry," said Connor, behind him. He slipped in and stood by the bed until Harry tilted his head in acknowledgement. Then he whispered, "Here," and pressed a piece of folded parchment into Harry's hand. "What is this?" Harry asked, unfolding the parchment. It was blank, but so old that Harry thought it must have been written on at one time or another. Why carry around an old piece of paper that didn't have at least a line of memorable poetry? "Watch," said Connor, and held out his wand. He tapped the center of the parchment and said, in a clear, commanding voice that Harry had also heard him practicing with Lily, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Harry blinked in astonishment as the parchment abruptly swarmed with images, forming a picture of corridors, tunnels, and walls it took him only a moment to recognize. Hogwarts. Harry managed to swallow, and also to control the urge to throw the map away from him or clutch it close. "Thank you, Connor," he whispered. "What does it do?" "Shows you people moving around the castle," Connor said promptly, indicating a dot on the map. Harry squinted at it and saw that it said Remus Lupin. He blinked. "You can tell if they're getting close to you, or if they're where they're supposed to be." He paused, and bit his lip. "Father made it, along with Remus and Sirius and Pettigrew." Harry nodded tightly. Connor's voice sank on the last name, as it had since they heard of Peter's escape from Azkaban. It was not right that his brother be so afraid. Harry almost wanted Peter to come to Godric's Hollow at that point. He could use his magic to kill him, or scare him badly enough that he would never consider coming after Connor and completing his lord's dirty work. "Why give it to me, though?" he asked, lifting his eyes and studying Connor's face intently. "A few reasons," said Connor, and shifted his arm. Harry blinked again as it vanished. "First, I have this, and I thought you would want the map so that you could keep track of me." He swept something that sparkled faintly around himself with a flourish. "Father finally decided I was old enough for the invisibility cloak," he said, from the middle of the place where his face had abruptly disappeared, and then pulled the cloak off again. Harry nodded slowly. "Thank you," he said. He would be frantic if he couldn't find Connor when he believed his brother might be in danger, and especially frantic if the cloak meant he might walk right past him. And what was the other reason? "It's fantastically complex magic," said Connor. "Mum showed me a picture of what the spells looked like that Father and the others used to make the map. The Marauder's map, that's what they call it. But I could hardly make them out, and there were dozens I didn't recognize. He paused, as though considering how to word what he needed to say next. Harry just watched him, clutching both map and serpent close. I thought, Connor said slowly, that you could use your magic to work on making a map like that, or at least analyzing this one. That would give it something to do. Something creative. You said you didn't want to do anything destructive. His eyes fastened on Harry's face again, as though he hoped that Harry hadn't changed his mind about wanting to destroy things. Harry smiled. For the first time since he came home, it felt like he, himself, was behind the smile, and not some anonymous smiler. Thank you, Connor, he whispered. But how do I make the map vanish again? It might be important. Connor tapped the map with his wand again, and said, mischief managed. The image of Hogwarts sank into the parchment and vanished. Thank you, Harry repeated. It was inadequate as an answer to what Connor had done for him, but he couldn't think of anything else to say. Connor abruptly hugged him. Harry froze with astonishment, but his brother held the embrace until he reached up and wound his arms around Connor's shoulders in return. Then Connor backed off and peered at him. I hate to see you suffering, he said. I know that I can't do anything about a lot of it, but I could do this. Promise me that you'll actually use the map and your magic, so that you won't go crazy or do anything else. He was trusting enough not to think that Harry would actually murder their parents, Harry supposed. Thank you, Connor, Harry whispered back. His voice came out steadier this time, and for the first time since he came home, he also got an absolutely genuine smile from his brother. Good, said Connor. Now I have to study these books that Mum wants me to read. Do you know how many Goblin Wars there have been? 17, Harry said automatically. Connor wrinkled his nose back at him. Yes, you would, he said, but with no malice in his voice, and then went to his own cupboard to retrieve the books that Lily wanted him to look at. Harry lay back on his bed and began studying the map. He already had several projects in mind, but he wasn't sure if they would work. When he let control of his own magic go enough to examine the spells on the map, he sighed in contentment. Yes, there was more than enough here to keep him busy. Harry kicked the bed, then reminded himself to keep silent. Connor was sleeping, and Harry wasn't to keep him up simply because he had better things to do than sleep. He glanced from the Marauder's map to the other, seemingly blank piece of parchment that he'd enchanted. Tonight was one of the last chances he'd have to make the test. Tomorrow they were going to Diagon Alley. Connor had finally managed to convince their parents that, yes, he needed to go there and purchase 2 of everything they'd need for the 3rd year at Hogwarts, just in case something happened to his books or robes or cauldron. And in the days after that, Harry would prepare himself as best as he could for his sudden reintroduction to large groups of people, and what he would do when he saw Dumbledore again. His breath became visible in front of him, and he heard Connor shiver and snuggle further under the blankets. He forced his anger away. Yes, his rage still burned cold at the thought of the headmaster, but it was always doing that. He would just have to put up with it. He made his mind bright and shiny and clear again, and then tapped the Marauder's map and whispered, I solemnly swear I am up to no good. The map gleamed into place. Harry nodded, then touched his own parchment, let his breath out, and murmured, I solemnly swear I will protect my brother. And, for the first time, it worked, the lines that Harry wanted springing into place on his own parchment. Harry snorted and shook his head. All the work he'd done, trying to duplicate the spells in the map just so that his own would function, and it turned out that the trigger phrase was the key. He had to have a phrase to bring up and hide his map that was like the phrases the Marauder's map used. Harry rolled on his back, his Lumos spell illuminating the map's surface. It showed the house at Godric's Hollow and the area around it inside the isolation wards. He could see the dots labeled, Lily Potter, and James Potter, inside their parents' bedroom. He carefully tore his eyes away from them. He could not afford to stare too long, or he would become violently angry. His rage was still the hardest of all his emotions to control. He was glad for the Fugitivus Animus spell right now, as there were times he thought he would have killed his parents if they had spoken to him. There were the motionless dots labeled, Harry Potter, and Connor Potter, in their bedroom, and a dot labeled, Sirius Black, in the guest bedroom downstairs. Harry nodded. Good. This works. And it means I ought to be able to create maps of other places. Wherever Connor might go, he needed to have a map that showed that place. He was about to tap the parchment with his wand and whisper, "Guardianship achieved," to clean the image off when he saw another dot abruptly appear near the edges of the isolation wards. Harry paused and tilted the map back towards his Lumos. Had Remus come back from Hogwarts? He would watch the progress of the dot, if so, just to make absolutely sure his spells had worked. But the dot was labeled, Peter Pettigrew. Harry felt his breath coming short, and he sat up, staring at the map and trying to figure out if he was seeing it wrong. But no, the writing was clear, and did not waver as the dot moved across the grass towards the house. How had Peter got through the wards? They were tuned to the Potter family and to Sirius and Remus only. No, they aren't, Harry thought abruptly, remembering what James had said about them long ago. They're tuned to the Marauders. And Peter is still that. Harry bared his teeth. He felt his magic rise around him, hissing through the familiar channels inside his body, glad to have a target it could use. He nodded, once, and then gathered up his map and headed for the door. He could wake their parents or Sirius, he knew. They would be able to defend Connor. And Peter would run at the sight of them, as he wouldn't run at the sight of one boy wizard approaching him with just a wand. Just a wand. Harry felt his rage stretch lazy claws inside him, and smiled. He stepped through the front door and shut it behind him. He could not see Peter yet, but he suspected it was just a matter of time. He leaned his back against the wall of the house and breathed deeply. It was a fine, clear night, with the nearly full moon hovering overhead, and a scent in the air like flowers, though Harry couldn't see any of them, either. He kept his gaze trained ahead of himself, and saw the grass rustle and move to the side, along with a glimpse of his Lumos shining off a hairless tail. "Show yourself, Pettigrew," he said calmly, and lifted his wand to point directly at Peter. Of course, if he was foolish enough to watch that instead of the wandless magic Harry could unleash to much more permanent destruction, that was his problem. "I know you're here." He half expected the rat to squeak and run, but it didn't happen. Instead, a moment passed, and then Peter Pettigrew transformed to human. Harry bared his teeth again, wondering if Peter would think he was smiling. Again, if he does, that's his mistake. He moved a step forward, feeling the dew-heavy grass soak his ankles, and studied Peter. For the most part, he matched the descriptions he'd heard Sirius and James give, their voices choked with grief and hatred. Small, fat, always tagging behind us, had to have our help to learn the animagus transformation. We felt sorry for him. Watery eyes. He always looked away from someone who wanted to confront him about something he'd done. He was jealous of James, hated Sirius, foul traitor, Death Eater, should have known that if anyone was going to be a Death Eater, it would be him. There were two things that were different about this Peter, though. Harry could see that he was thin, his clothes, which he'd probably stolen, hanging on him. Of course, he would have dropped weight after 12 years in Azkaban. The other thing was his gaze. When he raised his head and met Harry's eyes, Harry actually recoiled a step. Peter's eyes were blue, and so piercing that Harry felt scraped to the bone by them. He recovered himself quickly, of course. It wouldn't do to let Peter Pettigrew, Wormtail, think he was weak and couldn't protect his brother. He held his wand out before him and waited for the first blast of magic. Instead, Peter nodded and said, in a voice that reminded Harry of Lucius Malfoy's, "Harry." "Wormtail," said Harry. The nickname didn't make Peter flinch, though. He just went on watching. His hands were frozen near his sides, and Harry supposed that was another way that he had changed in the last 12 years. Before, as Sirius had emphasized when describing Peter, he would always have fidgeted and washed his hands together, resembling the way a rat washed its paws. "Do you know why I came here?" Peter asked, finally, when they had passed some minutes in silence. "To kill Connor," said Harry. "The way that you tried to when you betrayed him to Voldemort." He ignored Peter's flinch at the Dark Lord's name. Snape was the same way, and even Draco. They all preferred calling him by his title. Harry thought that was silly. "It won't work. I'm going to stand in your way, and I'm going to kill you if you try to touch him." He brought his magic up, swirling and roaring, cold music that frosted the grass around him and broke the air into small pieces. Peter shook his head. That's not the reason I escaped, he said. I didn't come here for him. For whom, then? Harry curled his lip and took a step forward. He felt strong, powerful, ready to strike in a way he hadn't all summer. This was an enemy. Harry was justified in whatever he did to him. This was the kind of battle that Lily had specifically trained him for, the kind where Connor's inherent innocence and compassion might blind him and make him leave the enemy alive. Where justice had to take place, rather than mercy, Harry could become the executioner. For you, said Peter. He tilted his head to the side. I thought, when I saw the announcement in the newspapers about the brother of the boy who lived going to the Malfoys, for the summer, that something like this might have happened. And I see that it has. His voice was deep with a sadness Harry did not understand. I knew, well, I should have known, after that night when Voldemort attacked, but I couldn't remember for the longest time, you see. What the K are you talking about? Harry asked as calmly as he could. His wand wasn't trembling. His magic was ready to lunge and strike. Harry didn't know if he could control it much longer, and neither was he sure that he wanted to. Peter would, of course, lie, or else he would have gone insane after 12 years in Azkaban. No one stayed sane that long there. Of course, no one's ever escaped from the prison before, either, Harry thought, and went on listening. Peter let out a breath, then another, and then said, Harry, I betrayed your parents on Dumbledore's orders. Harry shook his head at once. No, he said. That's not true. You were a Death Eater. Let me see your left arm. Peter pushed the sleeve of his stolen robe up at once, and Harry saw the dark gleam of the skull and snake. He hissed, one hand rising to his forehead, where his scar had abruptly blazed with pain. See, Harry said with gritted teeth through the agony. You're a Death Eater. You served Voldemort. I became a Death Eater because Dumbledore asked me to, said Peter, his eyes unearthly. The Dark Lord approached me because he believed I would be jealous, being in my friends' shadows all the time. When I went to Dumbledore, he saw it as the perfect opportunity to have a spy. Snape hadn't turned his back on the Dark Lord then. And then, when I had the chance to become Lily and James's secret keeper, Dumbledore said I had to take it. He explained about the prophecy to me. And he explained about something else to me, too. That was the real reason he wanted me to become everything I did, to betray your parents and go to Azkaban. I was a sacrifice, Harry, even as you were. Harry abruptly went to his knees, crying out in pain. The Phoenix light and song had blazed up in his mind again, as though the crippled web sensed an enemy and was fighting frantically to involve itself in one last battle. Peter was speaking, but Harry couldn't hear him beyond the pressure of the fire. Then a hand touched his shoulder, and Peter's voice cut off, and Harry felt the agony steadily retreat. He took a deep breath and stood. He leapt backward when he saw that Peter was the one who had touched him, and pointed his wand at him again. Peter lifted his hands and backed away. I should have known that would happen, Peter breathed. It was the web, wasn't it? The Phoenix web. I just broke free of mine a few months ago, and that's why I was able to escape. Harry's vision flashed gold again. Stop, he managed to say through a clenched jaw. My apologies, said Peter softly. I can't tell you everything you need to know, Harry, because the web will prevent you from listening if I do. But I'll find a way to help you break it. I swear I'll find a way to help you break it. That was the reason I escaped when I did. I could have rotted and died in Azkaban, or just run away. Merlin knows I've paid all my debts to them. His eyes shone viciously as he said that, and Harry had the feeling he was seeing the Death Eater. But if you were suffering from this too, then I wanted to help you. As one sacrifice to another, 12 years is enough, I think. You don't have to listen to them anymore, Harry. Harry shook his head. I don't believe you, he whispered. Of course you don't, said Peter gently. Not yet. No, I mean I won't believe you, Harry said, bringing his wand up. It wavered. He despised himself for his weakness, but he couldn't seem to stop it. Why would you agree to go along with that, if it really happened? Because Dumbledore is persuasive, said Peter, shrugging. And for other reasons that I can't tell you yet without causing your web to cause you pain. But my parents never knew. Yes, they did, said Peter quietly. They knew. And Harry spun around abruptly. Sirius was rushing out of the house, his head low to the ground and his body already rippling with the first signs of his animagus transformation. His next cry was as much a bark as a shout. Wormtail. By the time Harry turned around again, Peter had transformed and was running. He scurried across the ground, aiming for the edge of the wards. In a few moments, Sirius, now a large black dog, had caught up with him, but though his head dipped several times and then rose again, he seemed to miss Peter each time. Harry watched, his head aching and his wand still shaking in his head. He noticed it, and forced his fingers to steady. Sirius came back in a few moments, his growl rumbling up from his throat. Harry didn't have to look at his jaws to know that he hadn't caught Peter. He swallowed, unsure what to feel. I betrayed your parents on Dumbledore's orders. That couldn't be true. It wasn't true. It had to not be true. Are you all right, Harry? Harry looked up into Sirius's face as he transformed again. The Fugitivus Animus spell didn't seem to be working anymore, if the way that his godfather's eyes were fastened on him was any indication. You can see me. Sirius gave him a puzzled glance. Of course. Why? Harry shook his head. The spell never had worked as well on Sirius. He supposed he would just have to put up with it. Nothing, he said. And yes, I'm fine. I just came out to get some air, and he was there. Talking nonsense, I bet, Sirius muttered. Trying to get you to join up with the Death Eaters, was he? He told me some things. Sirius tensed like a twig about to snap. Harry wondered why. But it was all nonsense, Harry assured him quickly. I didn't believe him. Sirius let out a loud breath and hugged him. Thank Merlin for that, he said. Now, come back inside. I'm going to wake up your fool of a father and tell him to adjust the wards. Harry nodded and fell into step beside Sirius, letting his godfather lead him back to his bedroom. He deliberately didn't think about anything until he was back under the covers, with Connor snoring heavily, reassuringly, across the room. It was the web, wasn't it? The Phoenix web. I just broke free of mine a few months ago. That was the thing that troubled Harry the most, and on two accounts. First, he wondered if a Phoenix web, if that was what it was, placed in someone's mind could cause that person to lie his way through the Veritaserum the Aurors would have used when they tried Peter. After all, if someone under the web believed what he was saying were true, the Veritaserum would find only truth. And the second thing, Harry rolled over and punched his pillow. You know that what he said wasn't true. Go to sleep, damn you. And the second thing, Harry buried his face under the blankets, but his thoughts would not stop racing. Harry was trying to get used to thinking of himself as a sacrifice again, the way he had unquestioningly before the damage that Tom Riddle and Solarana's death had inflicted on his mind. He had chosen it. He had trained for it. It was what he was. Eventually, he would have to reconcile himself to that, rage at his parents and Dumbledore or not. What he had learned about his own mind and magic did nothing to diminish Connor's need for protection. But what if they had sacrificed other people, too? What if Peter had spent 12 years in Azkaban, scorned by his friends, as a living sacrifice? What if Harry wasn't the only person Dumbledore had manipulated? He was not sure how he felt about that. Golden light roared across his eyelids, and Harry turned his attention away from the thoughts. He had to rest, had to relax, or his head would hurt. And besides, Sirius was right and what Peter had said was nonsense, designed to trick Harry and lure him away from his brother's side. Sirius's hand clenched hard on Harry's arm as they came out of the apparition and into Diagon Alley. Harry stepped away from him and took a few deep breaths. He never had liked side-along apparition. It made him feel as though his stomach were being squeezed out through his ears. Sirius glanced over at him anxiously. All right there, Harry. Harry conjured a smile and nodded. Sirius had been solicitous this morning, as though to make up for ignoring Harry during the rest of the summer. Harry's skin was crawling with all the unexpected attention. He needed to get away from Sirius. He knew that he meant well, and he knew that he would have to face even more people at Hogwarts, but those people generally weren't in the habit of trying to check him for injuries and ask him if he wanted sweets at the same time. Connor, Lily was saying as she unfolded the list that had come with his Hogwarts letter. Connor took the chance to pass his own Hogwarts letter to Harry. It had arrived to utterly blank looks from their parents, until Connor told them that the school had probably sent 2 copies to him by mistake. Then they'd smiled and nodded, seeming to see Connor's name on it. I think we should go to Flourish and Blots first. It looks like you need more books this year. Harry let out a little breath of relief. He could head in the opposite direction, then, and no one would think it strange. Connor gave him a sympathetic look, and then beamed up at their mother. That would be fine, Mum. Lily and James herded Connor away. Harry started to turn away, only to be halted by Sirius's hand clamping on his shoulder. His magic gave a little wet snarl in his ears, and Harry felt the power battering under his skin. It was just looking for a chance to escape and hurt someone. Harry told himself firmly that it wasn't getting the chance this time, and shut it up again before he attended to what Sirius was saying. Where do you think you're going, Harry? His godfather asked. I think you should have someone with you, just in case Wormtail attacks you again. He probably wouldn't want to attack me, said Harry, summoning up a calm mask to cover his face, which really wanted to stretch in surprised panic. He needed to get away from Sirius. He needed some time among strangers. Even the people who were detouring around them now, staring hard at him as if they thought he was his brother, made him feel a little better than he had when trapped at home. He came for Connor. He'd just want to spout more nonsense at me. And you wouldn't listen, right? Sirius's fingers flexed and drove down hard enough that Harry thought he would probably have bruises tomorrow. Of course not, said Harry. Like you said, it's just nonsense, and I know better than to listen to Death Eaters. They're all liars, just like Voldemort was when he talked to me at the end of first year. Sirius let out a little breath and pried his fingers off Harry's shoulder. If you're sure. I'm sure, Sirius. Harry flashed him a brave little smile that he'd perfected a few days ago. I'll meet you back here in a couple of hours, all right? Sirius nodded. Then he opened his mouth, and a shadow fell across his face. Harry braced himself. Sirius hadn't asked about the spell on Lily and James yet. Every moment he looked like this, Harry thought he might. But, once again, he shut his mouth and turned away. Harry watched him blend with the crowds in the alley, heading towards quality Quidditch supplies, and shook his head. He didn't know whether Sirius was hesitating because he thought it was ridiculous for there to be a spell or for it to be Harry's fault, or because he didn't want to confront the reason why Harry had cast the spell. Harry wanted to think it was the first, but he suspected it was the second. That made him bitter at Sirius, and that made him uneasy. Yes, Sirius had been a Gryffindor, and that meant that he should have some courage. But there were all different kinds of courage. Was it really fair to demand that he should have this kind? Harry shrugged and turned away to consult the shopping list on his letter. He was no more eager to confront the question than Sirius was. Harry stepped out of Elop's Owl Emporium and paused to tuck the bags of owl treats he'd bought for Hedwig in his pocket. Someone nearly knocked into him as he did so, and Harry had to stagger back and catch himself against the wall of the shop. The person turned around to apologize. Harry blinked. Pansy? He asked. He had thought that all his Slytherin housemates would have finished their shopping earlier than this late in the summer. Pansy Parkinson gave him a distracted nod and glanced around, her eyes constantly moving through the crowd. Hi, Harry. Have you seen a little girl holding an ice cream sundae and shrieking something about elk? Harry blinked again. No. Pansy gave a withering sigh. I thought so. That's my little cousin, Aurora, she explained, to Harry's blank glance. I was supposed to watch her, and I met Millicent, and I only turned aside for a second, and then when I turned back, she was gone. She ground her teeth, and then abruptly stomped her foot. Why do they always make the older children watch the younger ones? It's not as though I'm good at it just because I'm a girl. Harry just shrugged. He was afraid he couldn't sympathize very much. His duty had been watching and protecting Connor ever since he could remember, even though his brother was only 15 minutes younger than he was. To him, it was sacred, and it always slightly startled him to remember that there were people who disliked or resented doing it. There she is, Pansy said abruptly, and sprinted away. Harry turned, but could see only a glimpse of a small robe waving before Pansy blocked it. The childish howl that came a moment later, though, was probably a sign that she had caught her charge. Harry shook his head and turned away. But he'd only got a few paces when another of his housemates fell into step beside him. Potter. It was Millicent Bulstrode. Harry found himself having to look further up at her than he had expected. Millicent had always been one of the tallest girls in their year, and she'd already grown a bit over the summer, it seemed. Millicent raised her brows in silent, mocking acknowledgement of his gaze, and then tilted her head, her eyes narrowed. Why are you by yourself? Because I wanted to be, Bulstrode, said Harry. He kept his voice inoffensive, polite, even boring. Millicent sometimes seemed interested in what he was doing, and sometimes did not. She usually gave up and went away if he didn't seem to be doing anything that would inspire interest. Not this time, it seemed. Millicent only smiled more widely and said, what could cause the great Harry Potter to want to be by himself? Harry stared openly at her, unable to help it. What? Millicent sighed dramatically and examined a hand, as though she were looking at her nails. Pansy would have pulled the gesture off better, Harry thought. She actually looked as if she cared about her appearance. Millicent's nails were as broken and ragged from biting as any boy's. Sorry, Potter. When I get chattered at all summer about you, it becomes automatic to call you that. Who's been chattering at you about me? Harry slipped one hand towards his robe pocket and found his wand there, safe and secure. If he had to fend off a sudden attack of Death Eaters, and Millicent's father, at least, had been one of those accused of Death Eater activities and had pleaded that he was under the Imperious curse, then he wanted to be ready. He was trying to force his magic to get used to his wand again, instead of simply lashing out from his body like wings and beating whoever it liked. Various people, said Millicent, with a vague gesture that seemed to encompass the whole alley. Relatives. Not relatives. Friends. House elves. You know how it is. Harry jerked a little at the mention of house elves. Dim as twilight, a memory came to him from the end of last year, when Dobby had been muttering to him about being a Vates of some kind. But Harry had pushed it away and refused to consider it, since none of the house elves at Malfoy Manor, even Dobby, had tried to speak to him about it again, and his own family had no elves. Tell me what you mean, Millicent, he said, deliberately switching to use of her first name. He drew his wand out so that she could see it. Are you threatening me? Is this an offering of alliance? Do you just mean to tease me? What? It's mainly an attempt to make you see that I'm not stupid, said Millicent, stopping and turning to face him. She sounded as if she were speaking with disarming honesty, but Harry was sure that was only another mask. I can see what things are, you know. I can see what's what. And no one could have missed last year that you were the one blazing with power in the hospital wing. It wasn't your brother, and that story that he told about defeating the basilisk in the chamber was just a bit too constructed. Why would Fawkes have flown the sword of Gryffindor to him? Why wouldn't Dumbledore have come himself to battle the Dark Lord? Harry shook his head. It's not like that, he said, and could feel his head aching and his sight blurring from the strain. He didn't think it was the Phoenix Web, but more the thought that someone else might not support and believe Connor. You have no idea what it was really like. But I know who can tell us, said Millicent, and her gaze was direct. I know who wants to believe a new story, and I can arrange for you to tell them that story. Who knows? The truth might even soothe their fear, and they might fall into line behind your precious boy who lived the way you want them to. Harry blinked. You would really be able to arrange a meeting between us? Millicent nodded. We've had someone watching Diagon Alley each day, hoping it would be the day you came to get your supplies, she said, and then turned and let out a soft little whistle in the direction of the shadows between the Emporium and the magical instruments shop. Harry stiffened as several cloaked and masked figures emerged into the light. Their hoods were sufficiently lowered that they didn't need the masks, but Harry could see them anyway, and they were white. Though the cloaks were dark green instead of black, they looked enough like Death Eaters that he drew his wand. None of that, said Millicent, clamping onto his arm and forcing it down with unusual strength. Play nice, Potter. They just want to know what really happened in the chamber. That's all. Harry breathed deeply for a few moments, considering the Death Eaters, or former Death Eaters, or whoever they were. They remained motionless and watched him. Harry could not even hear them breathing. He wondered what they wanted, if they really would go away after they heard his story, and why it seemed to matter to them so much. After a moment, he decided he might as well tell them. At worst, it would make them see that, powerful as Harry might be, he was loyal to his brother, and get rid of any thoughts about them using him as a pawn in their games. At best, it would focus their attention on him and make them attack him instead of Connor. Harry would almost welcome that. He didn't want to kill anyone, but his magic could use the exercise. All right, said Harry. He told the story as simply as he could, because he was afraid that any attempt to add emotion or humanity to his chill tone would involve tears. He froze the tears deep, and spoke of Slytherina's death, and how that had suddenly freed his magic. He did not tell them about the damage to his mind, but represented Slytherina as the kind of familiar who had been a large part of taming his magic, so that it went wild without her presence and sought some new container. He told about the ice and how he had destroyed the diary and beeped out the fragment of Tom Riddle, absorbing his power. At that, one of the cloaked figures on the far end gave a sharp sound and made a movement that might have involved the drawing of a wand, if another cloaked figure hadn't checked him. Harry finished up with the storm, and how Professor Snape had come out and chided him into putting his magic away and coming back into the school. He certainly was not about to reveal how fragile his sanity was, even now. Why did Connor believe the way he did? Millicent demanded. Harry shook his head. Because he wanted to, he said. It was the best explanation he could come up with for what had happened. He wasn't going to reveal that he had obliviated his brother, either. And Draco? Millicent asked, the one question he had really not wanted her to ask. Harry held his wand high enough that they could see it. Ask about him again, and I'll hex you, he said. He thought he knew who the cloaked figures were now. Former Death Eaters, Slytherins, the kind of people who might associate with Lucius Malfoy more than casually. Harry was not about to tell them that Draco had chosen to stand with him against Tom Riddle and had been vital in trying to burn the diary, either. Draco's allegiance was their secret until he was ready to announce it to the world. It was no secret where Connor stood, or Harry, either. Millicent put her hands up. Calm down, Potter, she murmured, but her voice had the sound of deep satisfaction, not mockery. She stepped up to the cloaked figure at the farthest end of the line, the one who had stopped the first from drawing his wand, and leaned against him. The others turned and melted away into the shadows once more. Harry closed his eyes, trying to control his magic, and listening for the sounds of an attack in the moments he needed to recover himself. When he opened his eyes, no one had attacked him, and the figure Millicent had leaned against had stripped his mask off. He was a dark-haired man with a large, blunt face, and Millicent's piercing eyes. Harry inclined his head slowly, never looking away from the wizard's face. The man nodded, a faint smile gleaming between his hooked nose and thick lips. My name is Adalrico Bulstrode, he said. Former Death Eater, as you doubtless have guessed by now. Under the Imperious Curse, he added. Of course, said Harry, letting politeness and nothing else season his voice. Adalrico chuckled. My daughter did not mention how careful you were, he said, and squeezed Millicent's shoulder with rough affection. She should have. He leaned closer, staring into Harry's eyes. You have given a confession, and the old ways say that a secret for a secret is the way of things, yes. So, there is a force abroad in the land, a force that is trying to bring back Voldemort. Harry stood a little straighter, noting how Adalrico had used the Dark Lord's name instead of his title. I already knew that, Mr. Bulstrode, he said softly. I have expected someone to try and bring back Voldemort since my brother and I came to Hogwarts. Adalrico cocked his head slyly to one side. Ah, but did you know that that force is gaining new momentum now? There are those who have been hurt in trying to resist it, in trying to move slowly, in trying to make sure that we are ready before anything happens. And we do not like that. The hand not holding his daughter made a convulsive gesture. Harry narrowed his eyes. He could not ask outright, of course, if this really meant that some of the Death Eaters, former Death Eaters, he corrected himself firmly, would be interested in an alliance. That would be losing an important step in this dance. But he could hint at it. That is unfortunate, he said. I am sorry for those who have been hurt, Mr. Bulstrode. I would like to ask you that carry my condolences to them. And any skill at healing that I might offer, of course. I have been training in medical magic, you know. Adalrico's eyes shone with the same fierce enjoyment that Harry had seen in Narcissa Malfoy's face when he danced with her. That is kind of you, Mr. Potter, he said, trying to keep his voice perfectly grave and failing. Do your skills extend to healing bruises and contusions only? Or might they go further than that? Further than that, I believe, sir, said Harry, and inclined his head modestly. Of course, to know how to heal a certain affliction, then I have to see what that infliction is first, and how much damage it has done. Adalrico nodded to him. Perfectly reasonable, he said, and glanced over his shoulder. Don't you think so? There was a long pause, and then the shadows stirred again, and one of the figures moved back out into the sunlight. With heavy, reluctant movements, he removed his mask. No, Harry corrected as he caught sight of the face. She removed her mask. Pansy? Harry asked in wonder, before realizing that this had to be her mother. He squinted at her, and recalled her name a moment later. Hawthorne Parkinson. Mrs. Parkinson, he said, and bowed to her. I am sorry to hear that you have been hurt. So was everyone else. Hawthorne Parkinson was as pale-haired as her daughter, as pale of skin, but her eyes were unlike Pansy's blue, being shadowed hazel. Her face carried the deep carved lines of some great strain, and her body was coiled as though she might explode in any direction at any moment. Despite that, Harry thought, she was managing to force some dry humor into her voice. Of course, none of them truly promised to do anything about it. Sorrow was the only balm they felt able to offer me. Harry studied her again, looking for some sign of an injury or curse, and then realized what else, beyond her face, seemed so familiar about her. He hesitated, then took a risk. He might be revealing too much, but on the other hand, he was revealing his intelligence, which they would need to be convinced of if they entered into an alliance with him. How long have you been a werewolf, Mrs. Parkinson? He asked gently. Hawthorne jerked, one hand flying up in front of her as if to defend herself from a curse with bare skin, while the other fumbled for her wand. Harry merely waited. Two wands were aimed at him. Now, he saw, rolling his eyes to the side to check that Adalrico was armed. That was somewhat of a relief. He would have been disappointed if they weren't. How did you? Hawthorne asked, and the low snarl in her voice only confirmed it further for Harry. I've known werewolves, said Harry. How long? Hawthorne lowered her head and said, since last month, when Fenrir Greyback attacked me for refusing to cooperate in his futile attempts to raise the Dark Lord. This next full moon is my first transformation. Her eyes reflected rage and horror and utter fear. Harry could understand. For a pureblood witch, raised with the idea that werewolves were always half-breeds and monsters and that only stupid or worthless people became them, this was a living nightmare. I could help, you know, said Harry. Have you heard of the Wolfsbane potion? The brief flicker of hope in Hawthorne's eyes showed that either she had, or she had not but suspected what it would do. She clasped one hand around her wand. A cure, she whispered. Not as such, said Harry. There is no cure for lycanthropy yet, Mrs. Parkinson. This is a potion that allows a werewolf to retain his or her senses in animal form. You'll still transform, but you won't be a ravening beast. Hawthorne closed her eyes and nodded. That is the best I can hope for, she whispered. I would never forgive myself if I attacked my daughter. How can you get it to her? Adalrico asked. How can you brew it? Some is going to be brewed at Hogwarts this year, said Harry. He was being blunt, but so were they. He only had to ensure that he didn't betray other people's secrets, which weren't his to betray. Professor Severus Snape finally perfected the formula. I helped him on some of the preliminary stages. I can learn to brew it, and I can give it to Pansy, if you're able to meet her somewhere on school grounds. They were silent for a long moment. Harry thought they were wondering whether to trust him, and painted his most open and guileless expression on his face. Then Hawthorne Parkinson said, fighting to keep her voice steady and almost succeeding, if you do that, Mr. Potter, I will owe you a debt so profound that it cannot. She cut herself off and shook her head. What will you want? She asked. What is in my hands to give, I will provide with open palms. Harry hissed before he could stop himself. That was an ancient saying, one that even pureblood families didn't use all that often, probably because deep and trusting alliances between them were uncommon. One trusted family first, and outsiders only if one had to. Is it true that you're a Parselmouth? Adalrico asked abruptly. Harry nodded at him. It is. He ignored Millicent's outraged mutter to her father about his not trusting her, and glanced back at Pansy's mother. I'll ask for a truce as long as I provide you with the potion, Mrs. Parkinson. You said that Fenrir Greyback bit you for refusing to cooperate with him. Hawthorne nodded, her eyes distant. What he is doing is stupid, she growled softly. The tense, wild aura around her grew stronger. It would never work, and for him to demand my help when, she shook her head. It does not matter. Harry nodded. I'll ask that you continue to refuse him for as long as I provide you with the potion, he refined his original request. I don't know exactly what he wants, and I will not ask unless you want to tell me. But if you continue to refuse, that's one less enemy whom my brother must face on the battlefield. Hawthorne smiled, slowly, and Harry saw a shadow of the lovely, commanding woman she must be when in full possession of herself. That is well enough. And gladly, even easily, given. She cocked her head to the side. You are sure that you do not want something else in addition to that? No, Mrs. Parkinson, said Harry. Let them think me generous. Let me have a little extra space, if I need it, to maneuver and win concessions for Connor. Let's not weight the bow of our union with snow it cannot carry. Hawthorne laughed, a soft, delighted sound, and put out a hand. Harry clasped it, and then added, I'm afraid that I won't be able to provide the potion for this first transformation, since I won't be at Hogwarts until the first day of September. That does not matter, said Hawthorne, her voice gone warm. I know how to handle this first transformation, what to do and where I must go. But to know that the others will make me safer, that I need not abandon my daughter or lose control of myself to the beast within me, she shook her head, and apparently was unable to say anything more. Harry nodded to her, and then glanced at Adalrico and Millicent. With all due respect, sir, did you really seek me out because you thought I could cure Mrs. Parkinson's disease? You couldn't have known that I would know anything about it. Adalrico smiled, a deep, predatory expression that Harry had to admire for the sheer weight of glee behind it. No, we did not, he said. But needs must when the devil drives. We wanted to see what a powerful young wizard might have to offer us, and we have seen it now. Harry inclined his head. Of course, he murmured, family is still most important, especially blood family. He could not make a clearer statement of his loyalty to Connor without being insulting, he thought. Adalrico held up a hand as if toasting him with an imaginary wineglass. I could not agree more, Mr. Potter. And when blood family and similar principles come together, then there is the happiest union of all. But bonds on principle alone may form between people of varying families, as they did in the case of Calypso McGonagall and Thomas Mackenzie. Harry narrowed his eyes. He knew that story, too, and he was not sure what Adalrico meant by referring to it. The McGonagall and Mackenzie families had been at war for generations over the kidnapping and beep of a pair of children that could have belonged to either family depending on whom one listened to, until Calypso McGonagall strode out to the middle of one of their battlefields and sent a binding spell into the air. It tugged Thomas Mackenzie over to her, made him her lawfully wedded husband on the spot, and led to an immediate consummation in the sight of everyone, just so that no one could say later that they weren't really married. Perhaps he means that they'll be watching to see if I ever choose principle over blood. Long may they watch. It's not going to happen. That is true, Mr. Bulstrode, he said, opting for the diplomatic reaction. He nodded to Millicent. It was nice to meet your father and Pansy's mother, Bulstrode, he said. I'll see you at school. Oh, call me Millicent, Harry, said Millicent, and smiled at him. I think we should do that now. It's what friends do. Are we friends? Harry raised his brows. Millicent just smirked at him. Harry turned around, shaking his head, and nearly slammed into Pansy again. This time, she hastened over to her mother and wrapped her arms around her, giving Harry a suspicious glance. It's all right, darling, Hawthorne murmured, stroking her daughter's hair. Mr. Potter has come up with a way to help me. Pansy stared at her, and then switched her stare back to Harry. Her face relaxed and warmed considerably in the next moment, and Harry thought that a genuine smile looked better on her than a smirk ever had. Thank you, Harry, she whispered. I swear that I'll repay you for this. Harry just nodded cordially. He wouldn't count anything but the alliance with Mrs. Parkinson as secure, and that only when he delivered the first vial of wolfsbane potion. See you at school, Pansy, he said, and strode away. It was as he went to meet Sirius that he realized his magic was the quietest it had been since he left the Malfoys. He blinked and touched his head, but it didn't ache. His thoughts were tame. His emotions were calm. Is it pureblood traditions that did that? He wondered. Or just the effort of having to think rather than react? Harry. Sirius grabbed him and swung him around in a hug, and Harry gave up the thoughts for now. He was about to go back to Godric's Hollow and endure a few more days there, which only Connor's presence would make tolerable. With parents who ignored him and a godfather who watched him too closely. Harry shoved those thoughts aside, and concentrated instead on the new allies he was winning for Connor. That soothed him immeasurably. All right there, Harry. Harry nodded jerkily as they passed into King's Cross Station. Connor smiled at him for a moment longer before looking away as Lily began reciting a long list of instructions to him. James, on the other side of him, looked about, befuddled, for a moment, before apparently deciding that Connor must have been giving himself a reassuring talking to. After all, as he had told Connor yesterday, who wouldn't be nervous on going to his third year of school by himself? Sirius would be on the train, but busy arranging team practice schedules with the Quidditch captains. Harry closed his eyes and told himself that he had no right to feel hurt or bewildered by this. After all, he was the one who had managed to set things up like this. Harry sent a glance sideways to Sirius, who grinned at him and tried to make it look non-nervous. He didn't succeed. Harry had never seen Sirius so jumpy as he had been in the days since Peter's visit, even on the occasions when he was planning a major prank and wanted to be sure that no one interfered with it. Yes? He asked, when he saw that Sirius wouldn't stop staring at him. Sirius coughed. We'll talk about why your parents are ignoring you at school, all right. He quickened his pace and moved towards the front of the line, cuffing Connor on the head as he passed. Connor ducked with a muffled protest, and Lily and James laughed aloud. Harry closed his eyes. He breathed carefully, and reminded himself over and over, you chose this. You know it was the best course. You would have killed them without it. How could anything but this be the right thing to do? The web gave a little prompting tug on his mind, as it had been doing since they moved out of the house. It didn't seem to think that being near Connor in a wide open space was the same thing as being across a series of rooms from him. Harry sighed and hurried to catch up. Harry. Startled, Harry turned his head to the side, and gasped to see Peter standing behind one of the station's pillars. He wore Muggle clothing and didn't look that out of place, at least as long as someone didn't look into his eyes. They remained piercing, and certainly pierced Harry in place. It was a long moment before he could draw his wand, and a longer moment before he could find his voice. Don't come near me, traitor, he snarled, leveling his wand in front of him. I won't come nearer than this, said Peter, keeping his own voice even. But I thought that you deserved to know more, Harry, as much as I could tell you without the web assaulting and blinding you. Have you ever heard the name Regulus Black? Maybe. Harry hedged. Sirius had mentioned it once, last year, during his apology to Harry for being an awful godfather. Come to think, he had acted strange during that apology, too. Harry shoved the thought away and concentrated on Peter. He is Wormtail. He only wants to confuse you, to cause treachery. He's probably working with Fenrir Greyback to return the Dark Lord to life. I don't know who he was. Sirius's brother, said Peter. His younger brother. His beloved younger brother, for all that he became a Death Eater. He paused. Are you seeing any parallels here, Harry? That's ridiculous, Harry said, and was displeased to note that his voice was little more than a breath. He forced more strength into it. Someone would have told me about Sirius having a younger brother. They always told me that he was an only child. Why conceal it? Mum could have used the story to strengthen my training and show what might happen to Connor if I didn't guard him. Peter closed his eyes. Harry didn't know what to make of the expression that worked over his face then. It looked like a mixture of rage and disgust, but what was there in the words he'd said to inspire that? That's true, then, said Peter. I wondered how much was. I only know what I heard that night. So you're guardian to Connor, then. You really are the sacrifice for him, and weren't just raised to be that way. He opened his eyes and pinned Harry with his gaze once again. Of course, said Harry. His web was quiet, probably because he was doing what it wanted. He plowed ahead. Perhaps he could convince Peter how ridiculous it was to try and speak to him and force him away from his family. Then Peter might run away and become someone else's problem. I know what I am. I'm proud of it. Why shouldn't I be? Harry, Peter whispered, his voice gone longing. There is so much wrong with someone simply raised to be a tool for someone else, a pawn, concealing his strength in someone else's shadow. Harry felt the first headache begin, but he fought through it. I like it. I don't care. His rage stirred in him, joining the web, but he ignored that, too. I know that I had some things happen to me that made me not care for that duty for a while, but I have to return. Who else is going to do it? Your parents, said Peter. Connor. Dumbledore himself. Anyone but you. Why? Because, said Peter, they made your choices for you, and you were too young. Harry gasped as the pain hit him like a bludgeon to the side of the head. He managed to sit down before he fell down, but it was a near thing. He cradled his forehead in his hands, and whispered the words that he dimly remembered his mother using to soothe the pain. I am sacrifice for Connor. This was freely chosen. The pain eased after a moment. He looked up to see Peter standing away from the pillar, one hand reaching for him. He dropped it when he saw Harry's glare. I feared so, he said soberly. I shattered my web all in one go. Yours was weakened, but it's getting stronger again. I want to help you break it, Harry. And then he cut off, but not because of Harry's pain this time. Harry saw him shiver, saw his face turn gray. A shadow fell on him, and Peter scrambled backward, suddenly the cringing little rat Harry thought he always should have been. Harry looked up. In front of him floated a black creature with wispy dark robes, its oval head cocked to one side. A hand with fingers like twigs reached for him, and Harry felt his mind tremble, his thoughts dancing and swirling up and out of him. He was in the chamber again. It was freezing, and he knelt before the pure, icy cold force of the magic. It showed him memories that he could not face, things that he knew could not be true. Harry slammed his hands down beside him, trying to use the pain of the stone cutting into his palms to force himself to focus. He felt his mind waver and turn, and some of the new certainty that he had, that he really was destined to be Connor's guardian and that was the way things were, cracked and broke apart. Once again, he found the terrible uncertainty, the rage at his parents and Dumbledore. Someone got between him and the creature Harry knew must be a Dementor, and its terrible regard somewhat lessened. Harry blinked and gasped and looked up to find Peter there, his face white as he absorbed the full force of the cold gaze. One hand reached out and hovered above his shoulder, and Peter made a little crumpled sound and half collapsed. He never moved from between the Dementor and Harry, however. Harry began to move forward in a crawl. He wasn't sure what would happen when he got there, but he knew he was going to do something. Then a voice spoke, like a cold spike piercing Harry's brain. Get away. Back. Harry cried out, but his voice was a weak and reedy thing in the face of his pain. The Dementor in front of Peter floated weirdly, appearing to turn the top half of its body towards the speaker while keeping its bottom half in front of him. Harry knew it made some response, but this time it was unintelligible to him. The other speaker, another Dementor who looked more gray than black, drifted up behind the other and said only one word, for which Harry was grateful, since even that word made his head vibrate and seem to freeze. Vates. The Dementor holding Peter turned and darted off at once, seeming to hide behind the gray one. The gray one turned its gaze to Harry. He looked up, and forced himself to meet those hidden eyes by a tremendous effort of will. The gray Dementor reached out and moved one hand in front of him, fingers flicking in a beckoning gesture. Harry felt his rage surge. Then he was half blinded by a golden glow that seemed to originate from his face. When he could see again, pieces of a golden web were vanishing into the Dementor's fingers. Harry shivered. Why is it freeing me? Why would it? And do I want to be what I will be when the web is entirely gone? Pain flared in his head, which Harry guessed was the last remnants of the web fighting for life, at the same moment as someone behind him bellowed, "Expecto Patronum." A silvery wolf charged into the two Dementors, making the black one cry out in a high, shrill voice and turn to flee. The gray one lingered for a moment, and Harry knew it was looking at him. He whimpered as the voice spoke again, hammering into one ear and then out the other. "We shall meet again, Bates." Then they both turned and fled as the silvery wolf came back for another gallop. The wolf slowed to a trot when it saw that it had no more enemies left to face, wagged its tail once, and winked at Harry. Then it tattered into mist and flowed back towards Sirius, who ran over to hug Harry. "Harry," he whispered. "Are you all right? I'm so sorry. The Dementors are here, hunting for Peter, and I couldn't tell. I didn't know." Harry rolled his head slowly to the side. Peter was gone. Harry had expected him to be. He would hardly stay around when first the Guardians of Azkaban and then Sirius came for him. "Are you all right, Harry?" Sirius repeated, drawing back and looking at him again. Harry looked away from him and took huge, deep, gulping breaths. Part of his control was gone again, the control he had fought so hard to maintain over the summer. He realized now that it must have been built on the crippled but gradually strengthening remains of the web. The Dementor had destroyed that. Harry did not know whether to scream or be grateful. Well, right now he did want to scream. Sirius murmuring endearments and reassurances was only another reminder of how he hadn't done so last year until it was far, far too late. Harry tried to counter that, tried to remember how Sirius had taken him flying at Christmas and given him a gift that had helped save his life down in the chamber, but his thoughts were veering, crashing into one another, and his magic was rising quickly. "Let's get through the barrier," Sirius was saying as he pulled him along. "I'm sure some muggles saw the Patronus. This is work for the Obliviators, that's for sure." Harry closed his eyes. He had to do something with his magic. He didn't know what, but it had to go somewhere. "What can I do?" The magic offered several suggestions, all of them ways that would result in his parents' and Sirius's body in several thousand small pieces. Harry shook his head. He couldn't do that. He still couldn't kill them. He didn't want to kill them. Harm them, maybe. The magic seized on that, and Harry felt his lips almost part over a spell that would have inflicted gaping wounds on his parents, a spell he had read about but never had the insanity to try. With an effort, he closed his lips and fought his temper back under control. But the air around him was chill, and Sirius shivered as they stepped through the barrier and onto platform 9 3/4. Harry tried and tried to fight his magic, but it wasn't working. It sped through the familiar channels in his body that he had created at Malfoy Manor, and demanded things to rend and split and burn. Harry could hear a scream of fury building down in his guts, and shuddered. He would cry aloud in a moment. Harry. And Sirius was making it worse, damn him, touching and probing. Harry kept his eyes closed, knowing he couldn't see him right now. If he saw his parents, he was sure he would strike. His walls were already weakening, and his magic prowled back and forth like a tiger that knew it would be able to escape its cage in seconds. The only person Harry thought he might be willing to curse was Dumbledore. But Dumbledore was at Hogwarts. Hogwarts. Harry seized gladly on the idea and fed it to his magic, bending his will abruptly to that one goal. The magic lost its defiance as it flooded into him. Harry felt a dense resistance to what he was trying to do, but that only made him fight the harder, and kept him from striking someone dead. Then he vanished, and passed briefly through a freezing cold space, and appeared just outside Hogsmeade with the loud crack of a successful apparition. Harry dropped to one knee and gasped, then coughed. Ice crystals fell past his lips. He shuddered. That was how close he had come to using his magic on someone else. He traced his hands up and down his arms, noting faint webs of white and the first traces of frostbite in his fingers. They were quickly warming under the morning sun, but it had been very, very close. Well, now that he was here, what was he going to do? Harry raised his eyes to the road that wound through Hogsmeade, towards the castle, and smiled. He suspected it was a grim smile, but he did not particularly care. Apparating this far had somewhat used, and thus calmed, his magic, but it had done nothing about his rage. What I came here to do. Mr. Potter. What are you doing here? Just last year, that voice would have made him tense up. Now Harry could smile and turn around, confident that its owner meant to welcome him, no matter what he sounded like. Professor Snape. Hello, sir. Snape stalked towards him, eyes narrowed and nose pointing forward as if to lead the way. The sight eased Harry's rage. He leaned against the wall of the entrance hall and waited as Snape halted in front of him and examined him up and down with one disdainful sweep of his eyes. You seem to have lost your parents along the way, Snape sniffed at him. And a brother. And a certain black mutt. Oh, they'll be along, doubtless. Harry felt his smile widen. Merlin, was it really possible that he could have missed Snape this much? But I wanted to come ahead of them. Get a little air, you know. See the castle before a bunch of idiot children. He imitated Snape's voice, overrun it. He hesitated, then continued, as sure of Snape's loyalty as he was of anything in the world. Speak to a certain headmaster, he added, about certain decisions that he made regarding me. Snape's eyes narrowed further. Harry held his breath. Perhaps Snape had turned backwards in his loyalty after all. Harry would have said that couldn't happen, after the way they had spoken in the storm, but he had almost tricked himself into becoming a useless pawn for his brother again, too. The rage flared. Harry told it to lie down. You'll get your chance soon enough. And Connor is innocent. Innocent. Good. Harry blinked, jolted out of contemplation of himself again as Snape nodded and pointed in the direction of the headmaster's office. The headmaster's password is Cauldron Cakes, he added. I will not come with you, Mr. Potter. I trust that you can leave the school standing by yourself. Harry only smiled at the snide tone. I am fairly certain of that. Yes, sir, he said gravely. Then get to it, said Snape, and spun the other way, his robes flowing behind him as he strode across the hall. Harry thought he saw him halt to speak with someone when he reached the stairs down to the dungeons, but wasn't sure who it was. Someone from Slytherin come early, perhaps. I must remember to speak with Snape about brewing the wolfsbane for Mrs. Parkinson, Harry thought, as he took the stairs to the headmaster's office. It would be a poor return for all his kindness if I simply took his supplies. Cauldron Cakes, said Harry, and the gargoyle sprang aside. He stepped onto the moving staircase, his shoulders relaxed despite the second storm he could feel brewing inside his head. He wondered which question he should ask first as the staircase bore him upward. Why did you do it? But he thought it was fairly obvious why Dumbledore had done it, in obedience and answer to the prophecy and the needs of war. Why did you leave the web in my head? But the answer to that question was the same. Did you ever mean for me to find out about this? Well, obviously the answer was no. He reached the top without deciding. Harry shrugged and pushed open the door to the office proper. He would wait and see what came, then. Dumbledore was not behind his desk. Harry halted and stared around curiously. He would have thought Snape would warn him if the headmaster was elsewhere. Perhaps he had gone through a door hidden behind the shelves. Harry moved in to investigate. A loud trill greeted him before he could move more than a few steps. Harry looked up, and smiled as he saw Fawkes lift from his perch and fly towards him. The phoenix settled on his shoulder, a denser weight than he looked, his head bowed so that his neck brushed against Harry's hair. Harry lifted his hand and stroked those feathers. Fawkes uttered a contented little croon and closed his eyes. Harry briefly wished Dobby were there to translate. Harry turned quickly towards the desk again. Dumbledore waited there, his face grave and his eyes darting back and forth between his phoenix and Harry's hand. Harry wondered if he was more surprised to see Fawkes welcoming Harry or Harry only stroking the bird and not attacking his office. Fawkes made a loud, disapproving sound and pressed closer to Harry. He did not look up at Dumbledore. "He has been doing that all summer," said Dumbledore lightly, apparently deciding that he would play the part of the doting headmaster. He walked over to sit down behind his desk. "Would you care for a sweet, Harry?" Harry shook his head. He had gone breathless with rage, abruptly. He took his hand from Fawkes, and the phoenix flew back to his perch. Harry was glad. He thought being in contact with him when his rage began to flare bright and cold might be painful for a creature of fire. "I want to know why you put this web in my mind," he said, when he thought he could say that and not simply burst out screaming. "I want to know what the F.K. you thought you were doing to me." Dumbledore only nodded, as if he had expected this question, and then bent down. Harry tensed, but he retrieved a pensieve from the floor and set it on the desk. He nodded to it. "This pensieve, Harry," he murmured, "holds the memory of the day that I put the web into your mind. I invite you to enter it and see for yourself. The web can only be enacted on a willing subject, you know. You did choose this fate, though I can see how that might fail to concern you now." He managed to look stern and forgiving both at once. Harry snarled, and heard one of the silver instruments on the shelf behind Dumbledore snap. The headmaster did not flinch, only nodded to the pensieve again. Harry strode forward and dipped his head into the silvery liquid. He found himself on the lawn of the house at Godric's Hollow, on a summer day so bright that there seemed to be no shadows. A younger version of himself lay on his back in the sunlight, reading a book. Harry blinked. He didn't remember the book as being so heavy that his arms had to strain to hold it and tilt it to the light, but obviously it had been. Dumbledore and Lily stood conversing a short distance away, their voices audible but unimportant to the younger Harry. He was studying to protect his brother, and that was the only thing that mattered. Harry edged closer to the adults, looking back now and then. It seemed odd that he had ever been that small, or his green eyes so serious. Harry had had the impression that he often laughed as a child. "I think it's time," said Lily. Her voice wavered, but strengthened as she went on. I've monitored him as you asked me to do. And his maturity for a boy his age is just astonishing. He knows that an evil wizard is coming for Connor, and that I want him to do his part to protect his brother." Dumbledore nodded. "And his magic." Lily flinched and glanced away from him. Her eyes seemed to dart back and forth between the lawn and her son. Harry waited, his hands clenched. "It is frightening," his mother admitted at last, her lips barely moving. "I've never felt anything like it. It sleeps most of the time, and so far he hasn't hurt anyone, but I think that's mostly due to his training. He fetches himself toys when he wants them, and never seems to find it strange that he's not using his hands. He poured himself a bowl of porridge the other day, perfectly, and carried it to the table without spilling a drop, and all the while he didn't look up from his book. He vanished all the dust in the nursery one day when it was making Connor sneeze. His use of magic is casual, and if it goes on much longer, I don't think he'll be able to stop." She shuddered. "And, headmaster, it's hard living in a house with a child like that, even when his magic is sleeping. It's like listening to a tiger purr. It might be content right now, but you always know that it could attack you, even if it never does." Dumbledore nodded. "I understand, Lily. I think you brave to have endured this as long as you have, a true Gryffindor." Lily lifted her chin. "What about the others? Do they suspect anything?" Lily smiled sadly. James could look past a herd of stampeding acromantulas if it meant not having to acknowledge that one of his sons is dark. Harry felt bile soak his throat. And Sirius and Remus don't visit often enough to know what it's like. They're just pleased and proud of Harry's accidental magic, as they call it. They don't know what it's like living day to day with it." She shuddered. Dumbledore patted her shoulder. "It is all right, my dear," he said. "We both know there was nothing accidental about it, and that such powerful magic in a child is unnatural. He will be happier when he is without it, when he is more like other children." He turned to face the younger Harry reading on the lawn, and drew his wand. "Let us be about this business." Harry fought the temptation to scoop up his younger self and carry him away. He knew this was only a memory, and he had to watch what happened. He stood there with leaden feet as Dumbledore walked over to the little boy and said, far too casually for Harry's tastes, "What are you reading, my dear boy?" Younger Harry blinked at him around the cover of his book. Defensive spells, he said, as though that should have been obvious. Given that the title of the book was a practical guide to defensive magic, Harry could understand how he'd felt. Dumbledore nodded. You want to protect your brother, don't you, Harry? That's the reason that you read about defensive spells and make dust vanish out of the nursery when he sneezes. Younger Harry flicked a glance to his mother first. Lily nodded at him. Reassured that this man was someone who could know about his protection of his brother, Harry brought his gaze back to Dumbledore. Yes, I do, he said. I don't want an evil wizard to come and kill him. And I still don't want that, Harry thought, sick inside as he stared at his own younger face. That is the hell of it. I still want Connor alive. I still love him. Why couldn't you have just taught me to love him, Mum? Why did you have to make sure that I loved him? Why did you have to bind my magic? If that was, in truth, what the Phoenix Web had done. Harry supposed he would find out in a moment. Dumbledore nodded. And if I could give you a gift that would make sure you protected your brother all the time, would you take it? He asked. It will keep you from wavering or looking aside. Harry recognized one of the phrases that Lily had taught him was a bad thing. Younger Harry did, too. His face lit up, and he nodded. I never want to waver or look aside, he said. You choose this freely. Dumbledore had his wand loosely clasped in his hand now, and golden sparks were racing around it. Harry stifled a snarl as he recognized the sparks. They were the exact color of the Phoenix Web that shone behind his eyes when he did something that it didn't like. Yes, said younger Harry, dropping the book in his eagerness. His eyes shone from behind his glasses. I want to protect my brother. Dumbledore nodded, and then lifted his wand. Explio penurium cum textura, he said firmly, and the golden sparks went into a wild dance, coalescing around younger Harry's head. Phoenix texturae. The gold tightened into a pattern, and Harry recognized one glimpse of the web as he dimly remembered it from his own wild attempts to repair his mind in the storm. He heard Lily gasp, and younger Harry stared at the web in fascination. For a moment, Harry saw the web bisecting his own head, as though his skull were only a shadow, or both the web and younger Harry were occupying the same space at the same time. Then the sight vanished, and younger Harry gasped and leaned his head forward. Dumbledore nodded, stood, and carefully backed away from the boy. Harry could feel his own heart beating in his ears as though someone were clenching a fist around it over and over. That will hold, Dumbledore told Lily. Placed when he is this young, it will do more than hold. It will reweave his mind to its purpose. He nodded again. You need never worry about his magic escaping it again. Lily bowed her head in relief, and Harry thought he saw the gleam of tears on her cheeks. He had seen enough. He pulled his head out of the pensieve, and made out Dumbledore's wand aimed at him in the moment before the headmaster began to intone, Explio penurium. Harry lashed out, angrier than he had ever been in his life. He didn't know what was going to happen. He only knew that he wanted to hurt something, and if that something was the headmaster, then that was what he would do. I am barely free, and only because my Locusta died and a Dementor helped me, and he tries to Avenue me again. No. The last word exploded out of his throat as a howl, and the pressure of his magic tore the wand from Dumbledore's hand and forced him back against the shelves. Harry kept up the steady pressure, even when he felt Dumbledore's own wandless magic rising to oppose him. He smiled, and it was surprisingly easy to push that magic back down, simply never allowing it out of Dumbledore's body. Harry knew he would be no match for the headmaster if once that magic got past his skin, but he could hold it in defensive walls. After all, he whispered aloud, you taught me to be very, very good at defensive magic. Dumbledore's eyes were still clear, and he still looked at Harry with a mixture of sadness and admonition. You know the reasons, he said. You know it was necessary. What if you had hurt your brother in a fit of childish temper, Harry? What if you had hurt your parents, or your godfather, or Remus? Harry shook his head. Why didn't my parents simply teach me to control my magic, Then, instead of fearing it and locking it away, I surely wouldn't be tossing you around like a toy if it came to that. I would have better control. He was breathing fast. His power was rising out of a well in the center of him, and urging him to do more than simply hold the headmaster against the wall. There is no way of controlling your power save binding it, said Dumbledore. We could not trust that a 4-year-old child would understand the importance of that, and the Phoenix Web was the one binding that would work with your will to protect Connor and yet be powerful enough to stand a chance against your magic. Free me from the last remnants of it, said Harry. I'm aware now. I understand the importance of control. You are still too young. Dumbledore's eyes were diamonds. Harry nodded. I thought you would say that, he said, and then concentrated. All his magic leapt from Dumbledore's skin at once. As the headmaster slumped to the floor, Harry wrapped his magic around himself. Wards sprang into place, deep and strong, as Harry's will pushed his power forward. He was far more willing to do this than to destroy something, and so the wards attained a strength that his attempts to kill could not have. And all his experience in defensive magic was there, too, the kind that had made Protega so instinctive to him. It wasn't hard at all to tighten the wards and tie them off. All this took only a second, as did the headmaster's recovery and the snatching of his wand. Explio penurium cum textura, he said, so fast that Harry was impressed in spite of himself. Phoenix texturae. The spell stormed towards Harry. And bounced. Dumbledore had to duck as the web slammed past him, into the wall, and dissolved into a crowd of sparks. He stared for a long moment, then brought his gaze slowly back to Harry. Harry met his eyes without fear. His wards were wrapped around his mind, too, or there would have been no point. Dumbledore could not use legilimency on him now unless Harry decided to allow him to do so. I'm immune to your magic, he pointed out. Dumbledore breathed in silence for a moment, eyes never leaving him. Harry stared back. He felt different. He wasn't sure yet what all the consequences of the difference would be. Among other things, he didn't know all the effects of the Phoenix Web, nor how to remove the lingering pieces of it from his consciousness. But he thought he'd made a good start. What do you plan to do? The headmaster spoke in a neutral tone. Harry supposed it might be the voice he used to speak to equals or professors, which Harry of course would never have heard. Nothing yet, said Harry. I don't want to fight you. Really, headmaster. And that was true. Harry still had his horror of controlling and compelling people, and he would still prefer to use defensive magic rather than offensive. We're still on the same side. I simply want you to cease trying to control or compel me. I can't trust that you will yet, so my wards are remaining up. And your brother? Dumbledore's voice was a shade cooler. Harry shrugged. I love him. You saw to that. He swallowed his bitterness. There were some things he could not change, and some he could not give up. I'll protect him, but not as blindly or as slavishly as before. And your parents? Harry shook his head. I can't see them right now. I don't know what I'd do. He found it refreshing to be honest. His head tingled and his body rang, and Harry suspected he was in shock. Well, he would land in a short time. He had a whole new road to walk now, and doubtless it would be hard. But at least he would be freer than before. He half considered asking Dumbledore about Peter, but decided there would be no point. He would meet with Peter again, if he ever showed himself, and see what could be done. Dumbledore bowed his head. This is not the way I hoped things would work out, my boy, he murmured. Well, it's the way things have, said Harry, and turned for the door. He knew his face must look strange. He felt strange. Beneath the shock was not fear or anger or bewilderment as he would have expected, but rising exaltation. I'm closer to being free. I never knew it would feel this good. He paused when he reached the gargoyle again. 2 figures were waiting for him there, not one as he expected. Beside Snape stood Professor McGonagall, her eyes sharp and haunted. Harry, Snape said, his voice at once mocking and triumphant, I believe that Minerva has something to say to you. Severus had been picking at her all summer. Sometimes, Minerva thought she should never have tried to make him comfortable at Hogwarts as a teacher, or at least not in the way she had. When he had first started teaching potions, she had grown sick of his constant sniping at his colleagues and the sneers about how no one could possibly understand him because none of the other professors had come out of Slytherin house. Or been a Death Eater, for that matter, Minerva sometimes thought, but that was not something that one brought up around Severus. Finally, she confronted him after he had yet again reduced Rolanda to stammering in incoherent rage, and asked him if he really felt as alone as all that. After listening to a long tirade, mixed with sneers, on the necessary superiority and therefore solitude of Slytherin House, she asked him, "And would it change your mind if I told you that I was almost sorted into Slytherin?" He stared at her. In a moment, however, he recovered his sneer. In those days, he was never without it. Minerva wondered sometimes why he thought he fooled her, who had taught him through 7 years of school and knew the hurting little boy he had been. "You are lying," he had said, his voice softly poisonous and full of contempt. "Lying out of pity, which is a Gryffindor trait if ever there was one." "Tell me, Severus," Minerva had asked him, "do you believe that one's animagus form reflects that person's nature?" "I know the theory, Minerva." He managed to sound bored and cutting at the same time, which Minerva had to admit was quite a feat for a man who hadn't yet seen his 22nd year. "Oh, good," she said. "I am happy for you." He'd peered at her suspiciously then, because she never used sarcasm around him. Ordinarily, Minerva thought, there was no need. "Then you might consider what it means that my animagus form is a cat, Severus, rather than a sheep." She'd turned and left him gaping after her then, stifling the other things she wanted to say. She could have mentioned that 4 Gryffindor students who had recently left school were inveterate pranksters whose spirit she had never crushed in the name of keeping to rules. But one did not touch raw and bleeding wounds, and that comment would have torn them open for the both of them. Severus remembered the 4 boys who had tormented and nearly killed him all too well. Minerva remembered 4 prize students who were now shattered into 3 loyalists and 1 traitor rotting in Azkaban. That had been less than a month after Connor Potter defeated Voldemort, and everyone was feeling around uneasily in this strange new world. Minerva had been content at first when her revelation proved to serve its purpose, and Severus stopped pretending that he was some martyr no one could ever understand. Of course, then he started coming to her whenever he had some Slytherin issue that he wanted someone else to agree with him about, from a student who failed every class that wasn't potions to the darkening reputation of his house in the school as a whole. Most of the time, she didn't agree with him, but he didn't care. They would badger and shout and storm and sneer and whisper at each other, and in the end he would leave, seemingly satisfied. Once, she'd asked him why he didn't go and converse with Phileas, who would at least understand and appreciate the finer abstract principles behind the arguments even if he didn't agree with them morally. Why did he want debate out of her? He'd looked at her strangely and replied, "Because you were almost Slytherin, of course. And you hold on to house affiliations with a stubbornness that only Sirius Black and James Potter rival," Minerva thought, but even though that was 7 years after Voldemort's defeat, she still held her tongue on the matter of the Marauders. Of course, the last 2 years had been different, since Connor Potter went into Gryffindor and Harry Potter into Slytherin. Severus stopped coming to talk with her as often, and then at all. He seemed to spend a great deal of his time giving Harry Potter detentions or private lessons. Minerva, preoccupied with trying to guard the Philosopher's Stone and mentor both the boy who lived and Hermione Granger that first year, hadn't really noticed, but as second year wore on, she began to wonder. Then she began to wonder what Severus thought he was doing, and then Albus. She'd spoken with Harry last year, almost on the brink of doing something, well, something Slytherin, was the only way she could think of it. But Harry had so adamantly refused her help, and insisted that protecting his brother was his free choice, that Minerva had felt compelled to let it lie. Yes, she could intervene when there was no choice, when there were tears and bruises or dark curses, and a child's life in danger. But she had never encountered a child like Harry, who seemed to have undergone the most horrible things and yet spoke the wartime rhetoric, the rhetoric that Minerva herself had learned to obey, like an adult. She had felt it would be a betrayal to press him, to help him when he did not want her help. And when he had come back and spent so long in the hospital wing at the end of the year, she had winced, but thought he was recovering, and he certainly had not needed her help. Besides, so far as she knew, his suffering was not a result of his conditioning. Severus had changed all that. Him and his endless picking over the summer. His causal mentions of the latest letter he was writing to Harry or which Harry had written to him from the Malfoys. His recitation of deaths caused in the First War by Albus's tactics. His unexpected and very long discourse on the finer details of Peter Pettigrew's trial for betrayal of the Potters. Minerva still wondered where he'd learned all that. Severus had hinted, and picked, and given her a casual look whenever she questioned why he was doing this. The upshot of it was that she agreed to meet Harry on the day he came back to school and ask him exactly how she could help him. Of course, she also had a few questions of her own, ones that Severus did not know she intended to ask. He didn't have much of a chance to guess at them, either. That is because he's not a Gryffindor, Minerva told herself, and waited patiently at the bottom of the stairs to the headmaster's office, until the gargoyle moved and Harry emerged from behind it. Minerva studied Harry carefully. She could feel his power, of course, in the way that witches and wizards of the McGonagall family had long been taught to feel it, as a wind that blew across the surface of her skin in long, cold, steady exhalations. She knew from that Harry was very strong, the strongest wizard in the school if one accepted Albus, but she had already expected that. She was more interested in the look in his eyes and the expression on his face. Harry's green eyes shone with a deep clarity that Minerva would not have expected from any child under 16, which had been the youngest age that Albus would permit students to be when they fought Voldemort in the First War. He looked as if he knew his choices and knew how to make them. It was the look of a man who had seen down the long road of consequences to the end, and determined to walk it anyway. It was the look Minerva had seen in Frank Longbottom's eyes, in James Potter's before his sudden and unexplained abandonment of the Auror position, in her own when she heard about the deaths of the Pruitt brothers. It impressed her, and it frightened her deeply. That a child could look like this, in these days when no open war raged and Voldemort had not managed to return. And it finally, in a way that all Severus's nagging little hints hadn't managed, pushed her into a clear, cold anger. "Mr. Potter," she said, when she had studied him for long enough that a few of her questions were answered, "I wanted to apologize. I should have pressed harder last year, when I first learned that you were a sacrifice for your brother, or intended to be one." Harry simply tilted his head and studied her out of one eye, letting his hair fall across the other. He did that quite often, Minerva realized abruptly, remembering the times he had done it in Transfiguration's class last year. He was waiting for something else, some acknowledgement that she hadn't given him yet. "You would not have accepted my help then, I know," she continued, and at least this was familiar, this admitting of mistakes. She had made more than her share of them over the years. She usually admitted them to Albus, though, especially after she had second-guessed his tactics. "But still, there were things I could have done, as your professor, to ensure that you did not have to return to your parents for any holidays, even the Easter ones. I could have chosen to stay here, too, Professor," said Harry, his voice soft. "I didn't. I wanted to be with my family just then." He lifted his head and shook his hair, and for a moment Minerva could make out both eyes and that lightning bolt scar that Severus had made several preposterous claims about. "And that's changed, but not a lot. I'm still a minor, after all. They still have legal control of me. And my brother," he added. "I could hardly run away and leave Connor there alone." Minerva said, primarily because it was true and only secondarily because it would irritate Severus, "You would have made a fine Gryffindor, Mr. Potter." Harry smiled at her. Severus spluttered. Minerva ignored him. Harry was more important than scoring house points, in the end. Any student who had suffered so would have been, but Harry was, in this case, the student who had suffered so, and it would take much to pry her from his side now. But she couldn't afford to let that through her stern mask yet. "Mr. Potter," she said, "what do you intend to do, now that you know the truth and have recovered a good portion of your power?" His magic was near a gale now, though she felt the cold wind only on her skin and not her hair or her body. It still made the hairs on her arms stand up. "Do," Harry echoed as if he hadn't really thought about it, and blinked. Minerva nodded slightly. She had been right to ask, and never mind that Severus was trying to get some word in edgewise. This was important. She could hardly condone some of the actions that Harry might reasonably want to undertake right now. "Do you plan to take revenge?" She asked him quietly. I would not blame you if you wanted it. But if you tried to kill or maim someone else, then I would stop you. I promise you that. Minerva. Severus hissed. What the child has gone through. The child is standing right here, Professor Snape, said Harry, with more than a trace of irritation in his voice. And she's right. I want revenge, but how can I expect the head of Gryffindor House to let me hold down and torture my father, or cheer me on as I kill my mother? Minerva peered hard into his eyes. The words were lightly spoken, and the burning clarity in his face had gone shuttered again. She was not sure if he meant what he said or not. Either way, some truths must come clear now. Indeed, she agreed calmly. Of course, you could not expect me to stand behind you if you were intent on killing and enslaving people who had never done you wrong, as you know who did, or on controlling and compelling others, as Albus has done. It was still strange to speak of him that way, the headmaster who had saved so many lives during the First War. But he had done this, too, and if Minerva could not change the whole base of her ethics in a day or a season, she could at least acknowledge that leaders were not perfect. And this was far enough from perfection to sway her loyalties in the matter of Harry. I will never do either of those things. Minerva's heart soared as she watched Harry's face when he made that vow. He spat the words, his lip curling at the thought of either murder or Avery. She had hoped that he would say such things, and had even thought there was a good chance, since, after all, he had been Avenue himself and would not like the idea. But Voldemort had been mistreated as a child and yet had not learned empathy, and Albus had loved the whole wizarding world enough to destroy the Dark Lord Grindelwald and yet had not loved a single child enough to spare him becoming a sacrifice. Contradictions existed in the world, and powerful wizards tended to embody them more than most. More than that, Minerva thought, they impact on the world more than we do. So many people might yet feel the weight of Harry Potter's contradictions. Did he have the best intentions in the world? Has Professor Snape told you what my highest ambition is, Professor McGonagall? Harry went on, his head high and his gaze directly focused on her. Minerva shook her head. Severus had nattered on about a great many things, including how Harry could help unite the wizarding world in his unique position as the son of a Muggleborn witch who knew a great many pureblood traditions, and what he might do for the reputation of Slytherin House, and even how he could usher in a whole new era for the wizarding world. Minerva had no doubt that those were Severus's major ambitions for the boy. He wanted to help Harry, she had no doubt of that, but he was already looking to what would happen when the boy had mastered his rage and his magic and was free to use both as he wished. Minerva was more interested in the immediate consequences of his actions. I want to be free, said Harry, and his face glowed and his voice rang with passion. I want to know what it's like to wake up in the morning and have something on my mind other than duty. I want to help other people find freedom, too, and maybe even help balance their freedoms. He shrugged, looking slightly embarrassed now. And I also want to help protect my brother and ensure that he survives his victory over Voldemort. But I don't think those two things need to contradict each other, so they're both my highest ambitions. You should be thinking more of your own life, Severus stepped in then to chide him. I am, Harry snapped back at him, and Minerva caught and hid a chuckle as she saw the spirit flare in his eyes. This would be one of the reasons that Severus was so drawn to the child, she thought. Severus might convince himself that he would be best pleased if every student obeyed him without thought and without question, but in truth, he would be bored stiff. He needed a challenge, someone whom he could mentor and who would mentor him back, and it looked as if Harry would be that person. I want to be free. That's thinking of my own life. And what about breaking free of your convictions of duty? Severus asked in a drawl gone silky. Minerva was fairly certain she could have stepped away then, and neither would have noticed. Harry was glaring at Severus. Severus was looking back at him if he were a potion's ingredient that unaccountably refused to be diced up. You know that you want to be free of them. How can you be free if you still want to protect your brother? Strange as it may seem, said Harry, his back and voice both gone stiff with indignation, someone can want to be free, and can even be cunning and Slytherin, without being an utter bastard. Severus's eyes narrowed, and he was almost surely preparing to say something unfortunate. Minerva shook her head. Harry, she said, and the boy's eyes snapped back to her. You have reassured me greatly. Please, come to me if you are ever unsure about what you want to do next, or if you wish to know some methods for controlling your magic, or if you simply want to talk. Harry blinked at her. You could show me ways to control my magic? He asked. Minerva smiled, and felt a knot of tension that had been gathering itself in her spine at the thought of what she must do next. Relax. Yes, of course. Calypso McGonagall was my ancestor, one of the most powerful witches who ever lived. She had to control her magic, or she would have destroyed Scotland several times over. And she had to come up with ways to do it on her own, as no one like her had existed in the bloodline until that point. Her methods have come down to me as part of my family history. She inclined her head slightly to Harry. In Merlin's name, not all pure-blooded witches and wizards are in Slytherin. The boy looked as if someone had slapped him in the face with a haddock. He blinked several more times, then nodded. Thank you, Professor McGonagall, he said. I'll remember that. Thank you, Harry, she said. You have made it easier to be on your side. She stepped past him and towards the staircase. She could feel both Harry's and Severus's eyes on her back. She ignored them both. There were some things that she had to do alone, and some ways in which she was not a Slytherin. Albus deserved to know that she would stand to oppose him from now on, or at least until she discovered some reason that she should not. Be careful, Minerva, said Severus. If I don't come back, Severus, she said, without glancing back at him, take care of my Gryffindors. She could feel him making a horrible face. She ignored that, too, and rode the staircase upwards, thinking of a battle that Harry would only have read about and Severus had not fought in, the battle that had secured her loyalty to Albus Dumbledore. Back. When Frank Longbottom sounded the call for a retreat, the battle had turned for the worse. Minerva maintained her position for a moment longer nevertheless, sending curses at the Death Eaters in front of her without a pause for breath. One of them returned her spell for spell, and the other was holding a weakening shield charm. Minerva broke that one's protection with a spell she had developed herself, and had the satisfaction of seeing that wizard fall, screaming, before she followed the others. Around them, the grey skies and green grass of Ireland glowed ferociously, as if to make up for the burned patches where curses had struck and the blood shed by fallen bodies. It had been a vicious battle, Minerva saw. Over 20 Death Eaters were dead, and nearly as many on their own side. As she fled, she wondered why Frank had sounded the retreat at all. Then she glanced over her shoulder, and saw Voldemort coming. There was no mistaking the Dark Lord's arrival. His darkness spread out from him, visible, lifting wings. Those wings were part of a spell that he'd created, and which the Order had no way of countering, but which they called the Black Plague in honor of those it left dead. Minerva held her breath and ran madly for the Portkey Point. Anti-apparition wards were already in place around the battlefield, maintained by both sides. Neither wanted their foes to simply flee. The ground shook as Minerva gained the safety of a small copse of yew trees, and she grimaced. There were giants coming. You know who had made a treaty with them that no one could figure out the terms of. The giants were allowed to ravage as much as they wanted, but also obeyed Voldemort's battle instructions. If they showed up, the battle would turn, swiftly, very bad. Minerva. She turned at Alice's call. Together, they touched the small silver ring that would bring them to the safety of Hogwarts. It didn't work. Minerva swallowed heavily. She had not sensed any spell blocking the operation of portkeys on the battlefield, though of course there could be one. She reached out, and felt nothing behind the anti-apparition wards. She shook her head. He's found some way of making the spells undetectable, she said, and Alice nodded. Then she coughed. Minerva quickly cast the bubble head charm on both of them. It would not hold for long against the plague, but it might matter. She turned and saw other bubbles of clear air sprouting around the Order members. Except for one. Young Cassiopeia Marchbanks was on her knees, already hacking. Minerva felt Alice stir as if to go to her, but Minerva grabbed her arm. If Alice touched her, there would be nothing anyone could do to halt the plague's spread into her, too. They had to watch as Cassie writhed, her body wriggling and straining like a sack full of kittens about to be drowned, and then burst. From her skin, black polyps burst, and a thick black liquid ran out, staining the ground. Dark spores launched into the sky, seeking for victims. Minerva eyed them, and decided the bubble head charms would keep them safe for now, at least until the spores found another victim. The second stage plague could not be stopped by the charm. A high, cold laugh announced that Voldemort had arrived. Minerva turned, holding on to her temper and her pride. She would die as a McGonagall died, as a Gryffindor died. The Dark Lord was a point of red light at the center of a whirling cloud of darkness, his black plague and the power that boiled off him so thickly it was actually visible. His eyes were red, his wand glowed red with the curse he was preparing, and his hands were red, too, Minerva thought, or should be, given the amount of blood he had spilled. We are going to die, Minerva realized. This was the first time she had seen Voldemort so close since the war began, and she knew, now, that there was utterly no trace of anything human left in him. She raised her wand. Voldemort had opened his mouth to speak the first words of the curse when a piercingly sweet song rang out over the battlefield. The Dark Lord turned his head, eyes narrowing. The phoenix that came down and almost took out his eyes, he ducked at the last moment, cursing, was one Minerva knew. She began to breathe more easily, her eyes following Fawkes as he rose and circled, cutting a swath of light through the storm of the plague, his song hardening the warriors of the light. Could he really be here? But he had been miles away, on a battlefield in England. And then he was there, after all, Albus Dumbledore, striding along under his phoenix. He glowed white, from his beard to his robes to the air around him. This was his own power, Minerva knew, the power of the light, which she had never seen manifest like this. It was like warm wind across her skin, which built up to broiling desert wind as he stopped, facing Voldemort. You have come out of your school to die before me then, Albus? Voldemort asked, his voice high. I have come to fight you, Tom, said Albus, his voice calm and mild. And then they began to fight. Minerva could remember surprisingly little of the battle, for all that she had been as close as anyone. She remembered storm clouds of light and dark, writhing white fire that withered the black plague cloud, a red curse that turned Lita Swanswallow inside out, and through it all a high, steady phoenix song. But there was little more than that, until the moment when the portkeys abruptly activated again and snatched them away from the battle to land safely in Hogwarts. Albus remained. If he had tried to leave, Voldemort would have followed at once, and probably managed to inflict damage on a good many other people. Instead, he stayed, his anger at Albus up, and then turned tail and ran when his fear overcame his rage. Albus saved 26 lives that day, 27 if one included the child that Alice Longbottom had not yet known she carried. And he did it again and again, fearlessly, coming incredibly close to sacrificing his own life each time, knowing the lure of killing the light's strongest hope would bring the Death Eaters, and Voldemort himself, to the battle. Minerva had never forgotten it. Albus asked much of his troops, but he never asked more than he was willing to give himself. He had made decisions that no one else could have. He had been the first one to realize that the Black Plague could not be cured, either, and that bringing victims of the second stage spores along merely ensured that others got sick and died in violence and shrieking pain, and he had stuck by them. Her loyalty was his. Until now, Minerva thought, as she stepped off the moving staircase and into Albus's office. Old friend, why must you have stumbled at last, asked for one particular sacrifice that you had no right to ask? She found Albus sitting behind his desk, staring at nothing. When she came in, he looked up. He did not even seem surprised, his eyes sorrowful and intent. He knows what I have come about, Minerva thought, and knew it was true. Albus, she said. She had planned an elaborate speech, but found it wasn't necessary. She merely leaned forward and placed her hands flat on his desk. She needed just one word, other than his name. Why? Albus sighed tiredly and looked at the perch on the other side of the room. Fawkes was gone, Minerva saw. Her heart gave a slow, steady thump, heavy as the fall of a coffin lid. It felt as though the world had just confirmed what she already suspected. She stepped slowly away from him. I made one sacrificial decision too many, said Albus softly. He sounded as if he were talking to himself, not her, as if he had forgotten she was even in the room. I wanted so badly to spare one I loved from the perils of having to make a harsh choice. I found someone who was willing to agree, to make that choice instead. And it cost him. Oh, It cost him. But the cost was willingly paid. He let out a shuddering breath. Minerva thought she had never seen Albus look so old, not even when the news of the children's massacre came from Ottery Street, Catchpole, where the Death Eaters had crucified dozens of Muggle-born children and left them to die. And past that point, Albus went on, his voice a murmur now, there were other decisions to make, things that might have hurt someone else unless they were stopped and checked. When one bitter sacrifice is made, what is another? There were those who said I should have murdered Tom Riddle when he was a babe in the cradle, should have killed him when he was a student, should have smothered his magic when first it showed itself in its power. And I hesitated. I remembered my own long struggles to master my magic, and wondered if someone else would have looked at me, declared me a danger to the wizarding world, and killed me. For the good of wizarding kind, of course. He closed his eyes. Minerva waited, listening. I let him grow, Albus whispered. And that was a mistake. When I found a child who seemed to be part of his legacy, whose magic was deeply unnatural in more ways than one, what was I to do? Not kill him, of course. But bind him. Yes, that was an option. And what better way to bind him than to ask him if he wanted to be a sacrifice, and to accept his answer? Albus closed his eyes again. You should have known, said Minerva, that he was too young to make that decision. She kept her voice iron. His words affected her, of course they did, but she was a Gryffindor. It took more than pretty words to sway her. He made it, said Albus, and looked up at her with a face as weary as time. And it must be kept as made, Minerva, or have consequences that you cannot conceive of. Do you really believe that Harry Potter will become a Dark Lord? Minerva folded her arms and stared at him. Albus shook his head. It is not even that, he said. It is worse. It is the opposite. He smiled, but it was a horrible rictus of a grin, and Minerva was not sure what he found funny. He stood and looked at her evenly. I must put him under the Phoenix web again. It can be renewed. Once the choice is made, it is not so easily taken back. I stand to oppose you, Albus, said Minerva. You are following your heart, Minerva. Those blue eyes looked deeply into her. And not the call of power. You are sure. If it were the call of power, said Minerva, I would still be yours. She found her breath coming short. There were so many old loyalties falling to pieces here, so many things changing. True enough, said Albus, and looked away, releasing her from the grip of his eyes. To both sides of this struggle, then, Minerva. I would rather have you for an opponent than anyone else in the world. Minerva crossed the office to the door. She hesitated for a long moment, until Albus looked up at her. Then she swept her palm in front of her as she bowed her head, the old pure-blooded salute of a challenge given and accepted, and departed. But you weren't there. Harry checked a sigh as he and Draco slid into their desks in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, followed by the rest of the third-year Slytherins and a good number of third-year Ravenclaws. The Ravenclaws tended to glare threateningly at Harry, no doubt thinking about the time last year when they believed him to be an evil Dark Lord. Harry ignored them for the most part. Draco was far more annoying. Yes, and I told you why, he said, hearing the edge to his own voice. I had to get out of there. I would have killed someone otherwise. One of the Ravenclaws gasped. Harry would have glared at her, but Draco leaned around and did it for him. The girl squeaked and concentrated on her book instead. You could have come to the manor, said Draco fiercely, lowering his voice. That's one of the reasons I gave you that portkey. Yes, and appeared alone in the house with your parents, said Harry. That would have gone over wonderfully well. Mother would have apparated you to Hogwarts, said Draco, who seemed determined to find an answer for every argument Harry could possibly offer, as long as it meant not having to admit that Harry had a legitimate reason for not riding the express. She would have fire-called me when I arrived and told me where you were. I wouldn't have to spend 7 hours fretting and wondering and waiting. Well, you did, said Harry, pulling his inkwell from his bag, and then you saw me at the Slytherin table. That is the end of the story, Draco. Draco shook his head. Someday, Harry, he said loftily, you're going to have to learn that other people have a right to be interested in your movements. Harry opened his mouth to argue back, and then Remus swept into the room. He was moving well for a werewolf who'd been subjected to the full moon yesterday, Harry thought. which meant his face was pale, but not the color of parchment, and his hands trembled when he laid the book he carried down on his desk, but not noticeably. He turned about and smiled at the students. "Third year Slytherin and Ravenclaw," he said. "I've been looking forward to this class. My name is Remus Lupin. You may call me Professor Lupin." He paused as one of the Ravenclaws' hands went up. "Yes, your name." "Elise Swanswallow," said the girl, and leaned forward intently. "I've heard Connor Potter talk about you. Aren't you his godfather?" Remus smiled pleasantly. "Yes, I am. But isn't that going to cause a conflict of interest?" Elise tossed her own hair over her shoulder. Harry decided that he didn't like her, and this time it wasn't the Webb's fault, for making him dislike everyone who spoke ill of his brother. Her eyes were too wide and innocent, and she looked as if butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. "After all, you'll be tempted to give him better marks just because he's your godson." The smile slid away from Remus's face. "Miss Swanswallow," he said, "I would ask you to give me the benefit of the doubt until such time as that actually happens." As always with Remus's mild rebukes, Harry thought, it took a moment for the sting to set in. Elise flushed then, and lowered her eyes to the desktop. "Sorry, Professor," she said meekly. "Quite all right," said Remus heartily, as he picked up the list of students. "I'm used to being questioned. Now, let me make sure that everyone's here who should be." Millicent Bulstrode. As they strolled through the list of names, Draco muttered to Harry, "Should he be teaching when he looks like that?" "It's just full moon," Harry muttered back. "He'll be fine. And most people don't know anything about his condition, so I'll thank you not to discuss it." Draco pulled back with a flinch, and Harry sighed to himself. He'd probably been more annoyed than he should be, because Draco would not stop picking at him. He was fine. Why should it matter? "Turtledove," Remus finished, and nodded as the last Ravenclaw girl murmured in response. "Good." He laid the parchment down on his desk and leaned forward. "I understand that your last defense against the dark arts professor did not spend much time on the distinction between light and dark magic." "He did his best," said Pansy, a little stiffly. Harry rolled his eyes. He was coming to accept that Pansy was a great deal more sensible than he had thought she was, but she still had a crush on Lockhart that meant she tried to defend him at every opportunity. She had actually been disappointed when she found out the Golden Git wasn't coming back to Hogwarts. "I'm sure he did," said Remus, with a smile that soothed Pansy immediately. Harry hid a smile of his own. Remus tended to be soothing. Just being in his presence made Harry let go of a lot of the tension he'd developed during the summer. "But since I can't find anything in his notes that indicates he explained things like this to you, I'll explain anyway." He waved his wand, and a gasp rose from the class as motes of light spun out from it and into two distinct shapes. Harry leaned back in his chair. Remus had always been good at illusions, and it was fun to watch him dazzle the rest of the class. "Here," Remus said, pointing to the illusion on the left, of a girl with nondescript brown hair and eyes, "is someone we'll say is under a light spell." He nodded to the figure on the right, the same girl. "And this is the same person under a dark spell." He waved his wand again. The girl on the left continued smiling, but the one on the right grimaced horribly, as though she were fighting something. Harry swallowed and had to look away. Sometimes Remus was too good at illusion magic. "That is the primary difference between dark and light magic," said Remus softly. "Not that one is pleasant and the other unpleasant. Most medical magic is pretty unpleasant." He was making a horrible face, Harry saw when he looked back. A majority of the students giggled. Even Pansy, who looked surprised at herself. Not even that one affects the body and the other the mind. There are plenty of spells classed as light and spells classed as dark that do both. If we eliminated all the spells that did anyone harm, then we'd have to quit teaching most of charms and at least half of transfigurations. And of course we'd have to eliminate all the poisonous plants from herbology, and the poisonous potions ingredients. No, the main difference between light and dark magic is the difference between compulsion and choice. Harry froze. He'd never heard it explained like that before. "Light magic is either done with the subject's consent," Remus continued blithely, sending his illusions back into spinning motes of light, "or it does not need consent. When you transfigure a table into a chair, for instance, or it is done for the cause of letting someone continue to give consent, as when you try to preserve someone else's life. Even there, intent matters, the choice of the original caster. A light spell could become dark if someone performed it against his or her will. Likewise, a light spell performed to maintain life when the person who cast it only wanted his target to stay alive so he could suffer torture would be dark. Remus ran his eyes across the class. Remember that, all of you. Light magic takes account of your will, but also of other people's wills. Harry blinked, and blinked again. He'd never encountered a theory so unified and yet so simple. Most of his reading on the subject was on ministry laws that forbade the use of certain spells, and why. Most of the books had argued strenuously that the restrictions should be loosened. Harry, thinking of ways in which he could use the spells to defend Connor, had agreed. But what if someone else didn't agree to them? What if he cast a spell and it was not what someone else wanted, but that person wasn't Connor? Rationally, Harry knew he'd learned nothing dazzlingly new, but it had still hit him hard. He barely listened as Remus went into the next part of the lecture. Dark spells, on the other hand, thrive on compulsion, Remus went on, his voice growing grim. Dark creatures are those who usually subdue the victim's will so he can't escape. That's why Dementors are considered dark creatures and dragons are not. Dragons are dangerous, but they can't hold you in place, beep-ar your memories, and corrupt your mind the way that Dementors can. Draco put up a hand. Remus nodded to him. Draco put his hand down and gave an innocent smile. Are werewolves dark creatures, too? He asked. Remus jerked, but it was a movement so tiny that Harry didn't think anyone would see it who wasn't looking for it. Draco smirked, then yelped as Pansy abruptly pinched the back of his neck. Shut up, Pansy whispered. Her voice was so deadly that Draco paled. Harry turned to listen to Remus's answer. Remus's eyes were narrowed speculatively at Pansy, but he smiled quickly. Yes, werewolves are dark creatures, he said lightly. But it's not because they kill people. Dragons can do that, too, after all. It's because the bite is a curse, a sickness that's spread without consent, and the werewolf himself usually loses his or her mind to the ravening beast on the nights of the full moon. The Ravenclaws were scribbling away, Harry saw, and even some of the Slytherin quills were moving. He supposed he should do the same thing, though he was so far into shock that he was having trouble thinking. So Dumbledore was right, he thought, as he finally began to take notes on the special varieties of dark magic. The Phoenix Web is technically light magic, since it was given with my consent. But something like the Imperious Curse is still dark magic, perhaps the purest form of dark magic, since it subdues its victim's will. And that means that the Memory Charm is dark magic, too, or should be. And since I know what Dumbledore was trying to hide by casting Obliviate on Remus, and I don't agree with it anymore, I have to free him. Harry looked up as Remus cast another illusion, this one a ramified tree explaining the varieties of light and dark magic. His face was content, and he seemed more energized than Harry had ever seen him this close to the full moon. I'll have to tread carefully. Snape said a carelessly snapped memory charm could cost the victim his sanity. But I'll do it. I have to. I owe it to him. He would have fought for me, and he had his will taken over without his consent. Bastard, Harry finished, and wondered if he meant Dumbledore or himself. Harry paused as he entered McGonagall's classroom, and frowned. Connor sat near the front, talking with Ron and Hermione. But Slytherins never had Transfiguration class with Gryffindors. Draco pressed in behind him, looked over his shoulder, and said, "What?" Harry shook his head and went slowly to the side of the room where they usually sat, still looking at Connor over his shoulder. His twin had noticed him now, and was blinking much as he was. Harry studied his face, but saw no sign that he'd known about this. Pansy started complaining the moment she saw the Gryffindors. Parvati Patil fired insults back, and things would have descended to hexes very soon if McGonagall hadn't swept in just then and eyed them all sternly. Hermione's hand was immediately in the air. "Professor McGonagall," she said. "Why do we have class with the Slytherins?" "I wanted it that way, so I rearranged the timetable, Miss Granger," said McGonagall, looking the picture of offended pride. If Harry hadn't seen that she could smile yesterday, he would never have believed it. "Besides, one might as well say the Slytherins have class with you." Hermione dropped her hand and gaped at her teacher. Harry calmly took out his book. He thought he saw what was going through McGonagall's mind now. She wasn't going to strive to separate Slytherins and Gryffindors anymore, assuming she ever had, and since she taught no mixed Slytherin-Gryffindor classes except for the 6th and 7th years, he thought she had. Besides, changing things at all would send a message to Dumbledore. Harry found he rather admired her. Today, McGonagall announced, adjusting her hat on her head as she spun across the front of the room, we will begin a lecture on animagi. I want you to know the theory behind it, though of course no one will attempt a practical demonstration. Icicles were in her voice. I will also want you to write essays in pairs, and one group of 3, so that you may pool your knowledge. I will assign the pairs and the topics. Draco Malfoy, Hermione Granger, Blaise Zabini, Parvati Patil, Harry Potter, Connor Potter. Harry nodded as he gathered up his books and went to Connor's side of the room. He was sure that Draco would sit where he was and make Hermione come to him. That meant he could at least be away from Draco's whining that they weren't paired together. Harry. Connor's voice was welcoming, if cool. He pulled his bag off the nearest chair so Harry could sit down. Do you know why she has us working together? To make a point, said Harry, and elaborated when he saw his brother's blank look. For inter-house unity, I think. Oh. Connor looked thoughtful. As they waited for McGonagall to assign them a topic, he whispered, did I tell you that found a teacher for my compulsion gift? Harry hid a sigh. He had hoped the compulsion gift really would disappear over the summer, that it had come from the presence of Tom Riddle in Connor's head and wasn't his at all. It made him slightly ill to think about his twin possessing such magic. But he made his voice enthusiastic. That's wonderful, Connor. Who is it? The headmaster. Connor shook his head. Serious. Harry blinked. What? Yes, Connor went on, oblivious to Harry's wide-eyed shock. They had to wait while McGonagall came to them and assigned them their topic. Why animagi had to register with the ministry. Connor wrote it down painstakingly, with a dedication that Harry didn't remember him showing last year. When he was finished, he continued as if they hadn't been interrupted. He has the gift himself. He doesn't use it carelessly, of course, he added quickly. But his parents trained him in it, and I don't think you could ask for stricter teachers than the Blacks as far as dark magic goes. I mean, look at Bellatrix Lestrange, and Narcissa Malfoy. They're great dark witches. Harry swallowed. I think that's why Sirius was able to slip my Fugitivus Animus. His mind is trained, like Snape's. Narcissa Malfoy never used any dark spells that I saw. Connor cocked his head. Oh, yeah, sorry, Harry. I just keep forgetting that you stayed with the Malfoys. It's strange, you know. He shook his head. Now that I've been reading history, I can see how far back the devotion of the Potters to the light goes, and how far the devotion of the Malfoys to the dark. Just because Mrs. Malfoy didn't practice dark spells in front of you doesn't mean she doesn't. I know, said Harry, because he did, and friendship with Draco didn't mean his parents didn't use dark magic. He felt the first premonition of what might come, like a fishhook in his heart. He was loyal to Connor, he knew that. He wanted to protect him. He had to protect him. And he was loyal to Draco, too. He didn't want to say that his parents used dark magic, despite the fact that he knew Lucius Malfoy had done so. He didn't want to prepare to fight him or his family one day, despite the fact that he would have to do so, unless the Malfoys unexpectedly declared for the light. He didn't want to think of giving up their friendship or his portkey. I never thought I would be the one being pulled, Harry thought. I always thought it would be Draco, because I would go with Connor without trouble. And now, he didn't know. Harry swallowed. Freedom was terrifying, then, as well as thrilling. Again, it felt like something he should have known, but something he was learning for the first time nonetheless. What am I, if not a person who would uncritically choose my brother over everyone else? He hesitated, then found an answer he could live with. Someone who would try to reconcile both sides for as long as he could. Harry. Connor peered at him. I think you drifted off. Harry shook his head and sat up again. Sorry. Connor nodded. That's all right. I just wanted to tell you that I'm going to be training with Sirius this year, and continuing my studies of history. He clenched his jaw, and gave a grim smile. His hazel eyes blazed. Tom Riddle was good for me, you know. In an odd way. He let me see that you've been right, that I can't just run around playing all the time when I should be preparing for the war, that I have responsibilities if I'm the boy who lived. Harry nodded. He said nothing more. Saying that he, himself, was suddenly uncertain of his own responsibilities would have sounded as though he were whining for pity, however true it was. Snape nodded at the knock on the door of his office. One thing that hadn't changed in Harry, and which he hoped never would, was the boy's punctuality, whether he was coming to detention or to a private lesson as this one was. At least, Snape assumed it was a private lesson. Harry had simply found him that morning and asked to come visit him that evening. Pleased that their argument after Minerva left them yesterday hadn't driven the boy into a sulk, Snape had granted his permission. Harry came in now looking half-haunted, rubbing his arm and biting his lip. Snape narrowed his eyes. Has someone hexed you? He asked. Harry blinked, and Snape realized how far away he must have been. No, sir, he said. I had an argument with Draco. He shifted his sleeve up his shoulder, but not before Snape caught a glimpse of a bruise in the shape of a hand. And what did you and Mr. Malfoy argue about, Harry? He asked, leaning back in his chair and evaluating the boy. Harry didn't flush and stammer the way he might have when confronted with an uncomfortable truth last year, nor did he lie his way out of it, his eyes on the wall behind Snape's desk so the professor couldn't use legilimency on him. He just looked perplexed. I don't know, sir, he admitted. I knew that he didn't like my being absent from the train yesterday, and he didn't like it when Professor McGonagall paired him up with Hermione in Transfiguration. I had not thought Miss Granger was in that class. Snape quashed his irritation at Minerva's apparent do-gooding. He had known when he tried to bring her in on the boy's side that she would go her own way, and do things in a Gryffindorish fashion however much he might try to persuade her otherwise. Well, she didn't used to be, Harry admitted. But the professor moved the timetables around so that we're having class with the Gryffindors now. Snape nodded, slowly. He supposed Minerva had her reasons for that, and he would find them out if he ever grew irritated enough with her to ask. Very well. How does that lead to an argument of the kind that you appear to have had with Mr. Malfoy? Harry shrugged. I don't know, sir, he repeated. I teased Draco about the train, said that I felt like a pet he was trying to haul around on a leash so that it didn't get too far away from him. Then he flew into a rage and accused me of wanting to get away. We started arguing about Connor, and about my coming to Malfoy Manor, and all sorts of things that I didn't know bothered him. Then I said I was coming to a meeting with you, and he grabbed my shoulder and tried to hold me there. Harry paused, and his eyes darted off to the right. Out with it, Harry, said Snape, making sure to keep his voice mild and not accusing. He had to encourage the boy to confide in and trust him, if he wanted to have a chance at being Harry's mentor, and perhaps an actual guide and teacher in more subjects than potions. Harry shook his head. My magic flared, because I was angry by then. I didn't think he had any right to keep me there. And Draco immediately let me go and apologized, and said that I should come along before I was late and made you furious at me. Harry stared hard at Snape. Do you know of any reason that would have caused him to do that, sir? Snape sighed. He could think of one, but hearing it would cause Harry much grief. Yet better, he supposed, to cause some little grief than to lie to the boy, as everyone around him had done for much too long. I think he was afraid, Harry. He has seen what your magic can do. Harry bit his lip. Yes, I was afraid it was that, sir. He clenched his hands, and Snape felt the magic lift around him, a buzzing pressure that leaned against his Malfoy-inspired shields but did not pierce them. There are times I do want to put my magic away, Harry said passionately, just so that it won't frighten anyone anymore. Snape stood. This had been the core of their argument yesterday. He had said that Harry should concentrate on taming his magic more than anything else. The more he insisted on that, the more Harry insisted on staying loyal to his brother and defending him. It was time to take a different tack, then. Snape had suspected it would be. Indirect tactics worked best with Harry. Do you think Dumbledore was right? He asked. Harry frowned. Of course not. I told you that I didn't intend to put the Phoenix web back the way it had been. Snape concealed his wrath. Harry had explained in more detail about the Phoenix Web yesterday, too, and it had set Snape thinking of spells he hadn't used in years, and sneered. And yet, the Phoenix Web was meant to bind your magic. If you are thinking of tucking your magic away simply because it might cause consternation and fear in those weaker than you are conceding to Dumbledore, saying that he was right to Avenue you in the first place. Harry stiffened, and his magic lashed around him. I am not. Yes, you are, said Snape, and paused until he felt Harry's power and temper both build. Then he added, delicately, unless you are saying that Dumbledore and your mother put you under the web out of some other emotion. Kindness, perhaps. Worry for your delicate constitution. Harry looked away. Snape waited. He had led the boy back to this point before, and he would lead him back as often as was necessary. Harry might not want to talk about the memories aloud, but he couldn't stop thinking about them, anyway, at least not when someone else forced him to confront them. They wanted to keep everyone safe, Harry murmured. And that's what I want, too. Snape cocked his head. And, of course, binding your magic has worked so well in the past to do that, he said. It must be someone else's magic that grew its own will and personality and did its best to destroy Hogwarts. Do forgive me. Shall I ask Mr. Malfoy how well he remembers that night, perhaps? Are your brother? Harry turned around and snarled at him. Snape could feel the magic grow claws and teeth against his shields. He kept the sneer in place. If this was what Harry needed, then he would do his best to be that kind of person. Someone to rage against. Someone he might come close to hurting but would not actually hurt in the way that he might his parents or Dumbledore. Someone he appeared to trust despite having many small wounds inflicted against that trust. And all the while that he might threaten to tear open Snape's mind with his power, he was not caging it, not letting it rot or rot him, not doing the same thing to himself that his parents and Dumbledore had wanted to do. Snape fully intended to see Harry mix his magic with his own being, not cage it and not restrain it. He also fully intended to live to see the day when that union would be complete. And then, he thought, his eyes lingering on the lightning bolt scar just barely visible above Harry's agitated green stare, then you will be more than a force to be reckoned with. You will be a force to make peace with, a force to change things with, a force to unite those who have gone shattered and fragmented too long. Snape had been reading, when he could, about what awaits was over the summer. It had been enlightening. That's the thing, though, Harry said abruptly, in an unhappy tone, and Snape realized he had managed to calm himself while Snape was lost in daydreams. I want to protect and defend and heal and create, the way you said I should. But the magic only wants to destroy. I don't understand. Snape shrugged. I do. You are growing more successful at harnessing your power. You have not harnessed your rage. Harry laughed. It was not a sound that Snape wanted to hear ever again. Sometimes I wonder whether it matters, he said. Our parents left me alone this summer. Sirius is being stupid, but I can deal with him. My brother has finally learned what responsibility means. I want to free Remus from the Obliviate, but once I do that, do I really have to face them? Couldn't I just sort of stay away from them? You already know the answer to that, Mr. Potter, said Snape, using the boy's last name to get his attention. You cannot. You must face them, at one point or another, or your rage will not be quiet. And they will never leave you in peace. I saw the way the headmaster watched you at every meal in the Great Hall today. He will renew that web if he can. Harry bowed his head. And even if you could stay away from them, if they would leave you alone, Snape added quietly, what do you think the werewolf will do when he gains his memories back? What do you think Minerva will do now that she is convinced those who should have loved you betrayed and harmed you? Harry looked up swiftly. They still love me. Snape paused, then decided to let that one lie. It might be true, for all he knew, though he could not call the elder Potter's behavior loving. You have never seen her in battle, Harry, he said. I have. She is terrifying. There are the Malfoys. There is, perhaps, your godfather, and your brother. He let himself sneer in doubt. If Black and Potter have not yet awakened to every terrifying consequence, they are not going to. And there is me, he went on, when he found that Harry's eyes were wide and fixed on him, drinking in what he said. I had to stop myself from brewing certain potions a dozen times this summer. Potions I have perfected, potions that would inflict extremely painful death. He had actually been unable to stop himself from making one particular potion, but he had put it on the very back shelf of a locked cabinet and promised himself he would never use it. Probably. Very likely, at least. Would you stop us from doing what we wish in your name? Snape asked. I'd stop you if you were trying to kill someone else, Harry said, and his eyes were wide and clear, his voice as firm as it had been yesterday when Minerva questioned him on possibly taking revenge. Snape nodded. But you cannot stop us from feeling outrage and grief and hatred. Harry gnawed his lip. Why is this so hard for you to understand? Snape persisted. Perhaps this particular direct tactic will work. Because it's me, said Harry. He gave an angry shrug when Snape simply looked at him. I don't know. Don't ask me to explain it, he said, and his magic stalked around the room like a prowling beast, rocking the vials on their shelves. But I would understand perfectly if my parents had been abusing Connor and someone found out about it, or if Lucius was casting dark curses at Draco all the time and I found out about it. Then the outrage and grief and hatred, sure. But I keep trying to put those emotions in the same place with what happened to me and it doesn't work. He shook his head. Snape tamed what he wanted to say. His thoughts went to the potion on the back shelf of the locked cabinet instead. Harry took several deep breaths, then looked directly at him. Actually, sir, I came to ask if I could get your help brewing the Wolfsbane potion. Snape considered pressing the issue, but let it go in the end. Harry was not yet ready. Afraid that I won't brew it right for your precious Lupin? He mocked. Harry's eyes flashed, and Snape smirked. Good. Get him angry. I am sorry to disappoint you, Potter, but I value my reputation as a potions master more than I value the thought of getting revenge on that wretched beast. A vial on the nearest shelf shattered, and Snape regretted going so far, though more for the abashed look on Harry's face as he surveyed what his magic had done than because of the lost potion. It was a boil cure potion, easily replaced. No, it's not that, sir, Harry said, now looking anywhere but at him. I promised, well, you see, someone I know is a werewolf, and I promised to brew the potion for her. Snape stared at him. Just when he imagined that he understood Harry, the boy came out with a surprise like this. Who? Harry hesitated, then sighed. Hawthorne Parkinson. The Red Death. Snape concealed a wince. For all that he had been stronger than the witch when they both served as Death Eaters, he had been wary of her nasty talent for curses involving the blood. And how exactly did you meet Hawthorne Parkinson? He asked. A meeting in Diagon Alley, said Harry. I think Millicent arranged it. Maybe. I don't know. It was strange. But I promised Mrs. Parkinson I would try to help her. She got bitten by Fenrir Greyback for refusing to help in some insane plan he has to raise the Dark Lord. Snape nodded at once. He could see why this would be important, though he suspected he was not seeing it as important for the same reasons Harry was. The boy needed as much training and protection as possible before the Dark Lord returned. Someone who might actively oppose that was to be encouraged. And if Harry could win her gratitude, well, there are many less valuable things to have than the good opinion of the Red Death. Fetch me unicorn hair and fairy wings from my stores, he said, nodding towards the appropriate cabinets. Harry moved at once to get them, seeming glad the conversation was over. For that matter, Snape shared the sentiment. Every time I think we are making progress, he thought, as he eyed Harry's back in resignation, I am reminded how much further we have to walk. September 5, 1993. Dear Connor. Yes, you can trust Sirius to teach you the full extent of his compulsion ability, even though he might not want to. I know that it reminds him of the Blacks, of the house that he grew up in and the family he fought so hard to escape. He is a hero, Connor, a hero because of that if nothing else. But he had to use his compulsion ability to force his family to let him go after he was 16 and ran away to live with James, and he used it several times on the Death Eaters, too. He knows how to wield it. He knows what a useful weapon it can be. And now that he knows you have it, he would push you to use it, if only to get it properly trained. With the war coming, he will do more than that. I'm sending you the books that you asked for. A Practical History of Goblins in the North by Griphook Fishbagon and Making the Most of Your Unexpected Dark Gift, by Shadwell Willowbranch. I almost thought there was someone else I ought to tell you to share that last book with, but now I forget who it was. In fact, the more I think about it, the more I would urge you to keep that book somewhere safe and secret. Officially, we aren't supposed to know about this, but unofficially, I've had owls from Dumbledore. The minister, Cornelius Fudge, has apparently been receiving threatening letters from former Death Eaters. The ministry is moving to restrict the use of dark magic and the presence of dark creatures in Wizarding Britain. The Wizengamot is already considering ways to restrict the shipping of dangerous potions ingredients. I can promise they won't hurt you, Connor, not when you are and will be their hero, but you'll have to keep your head down for a short time. So much love for my brave, heroic son. Lily Potter. September 5, 1993. Dear my son, I hope you are well. Please remember the last tales we have talked about. In return, I have another tale for you. Julia Malfoy lived 600 years ago. You have heard of her, I am sure. Her portrait hangs in the front hallway, the tall woman with the blue crystal and the enormous grey hound. Lucius likes to refer to her as his fearsome aunt. Most of the Malfoys do. She was indeed fearsome, very strong in her power, about which more in a moment, and apparently aunt to a dozen children without having one of her own. But she was not childless, Draco. I have finished my investigation of our family's private papers, and I have found evidence that I can only call evidence of a conspiracy to conceal the birth of Julia Malfoy's only child, a son, and pass it off as someone else's. Do you know who that someone else was, Draco? Octavius Malfoy, who was one of the next generation of Malfoy children whom Julia grew up mothering. He became Lord when his father died, because it was believed that he was the son of Julius Malfoy, Julius' twin brother and the heir of the line, and his wife. I have investigated further, and I am convinced that, in this case, your fearsome aunt did not become pregnant by some commoner and thus slip baseborn genes into the Malfoy line because the Lord could not sire a child. Octavius was, in fact, Julius's son. Julia seduced her own brother, so that the child would be born purebred Malfoy. I can imagine your face now, my son. You will be making a horrible one. Not too horrible, of course, because someone else might see you and question it, but a grimace nonetheless. The important thing about Julia is not that she committed incest, nor even that she passed her son off as the next Lord Malfoy. When, truly, he was it is that she was willing to go to such lengths to ensure the Malfoy line's continuance, and she had the magic to do so. Her brother could not resist her call, but she did not avenue him, either with Imperius or some other spell. She was simply so powerful that when she asked, he did as she bid, dazzled by that which we all crave. Draco, you will understand in time. I am sending you certain books with my next owl. For now, remember this. I come from the Black family, but no Black mother was ever less determined to protect her children than a Malfoy mother was. I will move mountains for you, Draco. You have only to speak the word, or have a certain look on your face. I have interpreted several such expressions already. Do not fear, my darling. You shall have what you need. Your loving mother, Narcissa Black Malfoy. Harry paused when both Draco and Blaise followed him out of the common room on Saturday morning. Why are you coming to the library? He asked. Blaise put his nose up. He was doing that lately. He seemed even more nervous around Harry than he had been last year. Harry supposed the rumors about him spending some time with a Dark Lord in his head had something to do with that. I'm meeting Pottle in the library to discuss our project for Professor McGonagall's class, of course. Harry blinked. But I'm meeting Connor to discuss it. And I'm meeting Granger, said Draco, and they all looked at each other. Harry shook his head. They must have arranged to meet us all at once, then. He shrugged. He could understand the sentiment. Connor would probably have been willing to meet Harry on his own, but Hermione had no reason to like Draco, and he would be extremely surprised if Blaise and Parvati knew each other. Are they scared? Blaise muttered as they walked towards the library. Scared of the big bad house of Slytherin. Harry and Draco exchanged glances. It had only been a week back at school, and already they had noticed what had changed. Blaise had to be blind. Except for the few members of other houses who'd already had friendships with Slytherins, like the small group of Hufflepuffs who'd befriended Harry last year after he'd saved Justin Finch Fletchley from the basilisk, most of them were avoiding Slytherins. Whispers trailed them. From somewhere had come the rumor that Snape had once been a Death Eater, which, while not exactly a secret, wasn't very common knowledge either. Harry had heard a few people hissing in the corridor at him yesterday. By itself, that would have struck him only as students intent on resurrecting the Parseltongue scandal from last year, but as part of the larger pattern of abuse and isolation towards Slytherins, it was worrisome. Draco shrugged now. They probably are, he said lightly. Merlin knows we outmatched them in magic, in brains, in beauty, in blood purity, in everything that matters. Because, of course, said Harry, taking care not to look at Draco this time, you weren't moaning to me the other evening about how you hoped Hermione would do more than half the work on your project, because you know next to nothing about animagi. There may be gaps in my knowledge, said Draco, his chin lifting until Harry thought his neck must hurt. That doesn't actually mean that Granger is smarter than I am. Blaise snickered. Harry resisted the temptation only by a great effort. The back of Draco's neck flushed. You could agree with me once in a while, you know, he whined at Harry. Harry raised his eyebrows as they turned into the library corridor. It was true they'd been fighting all week, and over the silliest things. Who had snickered at Harry when he got a gob of food stuck to his hair in the Great Hall, how much time Harry spent studying as opposed to talking to Draco, who had said what in a half-remembered argument from the night before. But how could Draco expect Harry to agree with him all the time? Harry was under the impression that that would have bored Draco, anyway. I do agree with you, he said. I think the Gryffindors are nervous and wanted to meet us in a group. But that doesn't mean that I think you're smarter than Hermione. Draco pouted at him. That was at least better than shouting, and Harry felt in a relatively good, even hopeful, mood as he stepped into the library and looked around for the Gryffindors. He spotted Hermione and Parvati almost immediately, sitting at a large table already covered with books. He couldn't see Connor anywhere. He frowned and approached them, then halted as Ron came out from between the shelves and sat down next to Hermione. He'd thought Ron was working with Vince and Greg, who had been firmly snoring in their beds when the other boys left their room. Ron without Connor to restrain him was trouble. Quite apart from the grudge the Weasley family had always had against the Malfoys, Lucius had tried to get his father sacked permanently last year, and only Sirius's intervention had saved him. And Ron didn't like or trust Harry that much. Yet he just sat there and watched as the Slytherins approached, and never said a word, though Harry saw him rub his shoulder as though he were wondering if his arm was strong enough to throw a punch that would bring down all of them. His eyes were cool and assessing, though, a look that Harry had never seen in them. He remembered, abruptly, that Connor had said Ron was an excellent chess player, one who always pounded him into the ground when they played. Harry had the feeling he was seeing the chess master now. Trying to ignore his own uneasiness, he nodded to Hermione and Parvati. Hello. Do you know where my brother is? He said something about training, said Parvati, pushing her thick dark hair behind her ears. She was pretty, but the way she was frowning at Blaise somewhat marred it. He said to tell you he was sorry, but he didn't think he'd be able to get together with you and work on the project today. Harry blinked, even though he knew where Connor had to be, with Sirius. Oh. He hesitated as Draco and Blaise took their places at the table, opposite their assigned partners. He was acutely aware that, other than a brief contemptuous flick in Draco's direction, Ron's eyes had never wavered from his face. I guess I'll go back to the dorm, then, and talk to him later, so we can arrange a different time to meet. He started to turn away. Wait, Harry. Harry glanced over his shoulder. Now he knew something was off. Ron didn't call him Harry. At least not without a lot of prompting. Yes? He asked, leaving off the name altogether, since he wasn't sure which to use. Stay and work with me, Ron proposed. You can get your work done, and I'll get mine. He snorted abruptly. Not that Crabbe and Goyle could help me that much anyway. You take that back, said Draco. Vince and Greg are good friends. Shut it, Malfoy, said Ron. I was talking to Harry. He turned entirely away from Draco, who was left gaping. What do you say, Harry? He went on, As if they did this all the time. It'll give you a head start, anyway. I think that's a good idea, Hermione piped in. I've already written most of the essay. Draco's relieved expression didn't escape Harry's notice, but there's so much fascinating information here. Did you realize that the animagus form always reflects the wizard's or witch's internal nature? Without exception. And that it's the nature they really have, not the image they present to the world. She began to flip through the book she held. It says here that Hilda Hufflemark was completely disappointed when her animagus form turned out to be an earthworm, but... We know, Hermione, said Ron, in a long-suffering fashion. Come on, Harry. He tapped the table. We should get started on this, you know. Harry slowly took the chair. Perhaps he would understand what was going on if he simply spent more time with the Gryffindors, then. He eyed Ron as he opened the first book, but Ron just went on staring at him. It was starting to feel familiar. It did feel familiar, Harry realized suddenly. It was the way Lucius had stared at him the first time he met Harry, when he went to the Malfoy Manor for Christmas that first year. He hadn't cared about how rude he was being, because the dance he was dancing required bluntness, even rudeness, to get its point across. He was letting Harry know that he considered him a threat and would size him up accordingly. But I didn't think any of the Weasleys would teach their children the dances, Harry thought in confusion. Very well, then. Harry hadn't felt inclined to question Lucius's staring. He would question this. Lucius had already known that Harry didn't trust him. Ron might not know that. Stop that, he said, sharply but quietly enough that it just stayed between them, leaning forward. What do you want? To figure out why my shoulder's hurting, said Ron, and touched his right shoulder blade. Harry blinked, lost. Ron raised an eyebrow for a moment, and his face melted back into the expression that Harry was more familiar with, impatience mixed with contempt. You really don't get it, do you? He asked. Harry settled himself again. This was familiar. He could deal with this. He wanted familiar things that he could deal with. Enough had changed in the past year. Of course not, he said. I have no idea what your shoulder blade hurting has to do with our transfiguration project. He turned back to the book in front of him. The ministry has long required that dangerous wizards and witches register with them, but in the present time, only the animagus registration is specifically required, for a number of reasons. Ron tapped the page in front of him. Come with me, he said, and he had the chess player look in his eyes again. He walked away between the shelves. Harry hesitated, but Blaise and Parvati were arguing, almost nose to nose, and Hermione was rattling off a long series of facts to Draco, who was playing the captive audience well enough to half fool Harry. No one seemed to notice as he stood and slipped after Ron. I have to keep having mysterious meetings with people in shadowed corners, don't I? He wondered as he came to a halt in front of Ron near the back end of one aisle. What? He began. Shish, said Ron. Harry rolled his eyes, but was quiet. Someone on the other side of the shelf finally moved away, and Ron relaxed and glanced at him. My shoulder blades have been itching all week, he said. It felt like I was going to sprout wings. And Percy's been feeling the same thing, and the twins. The twins just claim it's one of their products, of course. He eyed Harry. How do you know it's not? Harry had to ask. He had seen last year that the Weasley twins would prank anyone. Ron shouldn't be accepted just because he was family. Because, said Ron patiently, I know what it is. I think Percy does, too, but he just gets a scared expression on his face whenever I ask him about it. He's always going to talk to Headmaster Dumbledore. I think he's involved in something he doesn't want the rest of us to know about. And Fred and George refuse to take it seriously, of course. He shrugged. It's the way the Weasley family feels a powerful wizard's magic. You know, like the way that the McGonagall family feels it is wind across their skin. How do you know about that? Harry asked. I was taught it. Ron looked more confused. I thought you were being obtuse to act all cool and Slytherin about it, but you aren't, are you? You really didn't know. Harry shook his head. Draco can feel my magic, he's told me so, but I thought it was just something he was trained to do, some special ability he had. I didn't know that other pureblood families could do it, too. He tried to push aside any worry and give in to his curiosity instead. Can all pureblood families do it? I suppose so. Ron shrugged again. I don't know all the signs. But it's an obvious survival skill, isn't it? After all, purebloods were the only part of wizarding society that was really accepted for a long time. And, well, don't tell Hermione, but even if there were powerful muggleborns then, it wasn't like anyone was going to admit it. They got killed instead. But we had to know how to spot a powerful wizard or witch right away, just in case he or she started wanting to conquer us or gather followers. He sounded as if he were quoting someone, and grinned abruptly, lapsing back into his normal voice. Don't tell Mum, but I always hated that part of the lecture. She sounded as though she was about to faint. Harry snickered in spite of himself, but he had gone back to confused again. All right, you can feel my magic. Sorry. I'll try to tone it down. But why did you stare at me the way you did? Because I want to know what you're going to do, said Ron. So do the rest of us, really. He scowled. Except Fred and George. They just assume that you'll play the best practical jokes, because that's what they do, and they're waiting to see what happens, so they can take notes. Harry shook his head. You don't have to worry about me. I'm going to protect Connor. Ron peered at him skeptically. You're going to use all that magic just to do that? Harry shrugged. Sure. Why not? It's pretty complicated. Anyway, since my brother's got you-know-who after him. There were other things he might do, but whenever he thought of them, he tumbled into the deep pit of rage that Snape had made him explore every night Harry visited him so far. He wanted to do something to strike back against his parents, but he knew he would regret it the moment he did. He regretted thinking about it. It's more than that, though, said Ron. The powerful witches and wizards in the past always did something. Maybe you can turn Malfoy into a toad. He looked hopeful. Harry rolled his eyes. He's my friend. I'm not going to do that. A ferret, then, Ron suggested. He looks like a ferret. Harry shook his head and turned back towards the table, deciding their conversation was over. Ron clutched his arm and held him back. Harry glared at him. Ron promptly dropped his hand and backed away, his palms spread in a gesture of surrender. Harry swallowed. Why are you doing that? Ron cocked an eyebrow at him. Because your magic surges when you're angry, mate. And right now I feel like I'm going to sprout feathers. With a grimace, he scratched roughly at his shoulders. I don't want you to get angry at me and do something to me, he added. Is everyone going to think that? Harry felt a deep curdle of fear in his stomach. It had been bad enough when Draco seemed to be afraid of him, but Draco had seen the full extent of his magic and knew what he was capable of, so Harry could understand even though he didn't like it. But if everyone started fearing him just based on his anger, Harry would have no option but to bind and hide the rage again. Snape would just have to understand. Every pureblood wizard, anyway, Ron corrected him. I think some of the Muggleborns might feel you, too, like Hermione. She's strong, he added, as if Harry wouldn't have known that already. But that's why you tell us what you're going to do. If you're not going to go crazy and Avenue the world like you-know-who. Ron glanced around as if Voldemort might be hiding behind the history of magic books, then we shouldn't have a reason to be afraid of you. Harry shook his head. I'm going to protect my brother. Not enough, mate. Ron's eyes were kind, but appraising once again. No one's going to believe it. Do you think anyone would believe Headmaster Dumbledore? I mean, really believe him. If he said that he was going to live in a little cottage and grow roses for the rest of his life. Maybe, Harry muttered, his rage flaring again at the thought of the headmaster. Ron winced and touched his left shoulder. Harry tried to calm down. What's the phrase? Famously eccentric. Ron laughed. Yeah, but he's earned the right to be left in peace, really. We know that he killed Grindelwald and everything. We trust that he'll use his magic for good, and we know that you-know-who will use his magic for evil. We don't know what you're going to do, yet. He tilted his head. I wonder if that's what's got Percy so nervous. I know that he had to follow you last year. Maybe I can ask him what he saw that the rest of us didn't. Or you could ask me, Harry had to point out, since you have me right in front of you. Ron rubbed the back of his neck as his face flushed. Yeah, sorry. What did you do last year? Why couldn't we feel you then? Harry shrugged. I have no idea. He was lying, of course. The phoenix web would have bound his magic much more strongly then, and kept a good part of its full strength beneath the surface of his mind. If it helps, Draco's been able to sense my magic since first year, he added, to get Ron's mind off the potentially dangerous track of what might have happened last year. He didn't mind if Death Eaters knew what he had done in the chamber, not when it might intimidate them or make them think of him as a better target than his brother. He didn't want Ron, who was a Gryffindor through and through, to find out that Connor hadn't really been a hero. Yes, but you were a Git first year, said Ron. Maybe it was just a case of Gits drawing together. Harry glared at him. Sometimes I don't know if you're really serious or not about wanting to know what I'm going to do, he said. Of course I am, said Ron, his smile melting. I was trying to make you more comfortable, Harry. I really don't want you angry. No pureblood wizard in the school wants you angry anymore. The sooner you get this settled, the better. And how can I possibly tell everyone what I intend to do for the rest of my life? Harry demanded. Ron shrugged, unconcerned. You could file an announcement with the ministry, to be read in every part of Britain, if you really wanted to. Maybe not, he amended, when Harry gave him a horrified glance. Or you could just tack a sign up somewhere to reassure everyone who's been feeling the magic and doesn't know where it's coming from what happened, and that you don't intend to harm anybody. It's none of their business, said Harry. Ron raised his eyebrows. When you're this strong, it becomes everybody's business, Harry, he said. Just like the minister has to know everything about Dumbledore's movements, and everyone gets nervous of you know who. That's just the way it is. You're realigning power structures just by walking around. But, Harry swallowed back his panic. He couldn't say why he got so nervous about having attention paid to him without drawing more attention, and talking about the way Lily had trained him. And that really was not everybody's business. Harry would sacrifice privacy about his magic before he would talk about his training. I'm just 13 years old. No one's going to listen to a kid, anyway. Ron shook his head slowly. That's just going to make them more nervous. What is? That you have this kind of power, and you're so young. Ron cocked his head and eyed him thoughtfully. This time you have right now is really a gift, you know. No one's sure what's going on. They think you might still be good. Or they don't know that you're the source of the magic. I was only sure when you walked into the library this morning, and Fred and George think they know, but they're more enchanted with the idea than anything. But people are going to write to their parents soon, Harry. People outside Hogwarts are going to pay attention. You haven't got long before someone tries to assume custody of you, for your own good. My parents don't seem to have trained you to take care of your magic, said Ron. That'll probably be the first argument they try. Watch out, Harry. Why are you telling me about this? Harry whispered, closing his eyes. He could feel his heart pounding as walls seemed to close in around him. He didn't want this to happen. He wanted to be as normal as he could, to go back to the shadows he'd been guarding Connor from. Just because he knew the truth, and a few other people didn't mean everything had to change. And now this was happening. Because, said Ron, you're my best mate's brother, and that makes you kind of like my brother, too. Harry opened his eyes to see him grimacing, probably at having to call a Slytherin brother. And you're something really special to Connor. Did you know that? The way his face lights up when he talks about you, Ron sighed. I'd give a lot if someone's face lit up like that for me. Ginny, maybe. But you still don't like me much, Harry summarized. You're a Slytherin, Ron answered bluntly. And that makes me nervous. Gryffindor honesty, Harry thought, meeting his eyes. They're not supposed to be nervous, but if they are, they usually admit it, even to people they really shouldn't be admitting it to. And now you're dithering on what to do. That's just stupid, Harry. I'll grant that you don't know much about this, and I thought you did, and I'm sorry for that. But you know now. You've got to move. Harry closed his eyes. And what do you think the rest of the school would do, if I announced that I was some powerful wizard? He whispered. Ron's hand clasped his shoulder. Harry let his eyes blink open under the unexpected touch. Some Ravenclaws will probably want to study you, said Ron casually, and the rest will panic. Slytherin'll probably think you're just great. Another powerful wizard who talks to snakes. Wonderful. Harry tried to pull away, but Ron kept him there. The Hufflepuffs might stand by you, at least your friends, while the rest of them panic, he said. And we'll fight you if we have to. I know that you think Gryffindors are unfairly favored. I never said that. All Slytherins think that. Ron waved a hand. You can't help it, I suppose. The thing is, one reason Gryffindors are favored, my parents told me all about this, is because of the First War. Everyone else dithered around trying to decide what to do, or slunk away to join you know who. Gryffindors were the ones who went down there and fought. And died, Harry whispered, remembering a list of casualties he'd once seen divided by house affiliation. Gryffindor had outnumbered all the rest combined. Harry had thought it was because Voldemort hated them the most and sought them out at first, or because they were overrepresented in the Aurors. Now he wondered if it really was the kind of rash courage Ron was praising. Yes, that too. Ron sounded surprisingly unruffled. But that means that you'll have a whole bunch of people who fight you if you turn out to be an evil wizard. But look at it like this. We'll fight for you if you turn out to be a light wizard. Our house is strongest in the light. Harry thought of arguing that, but could only scrub at his eyes instead. Why are you doing this? He asked. Why talk about fighting and dying for someone you barely knew? Connor wrote to me a lot over the summer, said Ron, and his face clouded for a moment. He told me about the chamber, and the battle with Voldemort first year in detail, and other things he's dreamed about. He stared hard at Harry. I know why he isn't here today. Caught speechless, Harry could only nod. So he said he understood if I wanted to stop being his friend and go befriend someone else less dangerous. Ron shrugged. I thought about it a lot. But I finally wrote back and said I still wanted to be friends with him. And if that means thinking about fighting and dying, then I will. Harry eyed him. Ron appeared utterly sincere. Harry thought he might be less than sincere if he was on the other end of a Death Eater's wand. But there was courage here, too. And no one in Slytherin had told Harry about what consequences his magic might have. He nodded at Ron. Thanks, he said, his voice hoarse with something that sounded embarrassingly like gratitude. No problem, said Ron. At least now I know why you weren't doing anything. But do something soon, all right. He abruptly turned his head to look at the end of the row of shelves. What do you want, Malfoy? I want to know what you're doing with my friend, Weasley. Draco sneered at him and stared hard at Harry. And what you were doing with him. There was no mistaking the jealousy in his voice. Harry shook his head. It wasn't worth arguing about. Talking about chess, he said, and Ron caught his eye and gave him an odd half smile. Yeah, he said, and walked past Harry and around Draco, giving him a sneer of his own for good measure. It wasn't as practiced as Snape's, Harry thought, but not many people's were. See you later, Harry. What was that all about? Draco demanded. Harry glared at him. Strange as it might seem, Draco, I don't have to explain every one of my movements to you. Draco clenched one hand. He couldn't explain why this was so important without making Harry misunderstand him. And anyway, he'd tried all week, and Harry just kept being stubborn at him. Why do you need to know where I go, Draco? Why do you care what time I come back to the dorms, Draco? Why does it matter to you that I wasn't on the Hogwarts Express, Draco? And Draco wanted to say that he felt as though he gave everything he had to the friendship with Harry and Harry gave him back nothing in return except what he gave everyone, unconsciously, and the least he could do was reserve that unconscious giving for Draco himself. But Harry wouldn't understand. Draco had seen that already. He didn't grasp that he was important enough for Draco to feel jealous over, that he was important enough to want to have private conversations with, that Draco was in agony every day over the mental and magical damage he was still suffering. Oh, he could understand those things when they were applied to other people. He felt jealous over the time his brother spent with other people, that much was plain, and he respected the private conversations that Draco had with Vince and Greg over people they'd known from childhood, and he worried about Draco in every aspect except the ones that had to do with him. But the most he could do with the emotions people felt for him was accept that they existed. He couldn't understand why. It was killing Draco, slowly, that this was happening, that he couldn't do anything to take revenge on the people who'd done it to him without hurting Harry further, that Harry wouldn't understand even if Draco did take revenge, that it was costing him so much of himself and he got so little in return. He turned abruptly and ran out of the library, ignoring Harry's startled cry behind him and the shrill voice of Granger as she tried to command him to return to their table. He hurried upwards, heading steadily for the Ollery. No one should be up there at this time of the day on a Saturday. Sensible people were asleep or outside. No one was there, and Draco stood in silence amid the shifting rustles of feathers and legs and the deep smell of owl pellets. He'd taken several deep breaths, filled his lungs with the musk, and started to think about offering a treat to Imperius, his own owl, when a tawny owl spiraled in through the window and aimed straight for him. Startled, Draco let the bird land on his shoulder. It had a letter bound around its leg, and he unbound it and scooped up a handful of treats from another owl's bowl to put in the bird's pouch. It hooted disapprovingly at him, but flew over to another perch and settled down to eat. Draco read the letter. It was from his mother, and while he did make the horrible face she talked about in it, he was more intrigued by the last 3 lines. "I will move mountains for you, Draco. You have only to speak the word, or have a certain look on your face. I have interpreted several such expressions already. Do not fear, my darling. You shall have what you need." Draco closed his eyes. He wondered for a moment if it was entirely fair to ask his mother for what he needed next. Then he decided, to Azkaban with fair. I need this. I need her to help me heal Harry, to make him stop hurting. He turned hastily to fetch parchment and quill, to write back. The possibility of an end to the pain was as glorious as it would have been to have Harry come to him, all apologetic and humble, to ask Draco to explain what was going on. He felt considerably lighter of heart as he watched Imperius wing his way into the sky, bearing his letter. Mum will make it better again. Harry lay on his bed in the Slytherin dorms and gnawed on his lip as he stared up at the Marauders' map. He could see both Sirius and Connor clearly, positioned in a room on the 7th floor. They hadn't moved in hours. He was fighting down the temptation to go and ask if his brother was all right. Connor had spent both days of the weekend with Sirius, as Harry had learned from a run-in with Ron that morning. He didn't appear to do any homework. He hadn't come to the Great Hall to get something to eat. He wasn't doing anything that Harry would say was normal and everyday for Connor to do. Could he really be taking his duties as seriously as that? Harry sighed and started to speak the words to clear the map, then paused as one of the dots abruptly left the room. He watched as Connor Potter moved downwards through Hogwarts, and only admitted the truth when he saw the dot approaching the dungeons. He's coming to see me. Harry scrambled off the bed, tapping the map with his wand and murmuring, "Mischief managed." Luckily, no one else was in the dorms right now. Vince and Greg were Merlin knew where. Blaise had gone to the library, and Draco was curled up in the common room with some books his mother had sent him earlier today. Of course, Harry would have to cross through the common room to get to the door. He hesitated, sighed, then decided it couldn't be helped. Besides, it wasn't like he was afraid of Draco. More like afraid to make him afraid of me, he thought, as he cautiously crept down the stairs and into the common room. Draco looked up when he passed through the door, but returned immediately to his book. Harry told himself he was pleased, not worried. If Draco was reading, then he couldn't be fighting with Harry. I wish I knew what he was reading, though. The books had no titles, on either the spines or the covers, only designs. Harry had recognized one of them. The rearing silver serpent of the Guile family, the last member of whom had been killed fighting in the Dark Lord Grindelwald's army. It didn't surprise Harry that the Malfoy library would include books about or by the Guiles, but he hoped Draco was careful in what he pulled out of them. And, I'll admit it, madly curious to know what's in there, he added, as he came out of the common room door just in time to meet Connor's running charge. Connor paused when he saw him, blinked, then said, "Oh, right. The map. Of course." Grinning, he shook his head and charged on, catching Harry up in a hug. Harry hugged him back, surprised. He always forgot that Connor was a little taller than he was now until reminded of it by his weight and size. Harry waited until Connor danced back from him, grinning like an idiot, and then managed, "To what do I owe the honor?" Connor laughed, the sound rising like water in spring. "Harry, I've been reading one of the books that Mum sent me, and then Sirius told me about something he heard once, and I put it together, and he said it was right, and it was. It was right. He laughed and spun around, his hands raised above his head. Harry cocked an eyebrow, unable to stop the smile, and then said, Connor. I can't share your head. Tell me what you're talking about, please. Connor managed to calm down, though he was still grinning. Sorry, Harry, but, well, look. Have you ever heard of an author named Griphook Fishbagon? Harry frowned. That sounds goblin. He was, said Connor, and then shrugged. Well, except I don't think goblins have last names, so maybe he was adopted by them or something. Anyway, he wrote a book that I asked Mum to send me, because I'd read about goblins being allies of wizards and enemies of wizards, and I thought I should know if they were likely to be my allies or my enemies. And he mentioned this thing. Connor waved a hand. Concept. Idea. I don't know, it's hard to explain without seeing the whole thing. He gave it about 60 different names, anyway. There are whole pages in his book just devoted to explaining what the names mean in gobbledygook. Harry nodded. And you figured out what the thing was? Connor grinned. Yes. The closest human name is probably Prophet. The goblins have a rumor, or a prophecy, except Fishbagon always insists that it's not that, but then he translates the word as prophet again, that someday a great leader will arise and be able to command them. He'll have all these different duties. And they'll help him face his enemies, including this, one of darkness. Connor paused for a long moment, and Harry waited. He knew when his brother meant to speak another word. And the best thing, Connor whispered, the best thing, Harry, is that Fishbagon always uses the same word to talk about the duty of command. What was it? Harry asked. Well, I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce the gobbledygook. Connor's eyes were shining. But I mentioned it to Sirius, and he translated it for me. It means someone with the compulsion gift, like I have. He looked up, face on fire. That means it's not dark after all, Harry. I asked Sirius about that, and he confirmed it. How can it be, when prophecies are running around saying that I have to have it in order to be this sort of prophet to the goblins? Harry blinked, and then had an armful of his brother again. Connor hugged him hard, then broke away. Sorry, he said. I've got to tell Ron. He'll be wondering where I was, anyway. But I wanted to tell you first. Harry looked at him sideways. Why? Connor's stare back was blank. You're my brother, he said, as though that explained everything, and it probably did. Then he was gone, with a cheerful wave, dashing up the corridor and towards the steps out of the dungeon. Harry leaned on the wall and closed his eyes. He wanted to believe Connor. He wanted to be sure that his brother really did carry a light gift and not a dark one, if only for his own peace of mind. But he could still hear Remus saying that the dark arts were based on compulsion. He'd confirmed that Imperio was the quintessential dark curse when Harry asked him. And if what Connor and Sirius could do was a version of that, then how could it be light? Harry took a deep breath and got his thoughts under control. You're letting your prejudices run away with you, he snapped at himself. You didn't even congratulate Connor on this new position of his, one he's thrilled to accept, one you would have been happy to see him accept, too, last year. It's so good that he's finally standing up and taking responsibility, isn't it? And you and your silly prejudices are going to ruin it all. He's stuck by you since he found out that you weren't really a new Dark Lord, just possessed. Why shouldn't you stick by him? So you have this uneasiness with compulsion. That doesn't mean it can't be done in the name of war or to justify a greater good. But that made it sound as though what Dumbledore had done was right. Harry made up a thought and repeated it to himself. My brother is not Dumbledore. Connor is who he needs to be, who he was born to be, who Voldemort marked him to be. He always will be. He's good. He's right about the potential of this gift, and it turns out the dark has never touched him. That's all. Now he only had to repeat that thought to himself, again and again, until he believed it. Harry, can you meet me in the Charms corridor tonight at 7? The note was unsigned, but Harry recognized Connor's handwriting, and the owl that had brought the scrap of parchment was certainly one of the school owls. He looked up, caught his brother's eye across the great hall, and nodded. Connor looked confused for a moment, then smiled. Just as well, Harry thought, tucking the note into a pocket of his robes. That will give me an excuse to avoid Draco this evening. Draco had spent the first 3 days of the week ignoring Harry as he read, but that day, Thursday, he'd come out of his trance with a vengeance. Now he was staring. He peppered Harry with random questions: his favorite color, what kind of food he liked best, whether he really wanted to stick his fork into his mouth while acting just like a barbarian or Weasley and talking all the time. Harry had tried to answer as patiently as he could. He was afraid his patience was about to run out. He had tried to ask Draco, and a few other members of Slytherin House, why they hadn't told him about the power that Ron sensed. Millicent just smiled and looked secretive. Pansy changed the subject to ask how the brewing of her mother's wolfsbane potion was going. Blaise made up moronic excuses and fled when Harry didn't believe them. Draco just didn't let him get a word in edgewise, and now he was at it again. What was that note, Harry? He asked. Who was it from? No one important, said Harry, trying to concentrate on his treacle tart. It had been Solarana's favorite treat. Currently, one of his self-tests, along with avoiding his rage as much as possible and controlling his magic, was to see how often he could approach the memories of her and turn them good instead of evil. Granted, he would often feel a hitch in his breathing or a burn in his eyes during one of the tests, but that was better than the horrible closeness to tears he'd endured before. Tell me, said Draco. I want you to tell me. Harry glanced sideways. Draco was staring at him again. Ron's intent gaze, Lucius's intent gaze, the gaze of a pureblood in the dance. Harry shook his head slightly. I don't want to. Draco reached out and put a hand on Harry's arm, near the place where he'd bruised him last week. Harry felt his anger, and his magic, flare at the thought of being manhandled like that again. Draco at once dropped his hand and smiled at him. That's all right, Harry. You don't have to if you don't want to. Harry blinked at him. And a moment later, Draco's face went hard again and he nodded, exactly as if he had confirmed something about Harry that he had been waiting to ask him. It was too much strangeness for one evening. Harry stood up. I have to go to the library and work with Connor on our transfiguration project, he said. Your brother hasn't moved from his table. Draco leaned back in his chair and studied Harry coolly. Harry shrugged. He said he'd be along later. He walked away from the Slytherin table, knowing that everyone could tell he was agitated from his stride, and not caring. Of course, now that he was aware of it, he could see heads turning at the tables he passed, hands rubbing noses or eyes or arms, and suspicion dawning into certainty on many pureblood faces. You have to do something. Ron's voice rang in his head, and Harry clenched his teeth. Yes, he had to do something. He had accepted that, but he didn't have to like it. He calmed his magic with an enormous effort, reminding himself that the last time Connor had met him privately, it had been to tell him good news. He would probably have more good news to tell him this time. Harry was looking forward to it after such a trying day. He reached the charms corridor and cast the disillusionment charm on himself to keep him hidden until Connor came. A few students ambled past him, talking about nothing particularly exciting. Harry was glad. He used the minutes he was alone to close his eyes and count to 10. He'd learned the words for the numbers in Gobbledygook and Murmish specifically to give him something to pass the time with. Figuring out how to pronounce the rush of goblin consonants or the insistent twanging of Murmish, which was really meant to be spoken underwater, took almost all his concentration. He'd never been that gifted with languages. Harry blinked. Connor was in front of him, peering around as though he thought Harry might not be there yet. Harry dispelled the charm. Connor, there you are. Connor grinned at him. Yes, here I am. He let out a little breath. And, Harry, I have a favor to ask you. He squinted and licked his lips as though he couldn't wait to ask the favor and didn't want to ask it at the same time. Harry raised his eyebrows. He was thrilled at the thought of doing something for his brother, but letting that show would result in questions he didn't want to answer right now. Connor still didn't know about the full extent of his training. Yes. Well, see, Connor scuffed his trainer on the floor. The problem is Ginny Weasley. Harry blinked. Ron's little sister. Connor nodded. See, she has a crush on me or something. His cheeks grew bright red. I don't know why, but lately she's been tagging after me wherever I go. The Great Hall, the Gryffindor Tower, and to lessons with Sirius. And I don't often see her. She's really quick, and clever. You want me to stop her? Harry asked doubtfully. Connor nodded. I thought of a way to do it, but I don't have the skills, and Hermione is Ginny's friend. Could you brew the polyjuice potion, so you could look like me, and distract her sometimes? Harry cocked his head. The polyjuice potion isn't quick, Connor, he warned his brother. It would take some time before I could have it ready, and in the meantime, Ginny would still be following you everywhere. Besides, maybe she'll get tired of it before the potion's finished. Even knowing that it would take a while, I'd still welcome it, said Connor. And Ron says she doesn't give up. Ever. She waited a whole year once, but she got Percy back for turning her favorite teddy bear into a snake, even though it was an accident. I think she'll still be following me around in October. And Sirius says he has to step up my training. He pouted. Please, Harry. Harry sighed, then nodded. All right. I need a piece of your hair, though. Otherwise the potion won't work. That's no problem, said Connor with relief, and plucked a hair from his head, holding it out to Harry. Harry took it and felt a jolting tingle race up his arm. A moment later, he felt the very familiar sensation of the cracked and broken phoenix web attempting to repair itself. He tried to jump, tried to shout, tried to reach for his wand. Instead, he stood still, caught in a full-body bind, and watched as the illusion of Connor in front of him melted away to reveal Albus Dumbledore, stern-faced and sad-eyed. I am sorry that it must come to this, my boy, he said, holding up his wand. But I cannot allow you to reverse the choices that you have made, nor turn the whole world topsy-turvy for the sake of your magic's freedom. You will be happier when the web is restored, I promise. Right now you are not only unhappy, but making others so. Harry tried to open his hand, tried to let the hair fall, and found out he could not. His wards, too, the ones that kept him immune to Dumbledore's magic, were gone as though they had never been. It had to be the hair, he thought. Dumbledore had enchanted it with spells to dispel the wards and hold him still, and once it touched bare skin, that had been the end of it. Or maybe it really was Connor's hair, and depended on the blood connection between them. Dumbledore waited a moment, as though expecting Harry to nod or say something in agreement, and then seemed to remember he was under the body bind. He sighed. I am sorry, he repeated. Explio penurium. He cried out abruptly, and turned, his wand falling from his hand in shock and pain. Harry had time to see a small gray rat clinging furiously to Dumbledore's ankle before it rolled off, dodging a bright white spark that leapt from Dumbledore's robes, and transformed into Peter. I've been watching, was the first thing Peter said, backing up so he was in between Dumbledore and Harry. Deftly, he reached out and plucked the hair from Harry's hand, and Harry relaxed and let out a loud breath. His magic rose up around him. Peter didn't seem to notice, his eyes still on Dumbledore. Did you think I'd let you get away with this? Dumbledore didn't say anything, but a bright red curse leapt from his wand, even though it was lying on the floor, and came for Peter. Harry realized that Peter didn't intend to move aside. He growled, exasperated. Standing in front of danger and turning it from other people was his place, not Peter's, and called his near-instinctive Protega. It manifested in front of Peter and bounced the spell back in Dumbledore's direction. Of course, the curse dissipated harmlessly before it got that far. Harry was left riding his magic, which had a hard core of the substantial, silent rage he'd locked in his box. The wall behind him had already turned to ice. He breathed, deeply and quietly, and told his magic number. We are defending only. It didn't object, but the air in front of him turned cold enough that he could see his breath. Dumbledore was watching them thoughtfully, as poised as though he had never lost control, and fired a curse. If he noticed the frost creeping towards him, he preferred to give no sign that he noticed it. When he spoke, his voice was laden with sadness. Peter, Peter, Peter. Do you know what you have done? Do you know that you may have put the wizarding world itself in danger with your reckless actions? He shook his head, slowly, his eyes disappointed. So little remains of the boy I once knew, the boy who swore he would give up everything to save his friends. Harry felt the touch of the truth like a wind on his neck. Is Peter? Did he really go to Azkaban on Dumbledore's orders, then? Did he really leave us open to attack by Voldemort because Dumbledore wanted him to? That would mean that Dumbledore had left Connor open to attack. It was only the channels that Harry had carved into himself over the summer, the ones that he knew and which his magic usually tried to run in, that kept them all from dying then. He felt the building of an explosion that would have torn his body and Peter's apart at the same time as it would have killed Dumbledore, and sealed the channels. No. He rocked on his feet as the magic roared at him for his balking and turned on him, scraping his mind with harsh claws. He could feel his mouth straining in a silent scream, but he forced it back down, forced the magic back down, forced the impulse to destroy back down. He was master of his magic, and master of himself. He needed no one else challenging him for that title. It took him a long moment to come back to himself, to still the washing tides of magic in him as they sloshed from one side to the other and ceased to wound him. Only then could he attend to Peter's voice, which had lost the mockery it held earlier and gone straight into incandescent rage. Look at him, Albus. Look what you've done. This is a child, a bloody child, Lily and James's son. You once claimed to love them, you said you'd do anything for them, you moved mountains to help them. And Sirius and Remus, too. You kept any of us from being expelled after Remus nearly killed Snape. Is this the proof of the love you offer? Is this what happens to our children even if it doesn't happen to us? Look at him and tell me you can do this. I can do this, said Dumbledore, his voice still sad beyond measure. I must, Peter. His face was stern when Harry looked at him. You knew the cost when you paid it. Harry knew the cost when he paid his. I changed my mind, said Peter bluntly. And I've shattered the web, Albus. I'm here on my own, not because the insanity that you forced me into pretending finally took me. Dumbledore had a moment of clear and obvious shock. Harry blinked. He didn't expect Peter to say that. Does he think the web can't be broken? Dumbledore had already recovered, though, and his face was beyond stern. It reminded Harry of the face he'd seen in the pensive memory, when Dumbledore had come to Godric's Hollow to bind him. Certain choices cannot be changed, Peter. I told you this when I gave you the web. Still you swore to me that you wanted it, that you were doing this of your own free will. You never gave Harry that choice, said Peter. And that sickens me. Dumbledore shook his head. His power was rising around him, and Harry knew that he would attempt to break through the Protega shield in a moment. Harry had his choice and his chance. It was only the greatest of misfortunes that led him to question it. It was damage Tom Riddle wrought to his mind that led him to question it. He is only wavering in his duty because he was wounded, Peter. You must realize that. He looked past Peter and caught Harry's eye. If his mind were whole, he would know his duty and he would be happy. The web would have stayed buried, said Peter. How young did you put it on him? It must have been 4, said Harry, since he thought he could speak now instead of utter a wordless scream. His head still hurt as though someone had tried to flatten it, and the magic was still curling around inside him, snarling and making little forays against the limits of his control every now and again, but he thought he could say this. I was 4. Peter didn't look at him, but Harry could see the sudden stiffness in his shoulders and guess at the expression on his face. 4, he said, his voice utterly flat. Dumbledore probably thought there was nothing to be gained from speaking any more. His next attack was a hammer sent at the Protega shield. Harry had never felt such force behind any one spell. It was like a battering ram. He reacted instinctively, the way that Snape had taught him to escape from such strong attacks in occlumency. He grabbed Peter and rolled to the side, letting the shield charm splinter. The force of the hammer went through and sent rubble flying from the wall. Harry stared at it a moment. He knew Dumbledore was in precise control of his power. He was sure the spell would have stopped before destroying him, because Dumbledore didn't want him dead. It would have killed Peter. Harry had had enough. He pushed at Peter, to get him further down the corridor, and then faced Dumbledore. Howrio, he said firmly, holding up one hand up. A green shield spread from his palm and fingers, and then grew further, engulfing both him and Peter. This should absorb any magic Dumbledore threw at them, Harry thought. And it would give Peter time to run. When he turned, he realized that Peter didn't have any intention of running. He was trying to get around or see around the green shield, probably so he could fling some more insults or accusations at Dumbledore. Get out of here. For Merlin's sake, Harry snapped, shoving at him and resisting the temptation to make a very Snape-ish remark about dumb Gryffindors who wasted all their wits charging into battle. I want. You can't tell me anything or protect me or whatever you came to do if you're dead. Harry shoved him again. Peter paused for a moment, and then a faint smile flitted across his face. You're right, he said. Thank you for trusting me, Harry. A moment later, he'd changed back into a rat and was gone, scampering down the hall in a mad flight for his life. Harry spared a moment to hope that he wouldn't run across Mrs. Norris. He turned his attention back to the shield. Dumbledore was still stronger, and was using that power in a very unrefined way, the same kind of raw force that Harry had used to break the windows and heal himself at Malfoy Manor, without channeling the magic through spells. Harry knew he could do the same thing. He wanted to do the same thing. His rage, at least, would have been happy with him if he did. But he remembered Hogwarts, and Remus's voice echoing in his head, saying that one had to consider the wills of others when considering whether a spell was dark or light. If he destroyed the school, as would happen if he let his magic fly now, how would that make him better than Voldemort? He maintained the shield a moment longer, then dropped it and rolled out of the way. He still felt wind catch him and slam him hard into the wall, but though he was bruised, Harry knew he hadn't broken anything. He knew what a broken rib felt like, thanks to Quirrell's Crucio spell from first year. He got to his feet at once, and met Dumbledore's eyes. They were still calm. Harry envied him for that he could call on his magic like that and not be incapacitated by the sheer fury it took. Where is Wormtail? Dumbledore asked. Harry shook his head. I don't know. As if I would tell you even if I did, he added, with a snort. Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. Now that I know Pettigrew has been sighted on school property, I have no choice but to accede to the Ministry's request and let the Dementors guard Hogwarts. They will find Pettigrew if anyone can. You could at least call him Peter, like I do, said Harry, and rubbed his aching head. I hope that you will have occasion to avoid calling him anything in the future. Dumbledore's voice was a knife now. That was foolish of you, my dear boy, very foolish. How could you put your life in danger protecting him like that? How could you believe his lies? He would have hurt your brother, killed him if he could. He was the one who betrayed your parents and lied to them, saying that their sons had been taken elsewhere, so that Voldemort could enter Godric's Hollow unopposed. Harry shook his head. I know. It was all confused and tangled in his head. Even if Peter had done what he had done on Dumbledore's orders, did that mean he was any less to blame? He had still put Connor in danger. But Dumbledore was the one who put him in danger in the first place, and when he should have been protecting him. Harry looked up as Dumbledore sighed. Come with me, Harry. We can check you for traces of a confounding charm. I fear that Pettigrew might have been charming you into believing his stories. Harry set his teeth. I didn't say that I believed him absolutely, not yet. But I don't trust you, either. Dumbledore had the gall to look shocked, as though that were the last thing he would have expected. He opened his mouth to say something else, but a spell abruptly struck past him and hit the wall. From its color, Harry suspected it had been a Jellylegs jinx. He turned, staring, to see Millicent Bulstrode standing at the end of the hall, lowering her wand. She was blinking innocently at Dumbledore. Oh, I'm so sorry, Headmaster, she said. I didn't know that was you. Of course you wouldn't have hurt Harry. I just saw a threat standing over him, so I attacked without thinking. She trotted forward, making a variety of soothing noises that Harry wouldn't have believed could come out of her throat, just as simpering and wide-eyed as Pansy could act. She put one arm around Harry's shoulders. Come on, Harry, let's get you to the hospital wing. You poor thing. It looked like it hurt when you hit the wall. And it looked like you had an enemy. That's too bad, but you should take comfort. You always have less of them than you think. And your enemies might have more. As she spoke the last words, she was looking straight at Dumbledore. The headmaster simply looked back at her. He stood where he was as Millicent escorted Harry in the direction of the hospital wing. He tolerated the pretense until they were around the corner, then tried to shake her arm off. I'm fine, Millicent, he said. Of course, said Millicent. That's why you're pale and quivering like a pudding. And of course, fine people are always clutching their heads, and smell like a thunderstorm. Harry guiltily snatched his hand from his head, then paused. I do not smell like a thunderstorm. To me, you do, said Millicent. The Bulstrode trick, you know. It smelled like the mother of all storms in there. And you need the hospital wing and bed, Harry. It's not every day that your own headmaster tries to kill you. He doesn't want me dead, said Harry, and then regretted the emphasis he'd put on the word as Millicent gave him a sidelong glance. Now what are you going to do? And give me a straight answer for once. What? And watch you die of shock. Millicent mocked him, but she obliged him. Someone's been talking to us, someone who goes by the name of Starborn. He said we should watch you, that you could be a far more useful ally to us than we had suspected. She smiled like a cat stretching. And you are, Harry. You outfaced Dumbledore. Now our families have a real choice. They don't have to go crawling back to the insane followers trying to put the Dark Lord back together or obey Dumbledore, whom none of them trust not to compel them. They can follow you. I'm going to be protecting Connor, said Harry flatly. So you'll be really following him. Millicent patted him on the head. Aren't you cute? She said. Harry remained silent the rest of the way to the hospital wing, but didn't feel much better, since Millicent settled for knowing sideways smiles when she couldn't get him to talk. Madame Pomfrey got one look at him and put him to bed with a strengthening potion and a calming draught. Harry drank them in resignation and lay back in his bed, staring at the ceiling. Do something, Ron said. Well, King did something. Now I just wish I knew what the hell it was. And I wish I could tell someone that I'm not going to be a leader or compel anyone and have them believe me. He sighed and closed his eyes. Because, said Millicent, giving him a strange look, the rest of us had seen the way you reacted when someone told you that you had power. There was the way you reacted when you thought that we might prefer you to your brother. There was the way that you didn't want to win that race we set you up to win last year. Oh, Millicent, do be fair, said Pansy, who was sprawled on one of the divans in front of the hearth in the Slytherin common room. She opened her eyes and smiled at Harry, though the mess of owned hair covering her face. Harry won that race on his own merits, didn't you, Harry? I certainly hope so, said Harry, glancing back and forth from one girl to another. But he trailed off, unable to express just what he thought. Millicent shrugged at him. Like it or not, you do have a tradition of refusing to live up to your potential, Harry. If we'd tried to talk to you about it, or talk you through it, we thought we'd just get another speech about your brother being the powerful one, and could we all shut up now and blah blah blah. She laughed, and Harry caught a glimpse of how genuinely happy she was. The laughter was without a hint of mockery, despite what she'd just said. We didn't know that this time you might have been willing to listen because you sensed your own magic. So we just started doing the practical thing, attending to our own needs, and waiting for you to catch up or wake up. Those needs don't really include orbiting around me, though, said Harry, leaning back on the couch at last. He was still tired, though he'd been out of the hospital wing since early Saturday, and it was Sunday evening now. Now, at least, he knew why the Slytherins hadn't told him about the power Ron had sensed, and it was a reason he believed. There's no reason that you have to choose me as leader, or whatever other insane plan you had in mind. Millicent shrugged. Your magic, she said, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Harry shook his head. Voldemort and Dumbledore have more than raw magical power, you know that. You'd be safer with one of them, if you really wanted protection from the other one. It struck him as somewhat ludicrous that he was encouraging some of his housemates to follow the Dark Lord, but pureblood politics often ended up being like this, the same way that Lucius had been proud last year when his son had outdanced him. Of course we know that, said Millicent. And we also know that they have established principles that are going to wreck and destroy the way we are. Harry peered at her. I thought Voldemort was all about defending pureblood ideals. Pureblood ideals aren't about killing muggles, said Pansy. They're about staying away from them, maybe. But, listen, Harry, my mother was a Death Eater. You must know that by now. She sat up and stared at him. And you're helping her anyway. Harry glanced away. And don't think I haven't asked myself why I'm doing it, he muttered. How could he brew the wolfsbane potion for a woman who had set the blood of several witches and wizards boiling until it scalded them alive from the inside? He didn't know, so he kept his eyes on his hands when he made the potion, and not on the mirror that Snape kept in his office for the purpose of preparing some of the more obscure brews. "You're doing it," said Pansy. "That's the important thing. And you didn't demand some kind of sacrifice from my mother." "I demanded some things from her," said Harry, glaring at her. "I know," said Pansy patiently. "But they weren't sacrifices. They were an equal bargain. That's the difference, Harry. Dumbledore would sacrifice us, or want to, if we went to him. That's what he has a habit of doing." Her eyes flashed viciously. "And the Dark Lord asks for more than sacrifices. By the time he's done, there's no one left to give anything more. Doesn't that make it sound as though Dumbledore is the one you should be asking for help, then?" Harry pointed out. Pansy gave him a flat stare. "No," she said. Harry shook his head. "I can't help you," he said. "Not much. I'm 13. I'm still not as strong as Dumbledore. I'm going to follow and serve my brother. My magic is making everyone uneasy right now, not content." "And do you know why?" Millicent asked, her hand plucking at a blanket someone had slung along the back of her chair. Harry shook his head. "Because it appeared," said Millicent. "Or so it seems. Powerful wizards don't just walk out of the broom closet every day, you know." "Oh, sorry, here I am, rather got lost for a while." Harry frowned. She was mocking him again. "And so they're rushing around like a Pegasus with a gadfly up its ass," said Millicent bluntly, trying to figure out what to do. "And sooner or later they're going to calm down, and then they're going to start asking questions. And one of those questions is going to be why they couldn't sense your magic before, why it burst out at full strength instead of building slowly for years. If it had just built naturally, if everyone knew you were powerful over time instead of suddenly, then they wouldn't panic. They'd just acknowledge that sooner or later they'd have to deal with you, and go about their lives. But this," she shook her head. "Harry, this doesn't happen. It won't be long before you hear people whispering unnatural, and wondering if this is a side effect of your possession from last year, and all kinds of other things." Harry closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead with one hand. "Another thing to thank Dumbledore for, I suppose. Ron suggested that I make some kind of announcement to the wizarding world, telling them I don't plan to do anything evil, and outlining what I do plan to do," he said. "Would that work?" "Trust a Gryffindor to come up with that kind of plan," said Pansy. "Of course it wouldn't work. For one thing, it'd make you seem weak, as if you were conceding to the ministry, when you don't need to. For another, why should you have to declare all your principles and allegiances right now? Tell them to go talk to your parents, and go right on living. And brewing my mother's wolfsbane potion," she added. "But I thought that I had to do something," said Harry. "Otherwise, the ministry will start trying to take me away from my parents, and..." "Oh, they'll make noises about it, sure," said Millicent, waving one hand. "But they can't do anything unless they find out that your parents actually abused you." She stared at him. "And they'd probably prefer to leave you right where you are. They don't want to split apart the family of the boy who lived, after all." Harry nodded. He'd seen the headlines in the Prophet lately, the ones that swirled around Connor's every minor doing as if it were proof that he was about to drop dead or save the world. There had been a front-page article on the fact that Connor had argued with Ron the other day. "Then all that I need to do is hide." He cut himself off abruptly. He sometimes forgot, in the sheer camaraderie of speaking Slytherin to Slytherin, that only Draco and Snape knew any details about his home life. "Hide what?" Millicent asked. "Your magic. I don't think you can. Not now." Harry shook his head and glanced away from her two sharp eyes. "Nothing. So long as the nothing doesn't interfere with anything you need to do," said Pansy, standing up and yawning. "I'm going to bed." Harry nodded to her and watched her go to the third-year girls' dorm, then turned to find Millicent still watching him. "Draco's not the only Slytherin who can watch, you know," she said. "And I don't need strange books from my mother to help me notice things. I notice things, Harry. The way you forced down so many emotions last year. That almost slavish devotion you have to your brother. How you immediately leapt to thinking about consequences for your power, instead of just glorying in the fact that you have it. How you went home with the Malfoys last summer, and your parents didn't object. I know you notice things, Millicent, said Harry, yawning himself. But I'm not going to tell you anything. I'll make you a bargain, said Millicent. One piece of information from you, and in return I'll teach you a spell that will make sure Dumbledore can never try the trick he pulled last night. Harry eyed her warily. Why would you know a spell like that? Millicent shrugged. My mother works with the goblins at Gringotts. She knows most of the spells they use to determine which coins are real and which are false. She smiled abruptly. You wouldn't believe how many wizards and witches think they're the first to have the brilliant idea of counterfeiting galleons. Harry closed his eyes. A spell like that would presumably help with the illusion that Dumbledore had been under. He had thought of a way to deal with Dumbledore on his own, but it wouldn't cover every instance, and it certainly wouldn't cover Dumbledore putting a glamour on someone else and sending him after Harry. All right, he said, opening his eyes. I think about consequences for my power because that's the way I was raised, studying history and magic from the youngest age possible. I've read about the First War, and I've seen what happens when wizards don't watch out and just loose their power in any random direction they want to. And since I've been here, I've had the example of Dumbledore's magic to remind me every day of that. He wondered if Millicent would demand more, but she just nodded at him and held out her wand. The spell is Aspectus Linsis, she said, the Lynx Sight spell. She showed him the wand passes he had to perform, and intoned it carefully, her voice stressing the second syllable of the first word and the first syllable of the second. Harry nodded, and then performed it himself, being careful to use his wand. He was still trying to get his magic used to using that first, instead of flying all over the place. He blinked when several wards flickered into sight, positioned around the Slytherin common room. All of them had the trace of Dumbledore's power around them. Harry frowned and decided that he would study them later as a jaw-cracking yawn nearly sent him from the couch. Good night, Harry, said Millicent, standing up with a faint smile. I'll see you tomorrow. And remember, not everyone who wants to follow you or who's interested in you is only doing it because of power. Harry just blinked at her as she went up to the girls' dorm, and then went to his own room. Vince, Blaise, and Greg were already asleep. Draco was lying on his back, reading a book by the look of the Lumos spell through the curtains, but he didn't respond when Harry softly called out to him. Harry shook his head and put his pajamas on. If he wants to ignore me, that's just fine. I can ignore him right back. But, he admitted as he crawled into his own bed and drew the curtains closed, it did hurt. Harry took a deep breath and added the final drop of Sphinx blood. The potion stirred briefly, as though it would reach up out of its cauldron and bite him, and then fell back. It began to steam at once. Harry stepped back and looked at Snape. Snape nodded. Once. Harry let the breath out. One wolfsbane potion, correctly brewed. I'm going to take this to Pansy, said Harry quietly, as he began fetching vials and dipping them into the cauldron. She'll want to owl her mother at once, I think. Snape shook his head. The Red Death is waiting for you at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, he said calmly, as he turned back to the cauldron he was brewing for Remus. She owled me this morning and told me so. Harry stared at his back for a moment, blinking, then said, Why did she tell you that? Snape spoke without looking at him. It seems that she wanted to make peace with me, once she knew that you would be brewing the potion under my direction. He had a smile in his voice. Harry knew from the sound that it was a nasty smile. So easy, after all, to settle a long-time grudge with a little poison in the wrong place. And this is a complicated potion, very easy to get wrong. Harry nodded uneasily. And she knew that this would be the day I finished the potion. She apparently has people watching you, said Snape blandly, as he added another pinch of Demiguise hair to his own potion and stirred it once. I can't imagine why. Harry cursed under his breath and continued filling and corking vials. He thought longingly of Connor's invisibility cloak, then shook his head. Connor was making use of it right now, sneaking outside the walls to meet Sirius in the old Shrieking Shack. Besides, he didn't think his brother would want him using the cloak to go and meet a former Death Eater specializing in blood curses. Harry glanced up, startled to find Snape watching him. He had a faint smile on his face. It could have come from anything. "Well done," said Snape. It took Harry a moment to realize why that sounded so familiar to him. Snape had told him the same thing at the end of first year, when he had told the story of fighting Voldemort to him under Veritaserum. Harry shook his head, unwilling to visit the bitterness that still remained in him about that incident, and slipped out the door, holding the corked vials of potion close. Luckily, no one was there to see him as he slipped up the dungeon stairs and across the entrance hall, though he did pause briefly to let Percy Weasley go by. The boy was hurrying along with his head bowed, muttering to himself. Harry hesitated when he heard him saying, "But how could I do anything that would hurt my family?" But decided it was none of his business. He would hardly want Percy sticking his nose into Harry's private wonderings about Connor, after all. He cast the disillusionment charm on himself as he emerged from the school. It was a pleasant evening, the wind brisk but not cold, the leaves on the trees that edged the forbidden forest just beginning to turn. Harry briefly turned his head in the direction of the whomping willow that hid the shrieking shack, and wished that he could be there with his brother, helping him train. Sirius does that well enough, he reminded himself, as he skirted Hagrid's hut and headed deeper into the trees. And you'd only make him uncomfortable anyway, since you're so uncomfortable yourself around compulsion magic. That was another thing he would have to train himself out of, Harry reflected as he reached the edge of the forest and began to scan carefully for Mrs. Parkinson. Connor was his beloved brother. No rift must ever come between them, either in reality or in appearance. Harry had been through that, and he didn't want it to happen again, but it would if Harry insisted on being uncomfortable around compulsion magic. He didn't have to be. Dumbledore had used it harmfully, but Dumbledore was not his twin. Harry was sure that Connor could do much more productive things with it. He caught a glimpse of a dark cloak beneath one tree edged with leaves like fire, and halted. While he watched, the cloak moved again, and he caught a flash of pale hair he was sure was Hawthorne Parkinson's. He dispelled the charm, and heard the woman's soft exclamation before she stifled it. Then she came forward and held out her hand wordlessly, and Harry placed the vials of the Wolfsbane potion into her palm. Hawthorne studied him, her hazel eyes quick and bright. She looked better than the last time Harry had seen her, though he supposed that might be because it was further from the full moon. She still appeared tired, but there was a resolve, a fire, in her that Harry had seen in Pansy when her blood was up. "Thank you," said Hawthorne at last, and then shook her head. "I wish I had something else to say. Thank you is an inadequate word for what you have done for me. The transformation was not so painful as the madness that followed, in which I lost every trace of the witch I am. I would pay much not to have to suffer it again. What you promised me before is all I require," said Harry fiercely. "That you stay away from Fenrir Greyback and his attempts to raise the Dark Lord, or whatever it is that he's doing." Hawthorne nodded once. "That is all you require, but it is not enough to settle my sense of a debt," she said. "Have you heard of Starborn?" Harry blinked. "Millicent mentioned him. She said that he's been telling you to watch me." Hawthorne smiled. It was a strange smile. Harry wondered about it. "Indeed," she murmured. "He has had an opportunity to observe you closely, and he has liked what he had seen." She reached under her cloak, and Harry tensed, his magic rising in readiness around him, but instead of her wand, she tugged out a book, which she held towards Harry. Harry accepted it and tilted it towards the moonlight. He caught his breath. Bindings of Magic, the title said, a book that Merlin himself was supposed to have written. He looked up at Hawthorne in wonder. "I thought this was destroyed." Hawthorne shrugged. "Well, it is hardly an original. It is a copy of a copy, and there may be some errors in it. But, errors or not, there are many things in there that most modern wizards believe about compulsion magic, webs, and other forms of binding." Harry frowned at her at the mention of webs, and Hawthorne winked. "As I said," she murmured, "Starborn has had the opportunity to observe you very closely." She tilted her head and laid her fingers over her lips. "And he is no friend of Dumbledore's," she added softly. Harry took a deep breath and looked back at the book in his hands. For all that he knew, Hawthorne must have ulterior motives for giving it to him. This was a priceless gift, since he knew it spoke of the many ancient kinds of magical bindings that might tie wizards together, such as life debts and sacrifices of love, and included the basis of more modern kinds of magic. It might contain the information that he needed to free himself completely from the Phoenix Web. In fact, if any single book in the world did, this one would. Thank you, he whispered. I don't think you only did this to repay the debt, but thank you. Hawthorne smiled faintly at him. You are right, she said. Pansy has been writing to me, and Starborn has been writing to me, and there is a crystal phoenix in my home which sings when great power comes into the world. It has sung since the end of last spring. It is a relief to meet you at last. She bowed her head slightly. At the same time, you might not be the kind of leader we need. Raw power proves nothing. What about a lack of taste for leadership? Hawthorne smiled again, more fully this time. So that part was true, she said. Well, Starborn has written me about that, too. I do not believe you are the kind of wizard who would grasp at enslaving others. Tell that to the ministry, muttered Harry, tucking bindings of magic into a pocket of his robes. Hawthorne's smile widened still further. When you do what you must for love and duty, she said, as I believe you will, they will have no choice but to see it. She turned and slipped back into the forbidden forest before Harry had the chance to ask her any more. He sighed, frowned at nothing, and slipped away himself, back to the castle. The book rode in his pocket, calling his thoughts. She was wrong. This book doesn't repay her debt. It makes me owe her a greater one. I have to know, said Millicent, as they sat at breakfast on the first day of autumn. Harry jumped a bit. He'd been thinking more about what he read in Bindings of Magic the night before than he was about the people around him. He glanced at her, only to find her motioning to the staff table. What did you do to Dumbledore, that he hardly dares to look at you anymore? Harry grinned and glanced in Dumbledore's direction. The headmaster was keeping his eyes strictly on his food. A variation on a mirror spell, said Harry happily. When he looks at me and thinks about casting spells on me, the spells start affecting him instead. If he was thinking about putting me in a full body bind, for example, he would start feeling his legs go paralyzed. He happily bit into a pumpkin pasty. He looked up to find Pansy and Millicent exchanging glances. What? He asked. That shouldn't be possible, said Pansy frankly. A shield that bounces spells when they're active, sure. But not when he's just thinking about them. Well, it's not when he's just thinking about them, I told you, said Harry, talking through his pasty. He ignored the girls' looks of disgust. It was part of his cunning campaign to discourage them from thinking of him as a leader. He could be subtly Slytherin, too. Or maybe he was just hungry. I wonder if part of being Slytherin is learning to lie to yourself, too. It's when he looks at me and thinks about them. The sight aspect is important. It's still incredible, said Millicent. Not many students can invent spells like that, you know. It's a variation on the mirror spells, Harry insisted. I didn't make it up. Perhaps talking with his mouth full wasn't enough to discourage them. He wondered if talking willingly to Gryffindors other than his brother and Neville would. Yes, but a sudden ruffle of wings announced the arrival Harry had been waiting for, though he had half wondered if Lucius had given up, now. No, he thought, as he tilted his head back and watched the great horned owl, Julius, sweeping once around the great hall before he descended on the Slytherin table. Harry reached out, curious, to take the bundle from Julius's leg. There were two possible gifts that Lucius could choose for this autumnal equinox gift, since it was the last one in the year cycle he'd chosen. The next, Yuletide gift would mark a year since he had been truce dancing with Harry. This one was the point where he had to choose to take the truce down one of two paths, the continuation to a true pact, or the graceful backing out, both of which would take another year. Harry was almost certain he would back out, but even then, the gift this time would be both beautiful and useful. His breath caught when the bundle opened and a small mirror fell out. He picked it up with trembling hands, and tilted it back and forth. As he suspected, it showed not his face, but the view from a similar mirror in Malfoy Manor, which bent and skewed as he turned his own glass. When he concentrated, he could push his gaze and attention through that mirror, and out from the room it hung in, and conjure a floating, present-time vision of any corridors and rooms in Malfoy Manor. Lucius had granted Harry license to see into his home, the private sanctum of his family. More than that, He could look at any time he wanted, and see whether plots against him were taking place. Lucius intended to continue the truce dance. Harry managed to breathe again, with a massive effort, and picked up the note that had come with the mirror. Mr. Potter, in light of the regard I bear you, on this first day of autumn, may you step past the barriers between us that are falling like leaves. Lucius Malfoy. Harry put the mirror down gently on the table. He swallowed once. He knew what the proper answer would be. A mirror that allowed Lucius to see into his own home. Into Godric's Hollow. If he chose to continue this dance, Harry would have to think about that carefully. His relationship with Narcissa and Draco, even with Draco as distant and strange as he was now, was far different than Lucius's relationship with his parents and Connor. That's a princely gift, said Pansy, shattering the awe. I know, said Harry simply, and tucked the mirror into a pocket. He watched as Julius took wing again and flew through the window. He glanced down the table, but Draco had his nose buried in one of his mother's books again, the one with the guile serpent on the front, and was ignoring Harry. Harry smothered his flicker of irritation. You have no right to be irritated with him. You didn't treat him very well when you had his attention. He stood, ready to make his way to the first class of the day, History of Magic. He was looking forward to the chance to sleep while Binns droned his way through history Harry already knew by heart. He'd had the dream of the two dark figures last night, one screaming in a cramped space, one writhing on a bed and whimpering, for the first time in a long time. He'd lain awake after that, tense, waiting for an attack from Tom Riddle before he finally figured out it wasn't coming and fell asleep again. By then it had been almost dawn, and Blaise had had to threaten to dump cold water on him to get him out of bed. He was just about to leave the hall when he heard a loud cry and a sound of shattering glass. Eyes wide, he turned back to see Snape on his back on the Hufflepuff table, one hand on his wand. Clutching his throat, and making it impossible for him to get his wand up and cast a spell, was Sirius. He was snarling, yelling words that Harry couldn't make out, so choked as they were with spittle and rage. Snape replied in a much clearer voice, despite the grip on his throat. Have you lost your mind, Black? That never happened. Yes, it did, said Sirius, more clearly this time, and you are going to apologize. He abruptly transformed, and now it was a huge black dog with its teeth near Snape's throat. There was a long moment of trembling tension, and Harry knew Sirius would bite. He might well tear Snape's throat out. He started to call on his magic, but Snape must have managed a nonverbal, wandless curse. Padfoot abruptly went flying backwards, smashing into the wall behind the Gryffindor table and tumbling down it. Connor was on his feet, face red with fury and wand out and aimed at Snape. Enough. Harry felt the wave of compulsion that attacked the Great Hall, similar to the time last year when Dumbledore had calmed the other students after Harry admitted to being a Parselmouth. He felt it worming into his mind, and closed his eyes. He didn't have Solarana to root Dumbledore out this time, but he knew the headmaster was there, which was an advantage he hadn't had last year, and he had his occlumency shields and his utter hatred of the headmaster to sustain him. I may not be able to face you on the battlefield yet, he thought. Connor might still need any protection you can give him, and it isn't time to make you answer for endangering him yet. But it will be. He threw off the compulsion a moment later, and he opened his eyes to see Snape looking similarly disgruntled. But everyone else was calm. Until Sirius, who had transformed back into a man, began to sob. Harry stared at his godfather. He looked like a trembling, broken shell, as though he and not Peter was the one who had gone to Azkaban for 12 years. He hid his face from everyone else and wept as though his heart was breaking. Connor, visibly shocked, started to step towards him. Severus, Sirius, said Dumbledore, his voice implacable, please follow me to my office at once. He nodded at the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables. I am sorry to deprive the third years of their teacher for potions class, but it should be for only one morning. He swept out the door. Snape followed a moment later. Sirius picked himself up and stumbled, sobbing, along behind. Harry stood frozen. He wanted to go after them, to figure out what the hell had happened, but Millicent was tugging on his arm. Come on, she whispered. Professor Snape will tell you later. Harry had to admit that was probably true, and anyway, he didn't think he could be in the same small room with Dumbledore safely right now. He forced his feet to move, to carry him out of the Great Hall. He might have gone to Connor, too, but a whole horde of Gryffindors had descended on him. He had to trust that his brother would be all right. Harry closed his eyes and breathed, carefully dealing with the anger, and the unexpected source of the anger. I'm furious with him. I'm furious with Sirius for assaulting Snape. Shouldn't it really be the other way around? He wondered, gloomily, what new and disturbing discoveries about himself this portended. Snape had been passing the Hufflepuff table, on his way to the dungeons to teach his morning potions class, when Black had assaulted him. And that is what it was, he reminded himself, subtly shifting his robe and wincing at the cuts and scores and scratches that ran down his back under the cloth. He'd heard cups shatter, and probably a few plates. Black was going to pay for wounding him in that manner, and Dumbledore was going to pay for hurrying him out of the Great Hall in such an undignified manner that Snape had had no chance to subtly heal himself. For now, he kept his glare on Dumbledore's back and his stride swift and even. He would leave the wounds for evidence, if he needed them, of how unstable Black had gone. Not that it matters, he thought briefly, his glance darting back to scour the man who followed them. I know I will only hear some excuse for the instability, and some half-hearted apology, and a scolding for not being more tolerant, and that will be the end of it. Black is Dumbledore's golden boy, has been ever since that damned hat touched his head and shouted him for Gryffindor. Why should things have changed? Yet he had dared to hope that things had changed, since he had contacted Black over the summer and asked him to formally dissolve the bet they'd made over Harry last year, since they had both acted like school children. Black, sober and earnest, for once, had accepted immediately, apologized, and said that he would tell Harry about the bet ending. When the boy came back to Hogwarts and made no mention of it, Snape had assumed that Black had kept his word. Now, he wondered, is that why he said what he did? Accused me of trying to murder his godson. Frowning, shaking his head, Snape hardly noticed when they arrived at Dumbledore's gargoyle, and didn't remember the password the headmaster called to let them past it. Of course, he thought, that hardly mattered. He was not in the habit of visiting Dumbledore anymore. He wondered if the headmaster had really noticed it, or what it meant. You are a fool if you do not, Albus. The purebloods are spinning around a new star. They don't know what he means to do now, but that may not matter, not if they convince themselves that he could do something. You intended to use his brother as a figurehead, Albus. Instead, you have someone distinctly different on your hands, someone close to growing into a true leader. But he cleared his mind of that as they arrived in the headmaster's office and Dumbledore turned around with that gentle smile Snape had grown to know and loathe. Sirius, Severus, he said. Please take a seat. It was not a request, for all that he made it sound like one, and Snape felt the iron edge of the same compulsion that had attacked the Great Hall, pressing him towards one of the chairs. He shook it off and sat down on his own. Black shuffled towards his and half collapsed into it, looking like an old man. Now, Sirius, said Dumbledore, sitting down behind his desk and turning an anxious, fond glance on Black, tell me what happened. I don't remember, Black whispered. Oh, I do not believe that, Snape thought, raising an eyebrow. Neither did Dumbledore, apparently. Sirius, he said, as though scolding a child. Black broke again, and began to weep. Snape curled his lip and looked away. He had seen grown pureblood wizards weep, but only under the influence of the Cruciatus and similar curses. Even if Black had realized the incredible worthlessness of his continued existence and was going to beg the headmaster to end it all for him, he could have shown a little more dignity. At last, Black drew himself together, and whispered, I could see it all so clearly. I remembered Snivellus trying to kill Harry last year. Snape narrowed his eyes. He said he would try to put aside that stupid nickname. Anger stirred in him, against Black and against himself, for being so stupid as to believe that anything Black said was true. I see the way things stand now. You are my enemy, Black, and I see no value in trying to keep peace with you, even for Harry's sake. I would take pleasure in removing him from you now. If you died, I would dance on your grave. The depth of his hatred was sustaining, comforting. This was the same man who had tried to send him to his death when they were both 16, and not in the name of Dumbledore's war with the Dark Lord. Snape wondered that Dumbledore would even try to protect someone so weak, so flawed by his grudges that he could not see past them. He certainly could not use him in his endless war, so what was the point? He realized it again as he watched Dumbledore lean forward across his desk, gently coaxing Black to speak. He is a pureblood wizard from a dark line, who was placed in the house that Dumbledore thinks is the House of Light. Black is his little pet redemption project. Of course he would try to spare him anything he could, and not hold him to those standards of conduct that any other reasonable adult wizard would be expected to obey. Tell me about Severus trying to kill Harry, Dumbledore whispered. Come now, Sirius, you can do it. Snape rolled his eyes, but sat still. He was standing over him with his wand, Black whispered, in between the sobs. He said that he really served the Dark Lord, and that he was going to send Harry's soul to join the soul of his dead master. Then he fired a killing curse at him, but it rebounded, just the way that it rebounded from his brother. Black huddled into himself and covered his face with his hands. Dumbledore turned to look at him. Snape wanted to rage at the doubt on his face. How dare you look at me that way, Albus, after everything I have done for you? A year of spying, a year of giving up people who believed in the same things I once had, a year of walking in constant fear of discovery, a year of committing murder and torture on your commands. Don't you owe me more than that? Probably last year, Dumbledore would have felt he did, Snape realized abruptly. But since Snape had confronted him over what he had done to Harry, their relationship had been strained to the breaking point. He no longer trusted Dumbledore not to hurt a child. Perhaps the headmaster did not trust him in exactly the same way. He kept his voice a lazy drawl, his eyes half shuttered. Do you really believe, Albus, that if I had been hit by a deflected killing curse, that I would be here now? Such a spell destroyed the Dark Lord, who was a much more powerful wizard than I am. And what was my motive for trying to kill Harry Potter? Do tell me that. I told you, said Black, jerking his head up. His face was caught in a snarl, his features twisted into something barely human. You're a Death Eater, Snivellus. You were trying to kill Harry so that you could bring your master back. From the story you told, it sounds like this imaginary wizard you saw was trying to take vengeance for the Dark Lord instead. Snape sneered. Black passed a hand over his face. His eyes had such heavy dark circles under them that Snape wondered, in a detached way, when he had last slept. That's what I meant. That's right. It is not right, said Snape, wondering that anyone could believe this idiocy. Headmaster, with your permission, I would like to leave this room. I cannot believe these ridiculous accusations. I cannot believe that I should be subjected to them. This was grave enough for Sirius to attack you in the Great Hall, in front of the students, Severus, Dumbledore said, his eyes unsmiling. You will stay. He turned and looked at Sirius again. If this happened last year, Sirius, why didn't you attack him then? Or come and report the incident to me. Black's face turned dead white. Oh, yes, do tell him, Snape thought, folding his arms across his chest and staring back at him. Do tell him that. I must admit, I am curious to learn how this imaginary version of me got away as well. It was wiped out of my mind the next day, Black whispered. They made me forget. Someone wanted me to forget. Dumbledore sighed. And now the memory charm has snapped. That would account for your behavior, Sirius, but you still should have come to me first, instead of attacking Severus. Black seized on the explanation fervently. Yes, the Obliviate broke, he said, his head bobbing up and down on his neck like a puppet's. And now the memories are flooding me, and I'm sorry, Albus, but it was just too much to take. They flooded me all at once, and I had to try to kill him for what he'd done to Harry. I'm sorry, I should have come to you first, but I didn't think. Tears were leaking down his face again. What a plainly ridiculous story, Snape thought. I would have noticed last year if Black was under a memory charm of any kind, or Dumbledore would have. He had to admit, he hadn't noticed that incredible fool Lockhart had used any memory charms, but he had used few if any while inside the school itself. Since I did not try to kill Harry, Black, he said, I am curious as to what your Obliviator would have wanted you to forget. Black turned towards him and gave a very dog-like snap of his teeth. Snape curled his lip. He had always found it fitting that Black's animagus form was a dog, since he had learned of it. Snape himself had always believed that dogs were dirty creatures, shedding and barking and smelling like wet hair when they came in out of the rain. How do I know that you didn't try to kill Harry? The fool asked belligerently. That's what the memory says. But you are lying, said Snape, looking directly into Black's glare and adding a touch of legitimacy to his gaze, trying to seek out the truth in his mind. It was such a feeble lie, thought it would succeed because Dumbledore would support him in it. Snape was curious to see what Black was hiding instead. He found absolute, howling chaos. Most wizards organize their mind in some way, as a park or a forest or a vast underground cavern. This was a raging storm, flickering lightning revealing memories that Snape barely had time to glimpse before darkness took them again, and wind that tossed him from side to side and made the normal gentle swimming motion of a legilimens impossible. He tore himself away and looked down at the chair, his hands clenching on the fabric. He breathed out, carefully. He did not think Black was insane, but he was very close to it. He is dangerous. I must keep him away from Harry at all costs. I am not lying, Black was saying. If he had felt Snape touching his mind, he didn't seem inclined to comment on it, and neither did Dumbledore. That's what the memory says. Snape looked up to see Dumbledore watching them across the desk. His eyes were sober, but he wasn't interfering. He will let Black say such ridiculous things. Then I have free rein with the truth. I wonder what memories you've put aside, Black, to put this false one in its place. He asked, turning his attention back to his old enemy. Memories of your godson being abused, perhaps. Memories of him turned into nothing more than a tool for his brother. Memories of his mind and his magic bound and nearly shattered because someone feared his power. He took care not to look at Dumbledore. That's not true. Black was yelling, near the top of his lungs. It's Connor who has the power, not Harry, and Harry was never abused. Tell me, then, said Snape, what you call being made to study advanced magic when you were a child. Tell me what you call casting curses on yourself to train yourself into weathering physical pain. Tell me what you call knowing that you will die in war protecting your brother, or stand at his shoulder wrapped in shadows if you survive. I saw all this and more in Harry's mind last year, Black. And I saw how none of the adults who should have been his guardians and his protectors were helping him. I saw. That is enough, Severus. Another flowing wave of compulsion, as in the Great Hall, and Snape found his mouth clamped shut. He blinked and subsided. The spell wore off immediately, and then Dumbledore was leaning forward across his desk, his eyes on fire with anger. You will not repeat such lies outside this office, he said. They are not lies, Albus, Snape snarled back. You know they are not. You know what you did. You know whom you sacrificed. You should have thought of that, said Dumbledore, his eyes stern, before you made another such sacrifice necessary. Snape had nothing to say to that. He swallowed, and felt a cold black dread building in his stomach. I know that you have spent long hours alone with Harry, Dumbledore went on. Perhaps you are only teaching him advanced potions and spells. Perhaps not. Perhaps you truly do mean to harm him for the sake of the man who was once your master. You know the truth, said Snape again. There was a cold hollowness in the middle of him, he realized in wonder. He had not thought that Dumbledore would go this far. He had not thought that the man really was capable of such enormities. I know many truths, Dumbledore replied. And one of them is that you will not supervise any more of Harry's detentions, nor spend any more time alone with him after class hours. Under penalty? Snape asked. Because there had to be a threat, of course. The headmaster would not expect him to just give up and slink away into a corner without being bested in some form or fashion. Under penalty of Sirius's memory being spread to the entire school, said Dumbledore, and his voice was heavy. Who do you think they will believe, Severus? A former Death Eater, only spared from Azkaban by the good grace of the headmaster of Hogwarts. Or a hero of the First War with Voldemort, a former Auror, and the godfather of the brother of the boy who lived. Snape had to close his eyes, so dizzy with rage and outrage was he. You will lose yourself a potions teacher if you do this, he said. Only if you are stupid and stubborn, Severus. Dumbledore sounded as though he were smiling. And I know that you are not. That is more the province of Gryffindors. Snape opened his eyes to see him giving Black a fond look. Caught. Trapped. How could he let himself be stripped away as support for Harry? On the other hand, he could do nothing for Harry if he was in Azkaban. And he knew about the panic creeping slowly through the ministry, filtering into Hogwarts and touching the students of his house. It awaited only a spark to light the tinder. Finding out that a pardoned Death Eater had tried to kill a student, and with that student being who he was, would ignite it. Snape thought of the others that conflagration would reach out to touch. The pureblood families, the former Slytherins who would suddenly come under intense suspicions for nothing they had done, the wizards with unusual talents who made others nervous. Minerva herself could be under suspicion in such a climate, for all that she was a Gryffindor and a hero of the First War, for nothing more unusual than being an animagus. The wizarding world was once more in the mood to fear and hate what it did not understand. And Harry would certainly be on that list. His power and his Parseltongue talent would make him a likely target. If he cared about protecting him, Snape could not do that to him. I yield, he said, his voice sounding hollow even to himself. I promise that I will not speak such truths outside this office. Lies, Severus, Dumbledore reprimanded him gently. They are not true. It would have been a relief to be Black in that moment, Snape thought, or any other impulsive, dunderheaded Gryffindor. It would have been a relief to have shouted, to storm at the headmaster and call him a bastard, to pull his wand and hex everyone in sight. But he was a Slytherin. And Slytherins retreated when they had to, and waited for the best moment to strike, when the enormous heel of a more powerful enemy was not poised to crush them. Very well, he said, with what he knew was bad grace. Lies, then. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes twinkling again. Now, Severus, please return to your potions class. I have matters to speak of with Sirius. Black, Snape noted as he stood, was looking hopeful again. Of course, why should he not? He had always been Dumbledore's golden boy. If trying to slaughter another student in school was not enough to get him in trouble, why should attacking another teacher in the Great Hall be? There are times I wish I had died on Lupin's fangs, Snape thought, as he took the moving staircase back down, if only because an enraged werewolf would bring me to a cleaner end than Albus seems intent on doing. The idea hit him so hard that he nearly stumbled. An enraged werewolf. He used all the skills he had learned as a spy to keep himself from showing emotion on his face or in his body, just in case Dumbledore was watching him through the spells Snape knew he had positioned in this staircase. He reached the bottom and strode briskly in the direction of his potions class. He would teach them, and he would go about the other ordinary efforts of his day, and at the end of it, he would go and speak to Remus Lupin. Lupin, said Snape coolly, when his knock on the werewolf's door that evening produced said werewolf. Severus, said Lupin, blinking at him. He always had assumed he had permission to use Snape's first name, Snape thought as he pushed past him, and scolding him for it had always been tiring. Besides, now it would probably work to his advantage. Lupin considered them on friendlier terms than Snape himself did. Remus, he said, turning around as Lupin shut the door, and noticing the brief flicker of surprise in the amber eyes. I need your help. I assumed you were here to bring me the Wolfsbane potion, said Lupin, frowning at him. For what other reason do you visit? Snape ground his teeth. Gryffindors. Always interested in the most inane things. For a reason that concerns us both, this time, he said sharply. Harry. Lupin's eyes widened, and he rubbed the back of his neck, moving to take a seat behind his desk. It was an old and comfortable-looking piece of furniture, Snape noticed. In fact, most everything in the room looked comfortable, from the books with battered spines on the shelves to the half-stuffed chairs that flowed around the desk in a half-circle. What about him? I trust that he hasn't been troubling you. I know that last year he still wanted rather badly to go to Gryffindor, but I have told him that Slytherin House isn't all that bad. How gracious of you, Snape almost said. He let it go. There were more important things at stake. Tell me, he said, was there ever a point this year at which you seemed to lose a few days' time? Lupin froze. Then he glanced hastily aside. Trying to keep me from reading his mind, Snape thought, and his eyes narrowed. So he does suspect. Why hasn't he done anything about it? I don't know what you're talking about, said Lupin, his voice light and neutral. Now, Severus, if you will excuse me, I really ought to get this marking done. I'm frightfully late handing these essays back to my students as it is. He picked up the stack of scrolls near the edge of his desk. You suspect, Snape whispered. Why haven't you come to me? There are ways to break a memory charm, you know that, and I would not have thought you one to submit tamely to an obliviate, however gentle your friends may claim you to be. Lupin's hands tightened, and he looked up. Albus told me the truth when I asked, he said. Thrown, Snape only stared at him. He told me that the memories he took from me concerned Sirius, said Lupin, and closed his eyes as if in pain. Sometimes I get angry at him for things he can't help, things that are over and done and in the past now. Sometimes I get angry at him for just being who he is. And that is not something friends should do. I always come back and apologize to him later, but this time I went further. This time I did something that hurt him so badly that Albus had no choice but to take the memories from me, so that I wouldn't go on hurting him. Snape wanted to swear. Black, always black. Who else has Albus sacrificed to protect him? With an enormous effort, he held in his temper. Albus lied to you, he said as coolly as he could. The stolen memories concern Harry, not Sirius. Harry. Lupin frowned. But why would he want to take away memories concerning Harry? I've always been happy with Harry. He's never done anything that made me angry. Not what he has done, said Snape, watching closely, but what he has had done to him. Lupin just went on frowning at him. Snape shook his head. You would not believe evil of your friends if it paraded around in front of you, BPD, would you? He asked. Lupin said, slowly, enunciating each word, we've all made choices that we're not proud of. But I don't think any of those choices has ever. He broke off abruptly and swallowed. Then he said, in a voice that Snape didn't understand, the voice of someone pleading for forgiveness, I know that Harry was in danger that Halloween night when you know who attacked Godric's Hollow, but not since then. His parents would not endanger him. Sirius loves him. Tell me they haven't done something else to him, please. Snape closed his eyes with a long hiss. As I suspected, simply telling him the truth will not work. His loyalty to his friends runs too deep. And I would not care if he remained charmed, ordinarily. If Harry had not told me what his memories contained, I would not even be trying this. When you have your memories back, he replied, opening his eyes, you will see what I mean. But it takes a long time, and it is a very delicate process. Will you let me begin the first steps into your mind so that I can eventually reverse the obliviate and let you see what lies behind it? Lupin closed his eyes. He was wrestling with the desire to know the truth, Snape thought. But he wondered what the other side could be. Why wouldn't Lupin want the charm off, now that he knew what was hiding behind it? And then he knew, and the sudden shining contempt unleashed a torrent of words from him. You are afraid of losing your friends, he sneered. You are afraid of losing these people who have tricked you, hurt you, betrayed you, obliviated you, because they are the only friends you have. He thought back to Lupin as he had known him in school, painfully shy. Horrified the few times he got angry, as though he could transform without the full moon calling to him. Making no effort to find new friends even when he obviously disapproved of what his fellow marauders were doing, because he just as obviously believed that no one else would befriend him. Something occurred to him that never had, given his rather personal involvement in the incident. Tell me, Remus, he said, stressing the name and seeing Lupin flinch, how did you feel when Black nearly made me dead and you into a murderer? Lupin sank back into his chair. Snape watched him, barely breathing. He knew that he needed Lupin's help with Harry if at all possible, but he would be worse than useless if he simply flinched when Harry was in danger, or handed Harry over to Dumbledore the moment he was asked to. That's not what he did, Lupin whispered. Really? Snape smiled. He knew it wasn't a pleasant smile. His smiles never were. I could almost understand Black's actions against me, after all, he continued, voice soft and caressing. I was his enemy. But you were his friend. If he had succeeded in his little prank, then you would have killed me. You would have become the thing you feared most, the thing you hated most, the thing you fought so hard to avoid becoming. And all because your friend had an unreasonable grudge against me. He shook his head, clucking his tongue. Tell me, Remus, why have remained friends with him after that? Why did you find some way to excuse it, even then? Because, after all, Black is just being what he is. No one has ever forced Black to grow up. Why not you? Shut up. The voice was a snarl, and Lupin surged to his feet, his teeth bared and his amber eyes open and blazing. Snape felt a thrill of fear. This was the thing he had seen, or half seen, or dreamed he had seen, on any number of occasions. It was close to the full moon, but Lupin was still dangerous, even without that. Snape had made a point of studying werewolves after one had so nearly killed him. He knew their strength, even in human form. Lupin carried the power to tear apart anyone he chose, at any moment, to transform someone not into an infected, cursed beast like himself, but into a corpse. Lupin knew that, too, from the look in his eyes. And he was sorry for it immediately afterwards, sitting down and putting his hands across his eyes. Oh, Merlin, he whispered. I am so sorry, Severus. Snape took his leave without a word. He still intended to free the werewolf from his memory charm if he could. Harry wanted it. That was one good enough reason. But, more than that, he suspected that Lupin's horror against getting angry extended mostly to himself. If he was hurt, he would swallow it and nod. If he learned that a child he loved was hurt. Snape did hope that he managed to break the Obliviate on a full moon, and that Lupin forgot to take his Wolfsbane potion before he leapt on Black. Death was too good for Black. But I dare not use him as a mentor for Harry, the way I wanted to. He is afraid of his own anger. So is Harry. The last thing he needs is reinforcement on that. He swallowed his pride, and found Minerva's rooms, and knocked. She was in, luckily, and she invited him in the moment she saw his face. Snape suspected he did not look his best. What is it? She asked, when she had him sitting in a chair across from her desk and drinking a cup of tea. The tea was strong enough to nearly make Snape choke, but he drank it all the same. This was a ritual when he came and visited her. More than once, the teacup had ended up broken on the floor, flung by Snape when Minerva worked him up into a rage, but it was still a ritual. And this time, Snape thought he was unlikely to get angry. He told her the whole story, and saw her eyes chill as she listened, one hand closing around the corner of her desk. When he had finished, and made his request, she nodded, once. Of course I will mentor Harry, Severus, she said. But I can't promise that it will last much longer than your own protection of him, since Albus knows that I don't run blind at his heels any longer. I know, said Snape. But he needs support, Minerva, and he needs to know what is going on, and I am afraid that Albus will carry out his threat if the boy tries to spend much time with me outside of class. I can send you potions materials and books by Owl. He can have them during his times with you, if you are agreeable. Why would I teach him potions when I could teach him transfiguration? Minerva murmured, but her voice was dry, and she smiled. The smile vanished in the next moment. I had not realized you were quite this dedicated to making his life better, Severus. Snape raised his chin. She would accuse him of having a heart in a moment. It was one of her favorite remarks to make, and his to rage at. But he said only, I saw what his mind was like at the end of last year, Minerva. There is no way I could fail to help him after that. And I believe that others are beginning to notice his power. You have felt it. I have felt it. Others are turning towards it. He paused. Some of the reading I have done has convinced me that he might easily be Vates, if he chose to be. Shock wiped her face clean, and then awe, and then hope. She nodded, slowly. I see, she said. Well, that is different. I will be happy to mentor him, Severus. Thank you, said Snape, and stood, and took his leave again. He felt a slow pulse of anger and determination rise in him as he made his way back to the dungeons. Check and mate, Albus. But only for now. I don't think you realize how far I will go on fighting. If you take Minerva from him, I will free the werewolf. If you take him, or if he proves not strong enough to bear the burden, I will turn to the Malfoys. If they fail, then I will reach out to the purebloods who have sensed his power and know what it might mean, to the members of the ministry who are not part of your order, to the political enemies who would be happy to see you fall. To anyone but the Dark Lord himself my reach will go, until you are brought down and he is free. You threatened me with a wildfire. I will unleash a firestorm, if need be. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.